We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport, and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
I'll just tell the put him at the end, at the end, and then he'll be at the start of the next one. So.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
Shut up and sit down. and sit down.
Well, good morning everyone and welcome to Ipswich for our club day here in September actually. So we moved on from August last weekend and here we are on track at the moment. Big field, KA3 Junior like to kick things off today. Big day of racing as always. We're getting set to kick things off. Big field of KA3 Junior Light, it's got to be said. Come around and getting ready to kick things off. And we're away. No, we're not. Not just yet. So 8 laps on the board. Give them another lap to get everything all revved up and ready to go here this morning. Beautiful weather conditions here. Great to have everyone with us, turning out in such wonderful numbers as well. Josh McLaughlin and Dylan Kamaloka on the front row. Brock Helm and Jackson Duong the next row. Dawson and Hoskin and Campbell. We're set for a start now. We're away. 8 on the board. Down to turn number 1. They charge for the first time. Everyone is feeling out the track here at Ipswich for the first time this weekend. In a few weeks since everyone's been here, obviously. I've got 3 that have come together and decided to go through the grass there to kick things off on lap number 1. So work their way through the Video Pro corner for the first time and up towards the Autobahn top turn on lap number 1 of our 8 as they shoot down the back straightaway. Been a big couple of weekends, certainly here, the Rotax National Cup a couple of weekends ago. Along with the Queensland State Championships, they come back to the start finish straight, and it's Dylan Kamaloka who leads away over Brock Helm, then McLaughlin, followed by Flynn, then Annabelle Kennedy up to 5, then Hilda, Cronin and Hicks, followed by Thompson, then Jamison Corkery, and Angus Hare, the next one through. Quite sure why the entire field's not showing up on our timing screen at this stage. No doubt about Dylan Kamaloka up the front. So he shoots down the back straightaway. It's a reasonable lead heading into the hairpin on lap number 2. Kamaloka, the number 41 machine, leads over the 43 of Duong. Apologies there, my timing screen's not up to speed with what's actually happening on track at the moment, so not quite sure what's going on there. Jai Flynn trying to make his way forward. He's currently in 5th spot. Board the number 10 was in Melbourne last weekend for The SP Tools Australian Kart Championship. Now makes up a spot and moves into P4 as they head up toward the top turn on lap number 3. So De Wong in second. He's starting to come under a little bit of pressure as they come back to the front straightaway. It is the number 4 machine of Hamish Campbell who's right behind him. So Hamish there in third spot. Took out the Rotax National Cup in juniors a few weeks ago. Booked his ticket to Italy at the end of the year. And now sitting in third position behind De Wong and really starting to put the arrow cart under pressure. As they go to the Video Pro corner, it's still Kamaloka who's got that short margin. It looks as though De Wong's starting to close in now as they go up through the Autobahn turn and onto the backstretch. And then Jai Flynn's caught up to the rear of the battle for second and third. So we'll have a battle in 3 here fairly shortly for second, third and fourth as they come down to the front straightaway. Campbell really onto the rear of De Wong now as they go across the line. Flynn in fourth position. Flynn really pushing the back of Hamish Campbell now. Hamish has been in good form of late. He'll go to the outside on De Wong and opens up the inside on the exit of Electro. Can't get anything done there, so we'll have a look at Video Pro. Does it there. Flynn will try and go with him as well, but that'll put Flynn on the outside, but he gets through on De Wong and into third position. So now they can set sail for your race leader as he goes down the back straightaway in Kamaloka. And up the inside goes Jai Flynn into second position now. So Flynn up to P2 in the CXR number 10. On their way down the front straightaway they come now. There is that slight gap to your race leader there as they go through the first turn. Halfway there, 4 laps down as we sit. You can see the field coming through on the screen. Great to have the team with us again to bring the live stream of all the action with thanks to Simplex Elevators, Evo Heat and South Pacific Motor Group. So Flynn just starting to close that gap to Kamaloka there as they go up to the Autobahn turn. And you can really start to see visually that familiar green and blue machine of Jai Flynn is right on the tail of your race leader now as they come to the start finishing line. Nose to tail. The 41 under the pump. With a handful of laps to go. And he's got through to the race lead now. Has Jai Flynn. So Flynn leading the way. Getting more laps in is Jai Flynn. Kamaloka, has he got anything here for your race leader? Hamish Campbell in the TGR Energy is right on his tail now through the top turn at Autobahn. It's the end of lap number 6 when they come to the line. So round they come. Flynn with that 2 kart length advantage now over Kamaloka. Then Campbell, who's then got De Wong on his tail as they go down through turn number 1. 2 laps remaining as we've got 6 in the book. Annabelle Kennedy, quickest lap of the race, further down the order. So work their way through RHQ now. Pretty much an equal distance between our top 4. Brockhelm, the next one in the lineup. Up through Autobahn they come. Flynn trying to pull away. He's got about that 2 kart length lead at the moment over Kamaloka as they come to the line. Last lap board on display now for your race leader. Only 1 remaining in this one. Through that first turn they charge. There's the field as it comes through underneath us here. Ignore the timing on the left of your screen. There is an issue with our system here this morning to kick things off. as Flynn leads them up to the Autobahn corner. On the final circulation now. Down the backstretch they go, and it's been a fine drive by Jay Flynn to get himself through the field, come through from down the order. As he comes out of the final turn, he will get the checkered flag. Camelocker holds on to second position. Third place will go to Campbell. Then it's the number 16 of Kennedy, followed by the 43 of De Wong, as the rest of the field comes streaming on through to complete our first race of the day. And Jai Flynn gets the job done as they pull into the pit area. We're going to take a short break here. Tag restricted light will come up very soon.
We had a problem with the timing.
to Ipswich as we've got tag restricted light, their first heat on the circuit now. Connor O'Reilly to start on the pole in the 71. Robbie Mortensen alongside the 17. Next row of the grid, Shark Goodman, the 16, and Cody Scott in the 3. Blake Ramali out of 5 in the 88. Then a 78 of Riley Vandenberg. Then it's JK's in the 8. Ned Lenahan will start out of 8th in the 81, and Kaiser Gertz out of 9th in the 20. Darcy Briggs from 10th spot. Then row number 6 is the 24 of Billy Whitaker and Angus Quez-Sales. Then Charlie Furlonger and Dale Zimmerman. Next row of the grid, big field of tag restricted light as they hit turn number 1 now. Let's have a look and see if everyone can get their Saturday underway in good fashion. One at the back there wasn't a happy camper. Got it all sorts of sideways into that first turn, but it's Mortensen that leads away in the number 17 to kick things off. Cody Scott going with him in the number 3. As they go through Video Pro for the first time and head up towards the top turn. Out of Autobahn they come and onto the back straightaway. Everyone nice and even at the moment as they shoot down this long back stretch here at Ipswich this morning. Scott right there with Mortensen as they come to the line to kick things off. One off to the side of the circuit. Mortensen from Scott, then O'Reilly, Vandenbroek, then it's Whitaker, followed by Briggs, Ramali, then Gertz, Furlonger, then Bowden, Chislowski in 11th spot at the moment. Then William Zimmerman, Tully, Hammond, Duncan, Manzano, Karuna Ratner, then Mullins, then Lenahan, Quez-Sales, Kays, and Zimmerman is how they sit at the moment. But it's Robert Mortensen who leads the way up toward the top turn again on lap number 2. 8 laps on the board here this morning. So 10 laps on the board, I should say. No, it was 8 laps. I should have said, I beg your pardon, as they cross the line. Mortensen starting to pull away. Riley Vandenbroek's picked it up in 3rd spot and is right on the tail of your second place driver at the moment in Cody Scott. Really putting him under pressure there. Is it Tony Kart with the white helmet in 3rd position? Trying to set Scott up for a pass here. Vandenbroek, no surprise that he is the quickest driver on circuit as they sit at the moment. 4th spot's Connor O'Reilly, then it's Billy Whitaker, followed by Briggs, then Gertz, Ramali in 8th spot, then Furlonger and Chislowski, rounding out your top 10. So now Vandenbroek goes up to 2nd spot, past Cody Scott, and moves towards a spot where he can keep an eye on Robert Mortensen up the front. Mortensen, new quickest lap of the race. The end of lap number 3. Connor O'Reilly's dropped to 6th position out there behind Whitaker and Briggs. And Kaiser Gertz starting to put O'Reilly under a bit of pressure there as well. Mortensen's lead, 7/10 of a second as they go through the top turn. So let's have a look now that Vandenbroek's had a full lap under his belt past Scott. Let's have a look and see where he is when they come to the line. The end of lap number 4. This will be the halfway point, of course. In fact, Mortensen's extended the lead out to nearly 9/10 of a second now. 0.867 with a 49.052 from Robert Mortensen, the quickest lap of the race. Battle for 6th and 7th is what you're watching at the moment between Connor O'Reilly and Kaiser Gertz. Now Scott's under pressure for 3rd now from Billy Whitaker in the 24. Up through the Autobahn corner they go, and now onto the back straightaway. Whitaker in the slipstream here. He'll go high to come low to try and get around the number 3 here. But he's got Darcy Briggs in the 21 that's closed right in with him there as well. Scott jumps in the seat to try and get a bit of momentum out of onsite rental group corner and onto the front stretch. And now Whitaker gets through into that third spot on Cody Scott, bringing Darcy Briggs into the calculation as well. Briggs in 5th position. He's really closing in now on the back. And we've got a full course caution out on circuit. So we've got a couple that have come together. Going to go full course to try and get those carts out of the way. So bad luck there for them. Other than that, so I'm just trying to see if there was another issue or if it was just due to that we are going full course. Can't really see anything with 2 laps remaining now, the end of lap number 6. Going to look to be relatively healthy out there, so it's our version of a safety car in kart racing. Everyone coming together. Our officials down there on site. Darren Jensen just going to assess the situation. Everything looks to be pretty well in order. They'll come around. They will get the last lap board this time. This will be the end of lap number 7. So more than we will finish under the full course caution. So last lap board on display now. Quite sure why the race wouldn't have been declared given this is the case that we're under. But anyway, Mortensen will take this one out from Riley Vandenbroek as they come around. And Darcy Briggs will be 3rd, followed by Cody Scott. Then Billy Whitaker. Then it's Kaiser Gertz, followed by Thomas Williams. Jake Jaslowski Zimmerman. Then Romali DeSalle. Then Bowden. Manzano. Then Mullins. Quez Sales. Tully. Duncan, then Karuna Ratner, then Hammond will round out your finishes out there at the end of this one. Checkered flag at the ready for Robert Mortensen, and we'll finish this one under the yellow control, and Mortensen takes probably one of the slowest wins of his career as he pulls them in, and that will complete tag restricted light. Their opening heat. We've got our P-platers coming up next as we go to a break here at Ipswich.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
Shut up and sit down.
So welcome back to Ipswich. On the racetrack now, we've got the Cadet 9 and 12 P platers. So the youngsters, the very start of their racing careers, their opportunity to have their own race and certainly start to learn some of that racecraft before we put them, or send them to the lines effectively, into the fields proper. Rob Hackett was line up on the pole in the 12. Here's one of the 12s. Brock McGill, the 5. Noah Curry, the 4. Then Sebastian Woodrow, the 13. Connor O'Hare, then Alfie Doyle. Then it's Jackson Podmore, Lucas Shipley, then Alexander Podmore, Vinnie Smithson, Riley Smith and Aubrey Yendall. That is your field as they sit for 9 and 12s. Yet a couple of them had a bit of a drama getting onto the racetrack. A bit of a spin. 6 laps on the board for this one for the youngsters. We look to give them a start this time, hopefully. A little bit of a dog's breakfast out there. The lights are out and we're away. That's what it's all about, I guess. Down to turn number 1 they go. They're all through there fairly cleanly. So it's just over 12 months ago that the Ipswich Car Club decided to split out the 9 and 12 P platers. By P plates, you have to wear a P plate and go through a series of procedures before you get your licence proper here in Karting Australia competition. Up to the Autobahn corner for the first time they go. Then on to the back straightaway in the slipstream. Looking for a pass here at the end of the back stretch. And it is the 12 who does it. Hackwood goes to the lead on the 13 of Sebastian Woodrow as they come back around to the start-finish straight to complete their first lap. So it's Hackwood over Woodrow, then Curry, followed by Jackson Podmore, Doyle, Shepley, then O'Hare, then Misson, followed by McGill. Then it's Riley Smith, followed by Alex Podmore. Waiting on Aubrey Yendall to come through as well. But it's Rob Hackwood who's got the lead there. The 12. Trusty Steed, the Vortex Mini Rock motor on board these karts, of course. Official engine of Cadet competition in Australia. So through the hairpin goes Hackwood. He's got that decent lead over Woodrow now. In third spot is still Noah Curry, who's got a healthy advantage over the battle for fourth that's going on between Podmore and Doyle. That's a healthy battle as they come across the start-finishing line. Podmore holding onto it at the moment. Further back, O'Hare's got through into sixth spot, taking Misson and McGill with him. Problem for Shepley out there, who's lost a few spots. Here's a battle in three that we've got going on for fourth place between Podmore, Doyle and O'Hare, who's on the move. O'Hare in the 11 at the back of this group. Looks to go up the inside. Can't get it done there on Doyle. We'll have to have another look further around the circuit. Goes for the big move. Tries to do it at Autobahn, but nothing opens up there. Oh, yes it does, on the exit of Autobahn. And down the back straightaway. So Misson goes up to 5. Trying to go up to 4 here on the back of Podmore. But the door's shut in his face as they work their way back around through the final complex of turns and onto the start finishing straight. Up the front, Hackwood 1.8 seconds up the road on Woodrow at the moment. Now that's actually our race leader trying to get through on the lap traffic. Our second place driver, I should say, getting through on Aubrey Yendall. Oh, there's been a coming together, a decent coming together. And around goes, I think that was Podmore that went around, got a bit of airtime through the middle part of the race circuit. Give him a little bit of a scare, that is for sure. And gets out of the kart and trying to get out of the way in safety and does so. So, well played there. Just trying to get the number 88 out of the way of Podmore. So bad luck for Jackson. Not how you want to get your weekend underway. Certainly that's what it's all about. It's all about learning and getting around that lap traffic at this stage. So Hackwood, new fastest lap and leads by 2.8 seconds over Sebastian Woodrow. Then Curry, followed by O'Hare, then Doyle, Misson, McGill, then Shepley gets in front of Podmore now. Obviously Podmore off to the side of the circuit. Here is Yendall about to get lapped here by the 19. Alfie Doyle giving Yendall one to go on with there. Because Doyle's got Misson and McGill closing right in on him. And Yendall not exactly adhering to the blue flags out there. No doubt our officials will be having a chat after this one. So Noah Curry in third spot. Now in the number 4. Connor O'Hare in the 11's just done the quickest lap of the race thus far. Last lap board on display for Rob Hackwood up the front in the 12. There he is. Perfect way to get his day underway here at Ipswich in the Cadet 9 and 12 P-platers as he leads them around. Down the back stretch for the final time. Now through the hairpin and back around to see the checkered flag. Comes through Howard's concreting onto the front stretch. And it'll be Hackwood who gets the job done. Little fist pump as well. Woodrow comes home in second. Then it's Curry. Sorry, O'Hare gets through on Curry at the end there. Oh, is that Curry that's gone around on the exit of the Autobahn corner over the back? I think it might be. Through comes and the 7 of Misson, followed by Doyle. Then McGill. And waiting on now for Yendall to come through in 10th spot. There's a couple that have actually come together over the back there. So Shepley's through in 7th position. And just waiting now for Smith to come through to complete your finishes in this one. That is Cadet 9 and 12 Ps. We'll collect them and be back shortly. And on the racetrack now, we've got Tag Heavy for their opening heat. Hope you are enjoying the action here from Ipswich this morning. Brad McNaught to start on the pole in the 5. Leighton Smith on the outside front row, the 7. Next row of the grid is Jump A Marita, the 8. And the 9 of Jaden Geldard. That's nice and symmetrical. Out of P5 is the 15 of Brock Plum, Will Marshall. And the 17 out of 6, row 4's Chris Williams, Josh Dagg. Then Peter Hollings, Brent Redding, Harrison Fox, Cameron Hope and Zach King. Good field of Tag Heavy here this morning. 8 laps on the board. And we are underway. One decides to go right across the grass and into another competitor. That was a very untidy way to get into turn number 1. Was all sorts of locked up heading down into that first turn. And Redding it was that was run into there. Looks like he is out of commission and is not a happy camper. He will go to, no, he's not out of commission, he'll go to the back of the field. Whether he takes much further part in this one or not is another story. No, comes right through the cut through, and that'll be the end of his race. So Redding, fresh from the Nationals last weekend, is done and dusted in this one as they come to the line to complete their first lap. It's Plum who's got the best of the start there in the 15. He leads away over Williams. Then it's McNaught, followed by Marshall, then Dagg, then King, followed by Hope, Geldard, Hollings, Smith. Where's Jumpay at? Jumpay's actually in second spot, but not showing up on the timing screen. Fresh from Japan, where he and Kenny were racing. Great to see him back, straight back behind the wheel here at Ipswich. Looks like they had a great little trip over to the homeland. As they come around to complete lap number 2, it is the 15 of Plum who leads over Marita, then the 31 of Chris Williams. So King in the 97 goes through in 6th spot. Watching the battle for 5th at the moment. That'll be McNaught, followed by Dagg and King. King at the back of that group in the black helmet. The number 97, trying to make his way forward. From the rear of the field, of course, that'll switch for the next one. Thank you to Simplex Elevators, Evo Heat and South Pacific Marine Group for their support as King goes up the inside and moves a spot forward as they come around. Plum leading the way, no surprise. He's the quickest out there. Marita now starting to come under some attention from Chris Williams in the 31, who's closed right in. Through the left-hander they go. Jumpay holding on to second spot in the 8. He's not showing on your timing screen there, but it's definitely Jumpay in second spot in that number 8 machine with Chris Williams right behind him. Then Will Marshall, the next one in that lineup as they go up through the Autobahn corner. Marshall been in good form of late, having jumped back behind the wheel of the Jess Golding Motorsport machine. Down through the hairpin they go. This will complete lap number 4, so we're halfway there. So Williams and Marshall closing in on the back of Marita for second position now. So they go through the Global Hub corner. Global Hub is Jumpay's business. Our treasurer and accountant here at the Ipswich Kart Club. The 31 going with him now. Williams just looking for any way that he possibly can to try and get through on the number 8 as they go up through the Autobahn turn. One more time. This will be the end of lap number 5 when they come around. So Plum goes through comfortably in the lead over Marita. Then Marshall's really putting Williams under the pump here. He's putting him more than under the pump. He's gone past him into third position. So there's Will Marshall. You're in the green helmet, your fresh third place man as he now tries to get onto the tail of Jump A. Williams couldn't do it. Can Marshall do it now? Up towards the Autobahn corner they go. Plum with a healthy lead. There's Marita holding down to second position as they work their way through to the start-finish straight once again. Williams back there in fourth position. 2 laps remaining for your race leader, Brock Plum. McNaught in fifth, then King, followed by Dag, Geldard, Smith, Hollings and Hope rounding out your field. So Marshall's got his wiggle on here in second spot. He's right there with Jump A as they go to the top turn. Can he get the slipstream down the back stretch and have a look at him at the end of the back straightaway? This is tag heavy. Through the hairpin they go. So there'll be one more lap remaining. You're starting to get the feeling that Marshall's got the speed here to try and have a look at Jump A Marita with a lap to go. So Marshall right on the tail of the number 8. Can he have a look at Jump A? No doubt about Brock Plum up the front. He's come through the field on that first lap and got to the lead and hasn't been headed since then. This is a big battle for second though. Up to the top corner they charge through Autobahn one last time, then down the back straightaway. Williams still holding a watching brief in fourth. Meantime, checkered flag being unfurled for Brock Plum as he comes around. Marshall unable to do anything about Marita as Plum crosses the line. Marita gets second, then third place will be Marshall, then Williams, followed by McNaught. Then it's King in sixth, followed by Josh Dagg in seventh. Then Jaden Geldard, the next one through. Leighton Smith, then Peter Hollings and Cameron Hope, just waiting on those 2 drivers to come through and complete our finishes in that one. But it was Brock Plum who got it done by just over 2 seconds in that one. Cadet 12 is coming up next. We're going to take a break and be back shortly here at Ipswich.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
And welcome back to Ipswich. Cadet 12 hits the circuit for their opening heat race. Xander Watts will start on a pole in a 57. Kenny Marita just saw his dad finish second spot. He'll start out of P2 in the 8. The 9 of Parker Watkinson and the 78 of Martin Shea on the next row of the grid. Then it's Michael Quintiliani, the 27, and Olivia Walton, the number 59 on row number 3. Miko Waddy in the 2 and Shelby Smith, the 23. Then it's Lennox Carson, the 83, and Blake Haig, the 75. Flack and Broadbent, Thompson and Janice. Then it's Masiko. Then Knox Black, starting out of 16 in the 90. Charles Newman, the 15. Emery Stalin, the 45. Jax Fuller, the 44. Aston Mills, the 11. And Ayrton Hobday, the number 18. So, decent field, as always, of Cadet 12s here this weekend. Let's see what Marita can do off the front alongside Xander Watts. He's been in good form of late as Watts. Watts out for Shea on the second row. Fresh from Melbourne last weekend, had an up and down kind of weekend down there, did Martin Shea in the 78. 8 laps on the board, set for a start. They're away this time. Down through the first turn they charge. Good start from all competitors through that first lot. And Xander Watts, who leads away in the 57 machine. Quintiliani made short work to get himself up to P3, and he's right on the back of Kenny Marita. And looks up the inside and goes to second now. Now down the backstretch they go for the first time. There's Watts leading away. Quintiliani in second position. He will do whatever he can now that he's got past Marita to try and close that gap to Watts, who leads away now. The end of lap number 1, 7 to go. Watkinson it is actually in third position, I should say. Where'd Marita end up in all of that? She's not showing on the timing screen either at this point in time, so computer not happy with the Marita family today. There's the number 9 machine of Parker Watkinson. He's under attack now as they go through the left-hander. It's a big lead that Watts has got. There's Haig in the 75. He's got himself up the order. So as Watts crosses the line, then it's Quintiliani, followed by Haig in third. Then it's Ken Marita. Then Alistair Flack on the charge in for 5th position. Then Shea, followed by Black, then Broadbent. Then it's Watkinson, who's dropped down the order a little bit, down to what would be 9th spot. As I said, a couple of them not showing up on our timing monitor at this point in time as Watts leads away by over a second on Quintiliani. Look at this group here. Through the left-hander they go. The TGR outfits there. That'll be Martin Shea, I feel, in the 78th, second on screen. Oh, one's just lost it completely. Just turns it around. Wow. Just completely lost it all under their own volition. Flack having a look at Marita down to turn number 1. Then you've got this charge to the Light Brigade, headed up by the number 2 machine of Miko Waddy. He's got Fuller, Carson, Watkinson, I should say, Butler, Smith and Thompson right on his tail. Now there's Quintiliani trying to close on in. He's just done the quickest lap of the race, as you can see, a 53.748 from Michael Quintiliani as he's trying to close that gap down to Xander Watts, and he's visibly doing it with each corner pretty much. It was 0.8 of a second the last time by. Let's have a look and see what it is this time by when they come through. So it's down to 6/10 of a second. Watts went quickest, only to be eclipsed by Quintiliani as he went across the line. Knox Black and Jeremy Broadbent having a good battle out there as well. As Quintiliani, he's still got time up his sleeve. We're only halfway there in this 8-lap race this morning to kick things off for our Cadet 12s. All of these drivers between the ages of 9 and 12. Down the back stretch goes Watts. Quintiliani trying to close it on in. It's amazing how much racing some of these kids do. Weekend in, weekend out. A lot of them were last weekend in Melbourne for the final round of the Australian Kart Championship last weekend. And turn out to Club Day. Still 6/10 of a second between Watts and Quintiliani out there at the moment. There is the number 90 of Knox Black doing a job out there at the moment. He's trying to close in on the back of Kenichi Morita in the number 8 card. He takes a peek over the shoulder. As I said, last weekend was up in Japan racing up there. It was Kenny Morita, the driver in the white helmet. Managed to, well, Junpei certainly managed to find all the all-you-can-drink beer places in Japan. Not all of them, of course. They're pretty much everywhere. Geez, Watson, Quintiliani going at it. New race leader, Michael Quintiliani, the 27, has got through to the race leaders. You can see there, over the 57 of Watts. It was a big lap to move through, to get close enough. He was only right on the tail of Watts as they cross the line. And now Watts returns serve and gets back to the race lead. So Watts and Quintiliani, they're battling it out. But behind them, Hagen Flack are battling it out as well. So that'll compromise any opportunity they've got to try and get on board with this discussion for the race leaders. I'll get the last lap board at the end of lap number 7 now when they come onto the start finishing straight. 1 to go for Watts. Can Quintiliani have a crack at turn number 1? Not close enough this time. He'll have to rethink where he might have a go at Xander Watts. Will Michael Quintiliani. Through the left-hander they run at alley tracks now to Electro. Haig still in third. Flack trying to close on him, but Watts is holding onto the lead. Quintiliani can't do anything at the moment. Will he have a look at the top turn? Goes to the outside to try and get a tighter line on the exit of the top turn. They're going to go side by side to the hairpin now. Quintiliani with the inside advantage, and he takes the lead. Watts says, no, you don't, and comes straight back at him. So great race here in Cadet 12 to get things started on their Saturday morning as they come to the line. And it is Xander Watts who gets the win over Michael Quintiliani. Then it was Flack who gets through on Haig at the end. Then Black, Broadbent, Butler, Thompson, Carsten, then Shea. In the middle of all that is Kenny Morita somewhere as well. Fuller, then it's Mills, Newman, Waddy, then it's Watkinson, Masiko, then Smith, Walton, and Stalin to round out your finishes. But it was all Xander Watts up the front. Just got it done over Michael Quintiliani. We're going to take a break. Be back with 4SS Junior as the action continues to come thick and fast here at Ipswich. And on the racetrack now, you're back at Ipswich. It's for SS Junior. They hit the circuit. Hudson Lippiatt in the 51 on the pole. Jackson Turner, the 88 on the outside front row. J.D. Chapman on row 2, the 27. And Hamish Douglas, the 25. Jackson DeWong, the 13, double duty for him this weekend. And Jack Dool in the 11. You will notice a different engine note. Of course, these are 4-stroke engines on board these machines. Great entry-level category to racing. Not quite sure why we didn't get the start there, but our starter was not happy, so they'll come around yet again. Team down there from Kodak Motorsport standing out as they always do in bright orange. Can't see Liam down there this morning. Had to reach out last night. Was excited about the day ahead. So Lippiatt and Turner on the front row. Watch out for JD from row number 2. He's got Hamish Douglas alongside him. Set for a start this time. And away we go now, down to turn 1. Start to build the momentum as they get down into the first turn. They were nearly 3 wide on the exit of turn 1 there. Everyone through A-OK. Through Electro they go for the first time. Looks like it's Lippiatt who leads the way, gets it a little wide. Up toward the Autobahn turn for the first time they go. Now we've got a race in 3 going on at the front. Down the back straightaway. Oh, big move coming for second spot as they head down the back stretch. So it's a 51 of Lippiatt who leads over DeWong, who's made short work to get up into second position. Change of sticker kit this weekend for DeWong in 4SS. He's gone with the all-black look, with J.D. Chapman moving into third. And then there's that gaggle of 3 behind them of Turner, Douglas and Dool. So 2 lots of 3 here at the moment, with J.D. Chapman just off the back. Oh, he gets it sideways on there and just drops well and truly back off the top 2 as DeWong starts to wind it up toward the top turn. And he is in the slipstream of Hudson Lippiatt now as they head down toward the hairpin. Nothing doing at the moment for Jackson DeWong. Watch out for him to build it through the race to have a crack at the... Usually end the back straightaway is one of Jackson's favourite passing spots. So shoot on down into turn number 1. They've got a gap over J.D. Chapman. Problem there for one of the Kodaks further back in the field, Turner. And he is out of commission. So bad start to the day for Jackson Turner. That's unfortunate. One of our front runners in this Junior 4SS category. So DeWong on the back of Lippiatt. DeWong's the quickest out there at the moment. Further back in the pack, this is your 4th and 5th place competitors, being Hamish Douglas and Jack Dool, as Dawn goes for the lead. So new race leader in Jackson DeWong. That's the end of lap number 3. Oh, in fact, Lippiatt was able to fight back and retake the lead on the exit of the hairpin there. So he's back into the race lead now as Hudson Lippiatt over DeWong. The white helmet CRG chassis. The arrow of DeWong behind him. They've got a fair gap then over J.D. Chapman. He's been off the pace this morning as J.D. Unusual for him. DeWong having another look then at your race leader Hudson Lippiatt as they hit the back straightaway. Lippiatt looking to go nice and tight down through there. DeWong got a better run out of the hairpin. Just got to try and get the kart in position now as we hit the halfway point of our 8-lap race. They've got a fair gap over JD Chapman. Duong's the quickest out there, just can't get the kart in position. On your race leader, Lippiat, as they go through the middle part of the race circuit here. You're watching 4SS Junior out there this morning. So Duong having a look here at the back of Lippiat. Lippiat taking the big peek over the shoulder. Instead of watching where he's going, starting to go defensive already. He's getting a little bit erratic out there. Duong certainly one of the front runners in this category as they go down the backstretch. Up the inside he goes. Now Lippiat's good through this part of the race circuit when Duong seems to get past him here. So can he fight back? He'll have to go the hard way though, because Duong holds on to the lead at the end of lap number 5, 3 to go. Down the front stretch. Now Lippiat had a look at the first turn. Nothing happening there for him at this stage. Through Electro they charge. Now to RHQ. Duong can't pull clear here. These engines very closely aligned, the 4-stroke motor, the majority of them utilising the Torini engine. Chapman under attack further back with Hamish Douglas going through into 3rd position. 6 laps in the book, 2 remaining now for Jackson Duong. As Douglas and Chapman come past us, Jack Dool still in 5th position. There's that gap. Duong's opened it up now to about 3 or 4 kart lengths here on Hudson Lippiat. They come around. We've just got a handful of corners to go now to complete their opening heat race of the weekend. And Jackson Duong, he's played it perfectly, left it until a couple of laps to go to get into the race lead. And he brings it around. And he is going to take the victory. Not yet, though. Last lap, 1 to go. So Lippiat's still got a chance here as they go down through turn number 1. I've got a lap ahead of myself there. Lippiat's really picked it up here. Duong the quickest on circuit, but ignore that because have a look at Lippiat in the 51, right on his tail as they come out of RHQ for the final time. Duong took a peek over the shoulder. Lippiat not phased at this stage, so he'll try and get right there with Duong. Duong goes defensive on the last lap, on the back straightaway. Lippiat will go around the outside, trying to do it the hard way. That's not going to last right there. He's got a good run here. He's got the momentum. Can he get the job done as they come to the line? Side by side, who's it going to be? And it'll be Lippiat. He just gets it over Jackson Duong. And in 3rd position will be Chapman, who gets past Douglas again on the last lap there. And Jack Dool rounds out your top 5 in 4SS Junior. Jackson Turner, a non-finisher in that one. We'll take a break from Ipswich. Coming up next will be KA3 Senior.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
And welcome back. They're not hanging about this morning. KA3 Senior out on track. Look, a good child. Won't take any part in that one. Looks like it may have been a wheel on his far side from where I'm sitting. Certainly looked like that's what he was holding as Talia Kittle will line up on the pole in the 35. Ronan Finn at 26. Lucas Lesmes at 95 and Charlotte Page, the 22 out of 4. Hamilton Ray, then Moyes, then Chatton, Yarwood, Price, Penman, and Good Child. Set for a start. And we're away down to turn number 1. No, we're not. Red light's still on. Our alley track start gantry. Problem for one of them down there at turn 1. Rejoins. So 8 laps on the board for KA3. One of our front row starters that struck grief down there. Ronan Finn by the looks of it. Set for a start this time. Away, 8 on the board. Page gets a good run into turn number 1. She's into second spot. Make that first as she goes up the inside and takes the lead. 26 and 22 both have a meeting with their stewards after this one. Great to have your company this morning with thanks to Simplex, Evo Heat and South Pacific Marine Group. Further back, Lesmes has found trouble with Bree Moyes and they're both off the circuit, both able to rejoin, but with a lot of muck on their tyres as they get back into it. But there's Charlotte Page leading the way. Of course, Charlotte, the F1 Academy Scholarship winner this year, racing over in the FIA Champions of the Future Academy. The other Champions of the Future in action this weekend at PF International Kart Raceway in the United Kingdom. Mikel Mazuria, he's involved in that one, fresh from his Australian Championship. Something like 4 Australians racing over there this weekend in the 2 classes. Forward to catching up on that one later on tonight and into tomorrow as well. Haven't had the chance to catch up on the results from overnight just yet. Mick had a bit of work to do after practice on Thursday, however. As they come back to the line, Charlotte's got a huge lead here over the second, third and fourth group. Finn Penman and Hamilton Ray in the green helmet. Penman and Ray go through into second and third respectively, dropping Finn back to fourth and into the clutches of Talia Kittle and Max Chatton. So there's Ray in third spot, the green helmet, right behind Dom Penman as they come through the bottom part of the race circuit and back around to the start-finishing line. Kittle's up to fourth now, Finn dropping back to sixth, and Max Chatton up to P5. Chatton all over the back of Kittle as they work their way through the middle part of the race circuit. It's Talia, the 35 machine. Penman with the quickest lap of the race in second, but he's 3.4 seconds off your race lead. This is a battle for fourth spot. Currently held down by Talia Kittle. EOS chassis. So Chatton in the 63, trying to make his way through up another spot. Didn't get a good run into turn number 1 there. You saw him get it a little bit sideways. Charlotte Page leading the way. She's got a healthy advantage now over Dominic Penman, who's doing his best to try and close it. We're working lap number 5 here. There'll only be 3 to go now that they've crossed the line. Big battles going on further back there. So Chatton was able to get through on Kittle into 4th position. There he is in a 63 as Max. We'll come around to complete lap number 6. So there'll only be a couple to go here when they cross the line the next time. A lap counter not in sync with everything else here at the race circuit, that is, not on screen. It's certainly in sync. A terrific graphics package bringing you all the action with thanks to Simplex Elevators, Evo Heat and South Pacific Marine Group. So Page's lead's been cut down to 1.4 seconds by Dominic Penman. I don't think he's going to have the time, though, to really try and have a look at Charlotte. Says Chatton, still there in 4th spot, pulling away from Talia Kittle now. So last lap board, getting ready for your race leader. And Charlotte Page. Penman's closed it to 0.8 of a second now. Hamilton Ray still in 3rd spot. Fourth position still Chatton and Kittle, then Lesmes. Price and Moyes have got through on Page Yarwood. So there's Charlotte heading up toward the top turn for the final time. It's been a good drive from Dominic Penman in 2nd spot, but he'll run out of time, I think, here as the checkered flag starts to be unpacked for Charlotte Page as she comes out of the final turn onto the front straightaway and will open her KA3 Senior account here this morning with the win over Dominic Penman. Charlotte making a move up to seniors. Hamilton Ray there in 3rd spot, then Chatton, followed by Kittle. Then it's Lesmes waiting on now for Price and Moyes, Yarwood and Finn to round out our finishers. Here comes Ronan Finn in the 26 to round things off and complete our KA3 Senior field for their first heat race here this morning. Coming up next will be Tag Restricted Medium as we go to a short break. The circuit for tag restricted medium. Trent Harder's on the pole in the 93. Sam Miss in the 8 on the outside front row. Then Scotty Jordan, the 41, the 47 of Sam Tollesep. Then it's Josh Goddard, the 19, the 54 of Brad Cox. Zach King, double duty for him this weekend at a 7 in the 97. And the 56 of Pete Sattler. Then it's Gabriel Goodchild, the 4. Carl Wegner, the 38, and David Vogel, the 66. Set for a start of the rest of the field. Down to turn number 1 they go. 8 laps on the board. And we are underway in this one. All through that first turn, no problem. And everyone just getting themselves into their race rhythm in the early stages. On lap number 1 now, through the Electro and out of RHQ they go. That big snake of competitors goes through the Fishhook Video Pro corner. Then up to the top turn. So number 93 of your pole sitter, Trent Harders, who leads the way as they come to the line to end their first lap. Harders from Misson, then Jordan. Then it's Cox, followed by Goddard. Then it's King, Goodchild, Tollesep, then Vogel. Sebi De Salvo dropping right back to 17th position in all of that. Or once had a shocker at turn 1, lost all sorts of ground. It has dropped out of the group. But Harders in the 93 there in the orange helmet, leading the way over Sam Misson in the 8 in second position. They've got a fair margin then over Scott Jordan in the 41 in third. Battles on for 4th spot there. I think that might be King who's made his way forward. Indeed it is, and he's up another position now. Here's Zach King. Across the line they go. King up to 4th. David Vogel it was that had a problem. Sorry, Sam Tollesep it was. Had a problem at turn number 1. There's a gap from 1st to 2nd. Bit of a battle starting to form for 3rd position out there now. Carter's lead just over a second. King having a look for 3rd. Battles on for 3rd and 4th between Jordan and King now as they cross the line. King's up to 3rd with Jordan on his tail. Oh, Jordan gets it high, wide and handsome through there, which allows Goddard, Cox and Goodchild to close in and make that a battle in 4 for 4th. Here in tag restricted medium, Jordan's lost 1, make that 2. Almost 3 spots. Just that momentum shift, and that's exactly what happens. As Harders has opened the gap up to 1.4 seconds now at the front. He's got half the back straightaway to his advantage over Sam Misson. Here's the battle pack about to come past us on the front straightaway. Goddard's got himself up to 4th spot in front of Cox and Jordan, then Goddard and Goodchild. There's Goddard, the red and white Birrell Art Kart. Behind him is Cox and Jordan and Matt Goddard, then Gabriel Goodchild. So that's how the order sits at the moment, with Harders in the lead by 1.6 seconds up the front, working lap number 5. So we are past that halfway point in this one. Our 8th race of the day. Goddard and Goodchild got through on Jordan that lap, and then Shislowski has got through on Sattler for 9th. Sebi De Salvo has moved his way up to 12th position. after being at the back of the field early on in this one. There's Goddard on screen at the minute. In fourth position, that being Josh in that number 19 machine. Right behind him is Brad Cox, the 54. As we've got just 2 laps to go now. King with the quickest lap of the race. So he's closed into the rear of Misson. So there's Misson. He's in second position. King, the quickest driver in the black helmet, trying to close in on him. He'll have one more lap to go as they come through the bottom part of the circuit now into Howard's concreting. And King just rapidly closing in on the tail of Sam Misson as they cross the line. With 1 to go now. Goddard in a fairly comfortable 4th spot over Matt Goddard, who's managed to get through on Cox that time through. So can King do anything here on Misson on the final circulation? Up through Autobahn goes your race leader for the final time, and this group battling it out for second and third. Will King get a run down the backstretch? Misson had a peek over his shoulder. King not close enough there. He gets very hard under brakes, does Zach King. Meantime, checkered flag at the ready, and Harders gets the job done. Second place in the end goes to Misson, only just over King. Then it was Josh getting the better of Matt Goddard, then Cox, followed by Goodchild, Jordan, Chislowski. Then it's Pete Sattler. Oh no, Sebastian DeSalvo gets you on Pete Sattler on the last lap. Then Voigt, followed by Wegner. Then waiting now for Vogel to come through. Then Waldron and Miller to round out your finishes in that one. But it was Trent Harders who got the win by 1.7 seconds. We'll take a break and be back with KA3 Junior Heavy.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
So we're back at Ipswich, and KA3 Junior Heavy is out on circuit for their opening race. Hudson Lippiat on a pole of 66. Ryan Webster, the 22. Next row, they're going to be Jai Flynn in a 10 and a 6, a Buster Bailey. Tyler Tilmuth in the 97, and Will Carmichael, the 23. Maxie Southgate, Harrison Lippiat, the 51. Then Tyson McGill, August Howard, Leo Liu, Aidan Tunnicliffe, Zane Chapman. And our starter wasn't too happy with the alignment as they come to the line. So they'll give them another lap before we get them underway. 8 on the board, of course. Uh-oh. One's decided to go the long way around, being Ryan Webster, due to start on the front row of the grid. And he's going to go the very long way around. So I'd say he's just cost himself. I know he's decided to join up here. Getting set for a start now. We're away. Down to turn number 1 they go. Problem there for the 21 of Chapman. First lap of 8. And it's Buster Bailey leading the way through there. So down a short straightaway to Video Pro. Looks like a new go-kart for Buster coming into the weekend. Flynn on the move here, looking to get into second spot. Up the inside, and he moves up to P2. Does Jai Flynn in the number 10 as they come to the line now. It's Bailey letting over Flynn and Carmichael. Lippiat, then Tilmouth, then Soward, followed by McGill, then Lippiat, followed by Liu, McMinn, I should say, Tunnicliffe and Southgate, with Chapman and Webster not taking part, although Webster is out there, is not showing up on our timing screen. Bailey now under pressure, more than under pressure. He's dropped back to second to Jai Flynn, who takes a lead as they head up toward the top part of the race circuit. And we've got a race in 4 as Carmichael and Hudson Lippiat have closed right in. Round to the start straight. Bailey under pressure from the 23 of Carmichael. Side by side. Shuts the door. Unable to get through. So Bailey's still holding down the second spot at the moment. Fourth spot is Hudson Lippiat. So try and open the door on Buster Bailey here as Jai Flynn just takes off in the CXR number 10. Up to Autobahn corner they run. Up the inside now goes Carmichael. 2 second position. Down the back straight away. And your driver in 4th there, Hudson Lippiat, having a look at Buster Bailey now as well. Hudson to 3rd. Bailey in 4th. Tyson McGill down in 5th, the quickest driver on the track at the minute. McGill up to 4th, having got past Bailey down at turn number 1. So not sure if Buster ran wide down through there. But McGill was right there with him as they cross the line. Through the left-hander goes this little group. McGill, he's on the back of Hudson Lippiat now. He is on the charge in the 36 and makes up another spot now. To the line. Flynn's lead, 1.6 seconds. McGill makes 2 passes and sets the quickest lap of 49.591. So Tyson, he is on the charge. And the next one on his shopping list will be Will Carmichael in the number 23 as they go through the right-hander now. 49.591. Quickest lap for Tyson McGill, the quickest lap of anybody out there, as he starts to close in on the tail of Will Carmichael as they go down the back stretch. Up the front, Flynn's lead, 1.6 seconds. It's been like that for some time. He's also into the 49s now, is Jai Flynn. New quickest lap for him at 49.590. McGill on the hammer of Carmichael now. Two white helmets, McGill in the all-blue machine. Carmichael in the arrow chassis in front of him. And the number 3, that being Aidan Tunnicliffe, pulls out of this one. Fortunate for Aidan, one of our P-platers. Early stages of his career. So McGill trying to close in on the back of Carmichael, who gets down over the steering wheel to maximise his aero effect. Flynn's opened that lead out to 2.1 seconds now over Carmichael. So McGill right there with him. Unable to effect a pass at this stage. Let's have a look and see what he's like when he gets to the hard braking spots on the racetrack that are about to come up through Video Pro. They go. So can McGill have a go here? Not close enough this time by. This will be the end of lap number 7. So they'll get the last lap board when they come to the line this time. Flynn leading by 2.1 seconds now. Over the line he goes. Then it's Carmichael, McGill, then Lippiat. That being Hudson. Now McGill's a bit closer. Can he set him up for a pass here? Through the mid part of the race circuit they go. Nose to tail stuff. Now, McGill has a look there at Electrode, not a place where you'd expect a pass. So he's not close enough to have a look at Autobahner's Tyson McGill. Let's have a look and see what he can do at the end of the backstretch this time, as Jai Flynn is on his way to get another race victory here this morning to kick his day off in a fine fashion. And Will Carmichael is going to hold on to second spot over Tyson McGill, who started further down the order. Then it's Hudson Lippiat, then Buster Bailey, August Soward gets through, and Tyler Tillmouth on the last lap. Then Lippiat home in 8th spot. Waiting on now for Southgate and Liu and the rest to come through. A couple not showing up on the timing screen. There was a 22 coming through there of Webster. Then Southgate home in the 7th in 9th spot. Or 10th spot, I should say. Then Liu to round off your finishes. That was KA3 Junior Heavy. We've got Tag Light and Open Performance to come up once we return from this break.
And sit down.
So we're back at Ipswich and we've got a couple of races on track all at the one time, but separate races out there. Tag Light and DD2 in Tag Light, which is the first group that you'll see. It's Daniel Brown, the 37, Brady Norris, the 96, and Michael Janis. Jack Wells in a 26 out of 4, then Geordie Slater, then Max Walton, Trent Newton, and Byron Burns in DD2. Adam Wood, the 21, will have Scott Cleveland alongside him. Then Jason Smith, John Heath, Steph Duffy, and the only open performance out there is Dan Hutchinson in the 8. Set for a start, 8 on the board, away. So Tag Light running down through the first turn. And they're all through there cleanly and underway. Then we've got the DD2s underway now. They go down into the first turn without problem. It's Jack Wells who leads the way in the Tag Light category. Scotty Cleveland leading the way in DD2. In fact, he's not. It's Woody. It's Adam Wood leading in that one. But there's Wells, the 26 machine. Leads him around to complete the first lap. Norris in second, then Walton, followed by Brown, Slater, Newton, Janis and Burns. Then here's Adam Wood. He's got a great start there as Woody. He's got a huge lead over the rest of the field. Cleveland under attack there from Jason Smith. Meantime, battle for second. Max Walton, fresh from winning 2 classes at the Australian Championship Round last weekend. He had a great weekend, bookending his year with final victories in the start and finish of X30. Won KA3 as well. Ooh, a bit going on the exit of the final turn. Geordie Slater dropping down the order a bit. Still going on there on the exit of turn number 1. So everyone at it. The early stages of heat number 1 here. Good battle. It's a race for third spot. Headed up by Brown with Norris, Newton and Slater all in there as well. Slater trying to recover after losing some ground coming onto the front straightaway the last time. There's the 46 machine up the inside of Newton. So he's up into third spot now. So Trent Newton moves to third as they come to the line. Across the line they go. The new order, Wells, Walton, Newton, Norris, Slater, then Brown, Janis and Birds. Adam Wood with a massive lead in DD2. He leads away over Jason Smith, then Scott Cleveland, then Hutchinson, then Steph Duffy and John Heath. Up the front, Jack Wells lead 9/10 of a second. However, Max Walton the quickest on circuit. There is Wood. If you like the graphics that you can see on the screen, Adam actually designed those graphics on behalf of us here at Ipswich Kart Club. It's been adopted by Karting Australia for their events as well. As now Walton goes even quicker. He's now 6/10 of a second behind Jack Wells. It was a 47.002 that time, playing a 47.253 for Wells. So we'll have a race up the front as Wood comes around to complete his 4th lap. He's halfway home in the DD2 portion of this race. One's had a problem at the top turn and is off to the side of the racetrack. Pulls it out of harm's way. That's Byron Burns, I think. As Walton now started to close in on the back of Jack Wells. Really has closed that gap. It was 6/10 of a second. Let's have a look and see what it is this time. Down to 0.458. Janis has got through on Brown for 6th. Compared to where they were a lap or two ago, it's quite spread out there at the moment as we work lap number 6. What's happened to Walton there? He's lost a bit of ground. So he was starting to close in on the rear of Jack Wells. The lead was 0.458. It's a lot bigger than that now as they come to the line. It's now at 2.8 seconds, so there's been a mistake out there for Max Walton. He's lost all ground. Off the back of Wells, he's almost leaving himself open to Trent Newton to close that gap here. There's Newton with Slater behind him. Slater starting to push on. He's in 4th position. Another one goes off at the Autobahn corner. Into lap number 6, 2 to go. Adam Wood still leading DD2. So Wells goes through to get the last lap board. Walton through in 2nd spot. Newton still in 3rd with Slater on his tail. Then it's Norris, followed by Janison Brown as they come charging on through. Brady Norris not quite with the pace here this morning. So there's your race leader, Jack Wells, 2.8 seconds up the road on Max Walton. Wood goes through to start his last lap in DD2. So Wells at the end of the back straight away as he comes around, and he will complete the race win in this one as Jack Wells. Good drive. 2nd spot will go to Max Walton at the end of that. Then it was Trent Newton. No, sorry, Geordie Slater got through on Trent Newton at the last there. Then Norris, followed by Janison Brown. Waiting on now for Wood to come to the line. And Adam Wood will bring them around to win at DD2 quite comfortably over Scott Cleveland, then Smith, then Hutchinson. The only open performance out there. Then Duffy and Keith to complete your race finishes. We'll take a short break. We've got a couple to clean up. Be back with Cadet 9 fairly soon. So welcome back to Ipswich. Cadet 9 on circuit. Chicago Bailey, she'll start on pole in an iron. Oscar Kozak, the 66, the outside front row. Fred Waddy and Frankie Madurak in the 71, the next row of the grid. Ricardo Johnson, the 50, and Oliver Flack, the 11 on row number 3. The 57 of Luke Robinson and the 7 of Kai Kanyaro on row number 4. Row 5 is Scarlett Mitrovic in the 25. Felix Sim in the 6, and Harry Lack, the number 99. Our youngest drivers here at Ipswich getting set for a start now. 8 on the board for them, we're away. Down to turn 1 they go. Oh, one getting very wide through that first turn. Losing that momentum. That'll certainly give the other drivers a bit of impetus there in the early stages of this one. Big moves coming for the race lead now and for second spot. Working their way down to Video Pro, lap number 1. Onto the backstretch for the first time. Hope you're enjoying all the action from here at Ipswich if you're tuning in at home. Coming to you live and free as they come around to complete the first lap. It'll be Johnson who leads them in a number 50 machine. Quite comfortably, it must be said, as the number 6 of Felix Sim goes up the inside of Madjurek to try and get himself into second spot and manages to do so. So Felix Sim on the charge, trying to close down on the back of Johnson now. Got a slight gap between the top 2 here. So go to Video Pro corner. Oh, a driver in 4th spot. Luke Robinson gets it a little wide through the Video Pro turn. Loses a bit of ground as they go down the back stretch now. Good battle forming for 3rd spot here between Madjurek, Robinson and Flack as they come to the line. Flack, in fact, getting up to 4th spot in the Tony Kart, right on the back of Madjurek now for 3rd position. With 3 of them nose to tail here as we work lap number 3. And up the inside goes Flack and moves into 3rd position. Sim starting to close in on Johnson. It was .777 the last time by between the 2 of them, but we're watching the battle for 3rd between Flack, Madjurek and Robinson. There's Flack in the 11 now. Comfortable 3rd spot. Robinson goes through on Madjurek for 4th. Up the front, Felix Sim just took half a second out of our race leader there to make it a battle in 2. So Sim right with Ricardo Johnson as they go through the electro corner. There's that gap from 1st to 2nd, as you can see. Sim here in the number 6, really closed down onto the rear of Ricardo Johnson. As they come to the line, this will be the end of the 4th lap, so still 4 to go. Sim right on the tail of your race leader now. The race is on here as we work lap number 5. Through electro corner, can Sim set him up here for a pass either at this corner or at the end of the back stretch? Let's wait and see. Didn't get a great run, did Sim just there. Let's have a look at the exit of Autobahn now as they come down the back stretch. He's got a good run going. Can he have a look at the hairpin? Yes, he can. He'll have the inside line. Well, Felix Sim gets it done. Johnson can't really do anything about the number 6 there at the moment as they come back to the start line to end lap number 5. New race leader. But for how much longer? Because Johnson has picked it up as they go into turn 1. Robinson's got through on Flack as well for 3rd. With Madjurek still 5th, then Lack, I should say, in 6th spot. Then Waddy and Mitrovic. The only runners still out there. But watch this battle between Sim and Johnson. Johnson back to the lead now in the 50. Sim unable to effect a pass there as they go to the top. Sim's got a run on Johnson and the inside line. Goes through there. Across the line they go now. Sim and Johnson, nose to tail, 2 remaining in this one. The 57 of Robinson still third, followed by Flack, then Majurek and Lack and Waddy and Mitrovic out there. So Ricardo Johnson still got time if he wants to try and get back past Felix Sim as they go through Video Pro. It was at the end of the backstretch the last time that Sim got through on Johnson. Can he repeat the dose here? Down the back straightaway they go. No door open at this stage for Ricardo Johnson, but they've got 1 to go as they come to the start line. The TGR number 6 of Felix Sim leads. Oh, Johnson goes for the big move at turn 1. Gets it done too. So Ricardo Johnson moves into the race lead now on the final lap. Can Sim fight back here? Let's have a look at it. Out of RHQ they head. Still on for third between Robinson and Flack 2, as now Sim goes back up the inside. So terrific racing from this pair as they head up to the Autobahn corner. Johnson back to the race lead now. How many more changes of the lead are we going to see? Will Sim have a go at the end of the back straightaway? You bet he will. All but had to get on the picks there. However, checkered flag at the ready. Sim's going to try and go the long way around. That's not going to work through there. And Ricardo Johnson, he leads away, comes around, and he will get a great race win over Felix Sim. Then into third position will be the 57 of Robinson over Flack. Then it's Majurek, followed by Lack in the 99. Waiting now on our 7th place campaigner, which will be the 25 of Scarlett Mitrovic, who punches the air over Fred Waddy. That completes Cadet 9. Tag Restricted Masters coming up once we take a short break.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
So we're back, and here at Ipswich to end our opening round of heats. Our 12th race of the morning will be Tag Restricted Masters. They hit the circuit. Steve Johns in a 47 to be on pole. Carl Davison to 33, the outside front row. Rabbi Aaron Rob Jones out of 3 in a 22, and Peter Fletcher the 88. Next row of the grid, Linus Brown in a 44, Matt Donnelly to 61. Row 4, the 79 of Mark Brogan and Clinton Hicks in a 21. Then it's Alan Mays in the 60, Mark Robinson in the 18, Mick Robinson to 23, then Brad Garrity, Paul Wilmot, Gavin Soward, Adrian Godfrey, Adam Carter and Tim Lemon set for a start, and not quite at that juncture. Number 10 of Garrity just taking his place there. Started being a bit tough on starts this morning. We'll go straight into our second round of heats after this one. We'll flip the order, the starting order from Heat 1. It's all randomly drawn ahead of proceedings this morning. Set for a start, Johnson Davison off the front row. And we're away. Good start from Rab Jones from the second row in the 22. Trying to get onto it, gets into second position now. Oh, two have come together toward the back there. It's an unfortunate way to get things underway in your first heat of the day. Rab Jones going with your leader off the line. And that is the 47 of Steve Johns who leads away. Down the back straight away they go. Rab Jones going to the lead. To come around to complete lap number 1, it'll be Rab Jones that leads over Johns. Next one through is Carl Davison, then Peter Fletcher to 4th. Matthew Donnelly, then Mays, then Brown, followed by Mick Robinson. Paul Wilmot, Brogan. Then Robinson, Soward, Garrity, Godfrey, Carter, Hicks and Lemon. That's the order as they sit at the minute. Rab Jones starting to establish a lead already out there. Oh, big move coming. That being for third position. That was Fletcher on Davison there. So go down the back stretch. Runs it a bit wide. Does Fletcher. She'll allow Davison to close back in. In fact, that was Matthew Donnelly. Apologies. So Fletcher's dropped to 6. Matt Donnelly has got himself up to third spot in the 61. So apologies for that one as we correct it. Davison down to 4th. Then Mays up to 5th spot in front of Fletcher. Then it's Robinson being Mick in front of Mark Robinson. Then Wilmot. Then Linus Brown rounds out your top 10 as they sit right now. Rab Jones lead 2 seconds in this tag restricted category. Of course, same as what you see in the tag categories, but with a restrictor on it to reduce the amount of power that our drivers have at their discretion. There's Matt Donnelly in front of Davison, who's got Mays all over the tail of him as they work their way back around to complete lap number 2. No, lap number 3, I should say. Oh, one's lost it all on his own accord down at turn number 1. In fact, was that Rab Jones? No, it wasn't. Similar helmet and colouring down there. Gavin Soward, in fact, it was. So an unusual mistake there from Gavin Soward to do that all on his own. On the way into turn number 1. So Rabby leads them down the back stretch there. Battle for 4th and 5th between Davison and Mays here on screen at the moment. Davison in the 33 machine holds on to it. Gee, good battle going on here. 4th, 5th and 6th. Headed up by the 33 of Davison with Mays and Mick Robinson right on their hammer as well as they work their way through. 4th, 5th and 6th. Slightly behind them in 7th is Mark Robinson, who's been having a battle with Peter Fletcher. We're on lap number 5 at the moment. Mays having a look at the tail of the 33. Not presenting itself at the moment. Mick Robinson right there holding a watching brief in the 23 machine as they cross the line to complete lap number 5. Rab Jones up the front, still comfortably in front. 6 seconds now over Steve Johns. Matthew Donnelly, a comfortable 3rd spot. And then this lot, there's 3 of us. The major battle on the circuit between Davison, Mays and Robinson. Who's going to blink first here as we work lap number 6? There'll only be 2 to go, and indeed, Mays decides to go for the move and takes Mick Robinson with him. He goes up the inside in the Cosmic Kart and goes up to 5th placing as they come back around to complete lap number 6. Rab Jones sets a new quickest lap of the race up the front of 50.410. Once we're done with this race, we'll be straight into our second round of heats. Great to have your company with thanks to Simplex Elevators, Evo Heat and South Pacific Marine Group this morning. Big weekend, of course, from the team at Evo Heat last weekend. Isaac McNeil winning both Junior Australian Championships, becoming the first driver to do so. It's now Davison. He's going defensive here as they go down the back straightaway. Robinson right behind Davison here. Matthew Donnelly. And he's right on the tail of Steve Johns for second position. So Johns in the 47 kart. He's the first kart on screen. With the 61 of Donnelly right behind him. Rab Jones on his way home here. The battle for second's not over and done with. Up the inside goes Donnelly and into second spot. Onto the back straightaway. Meantime, Rab Jones comes out of the final turn and gets a checkered flag. As this battle continues on, Donnelly's got the advantage at the moment in second, and he will get that second position over Steve Johns. Then it's Mays, followed by Mick Robinson and Carl Davison, Mark Robinson. Next one through will be Peter Fletcher, then Brogan, followed by Wilmot, then Garrity, then Brown, Soward, waiting on Hicks to come through is the next one in the lineup. Through they go, so then it's Hicks, Lemon, Carter, then Godfrey to round out your finishes. That completes our first round of heats. Aaron Rab Jones getting tag restricted masters done. We'll take a break and be back soon. So, welcome back. We're getting set for our second round of heats with KA3 Junior Light on track. Gabriel O'Kayam to start on the pole. Declan Hicks the outside front row, the 91. Angus Hare and Charlie Cronin the next row. And Levi Giselle and Lana Flack out of position 6. Ryan Reid and Nate Thompson the next row of the grid. Then Annabelle Kennedy and Henry Stratford. Big field as always. We're good to go for 8 laps as they go down to turn number 1. Can they all get through there cleanly? That is the question. And the answer would be yes. So, all well and truly underway here in this KA3 Junior Light. O'Kayam it is. Oh, geez, we've had half the field that has decided to go bush. About half a dozen karts decided to go across the grass there. That wasn't exactly ideal. No problems up the front for O'Kayam. Down the back stretch they go now. Flack into P4. And it's really tightening up at the front as they come to the line to complete lap number 1. O'Kayam leads away over Declan Hicks, and it's Charlie Cronin, followed by Lana Flack in 4th, then Reid up to 5th, front of Hare, then Docell, then Kennedy, Thompson and Stratford rounds out your top 10. Flack in 4th position, really putting Charlie Cronin to the sword at the moment. Has a look at Video Pro and goes through, takes Ryan Reid with her, or does she? Reid side by side with Cronin. Cronin holds on to 4th spot. Reid will have to have another look here as they go down the back straight away. Reid moving over to, the looks of things, Empire Kart Sport. And through the Howard's concreting corner. Oh, Cronin under attack there from Angus Hare as they cross the line now. Annabelle Kennedy pushing on into turn number 1. Behind Levi Docell right on his hammer. Docell was the advantage, got the advantage, whereas Annabelle couldn't at that stage. Kime still leads away over Hicks with Flack. Now she goes to 2nd spot. So Lana, last weekend had the team from more than equal in the UK out to be with her at the Australian Kart Championship Round. It's good to catch up with those guys. Jai Flynn in 17th, quickest lap of the race. Of course, we flipped the order from heat number 1 as they come around to complete the 3rd lap. O'Kayam it is who leads the way, but look out, because here comes Lana side by side. Down through turn number 1 they charge. And Lana has to go the long way, but she gets it done eventually with a switch back on the exit of 2. And she leads the way now. Then Ryan Reid, he pushed on for 2nd. O'Kayam was able to fight back. Then Hicks has closed up the back as Giselle tries to make a pass. The 11 is the quickest on circuit at the moment. Up to the top turn they run. Lana trying to pull away, and 3 of them have come together toward the rear at the bottom of your screen there. And they're out of commission, 2 or at least out of commission in this one. As Flack leads them back around to the start, finishing straight. Here's a battle for 2nd. There's 4 of them involved now. The Empire number 3 of Ryan Reid has got O'Kayam, Docell and Hicks right behind, with Henry Stratford in 6th spot, setting the quickest lap of the race, trying to close in on this battle. It's a 49.151. That's a blistering lap time there from Stratford into 42. So onto the back straight away goes Lana Flack now. She's opened that gap out. It was 0.699 the last time they went by. Let's have a look and see what it is this time, if Reid has been able to make any effect on it. Certainly looks like he has. This is the end of lap number 5. And it's down to 0.441. So Reid's halved the lead that Lana Flack's got out there at the moment and continues to punch on as Stratford goes quicker again down in 6th spot. And in the Kart Republic, he'll be on the tail of Declan Hicks in no time whatsoever. So we're going to have a race in 6 here fairly shortly as we're working lap number 6. There'll only be 2 to go when they come to the line the next time. as Reed starting to close in on the back of Flack now. Through the Autobahn corner they charge. Then onto the back straightaway. Lana getting right down over the steering wheel. Of course, took a third consecutive Australian Ladies Trophy last weekend as well. A tight run thing that was. As they come to the line again. 0.185 the gap between the two of them now. So Reed should be in striking distance this lap. You get the feeling in that number 3 for Empire Kart Sport. They'll have lap traffic coming into play as well fairly shortly as they go through the Electro Industries corner. Reed right on the tail of Flack. Can he get a run up to the top turn? Sana really trying to maximise the aerodynamic impact as she goes down that back straightaway. She'll have an interesting starting position for heat number 3, you get the feeling. And after this, Jai Flynn up to 8th spot. He'll be close to securing himself the pole position for the final. Tyson McGill going with him. Oh, further back, one getting a whole heap of ripple strip while effecting a pass on Charlie Cronin. He had 2 wheels up in the air. As now Flack's dropped. They try and get around the lapper. And Flack's been able to place a lap cart between herself and Reed as he gets out of the way and lets them go. That was nice driving there from Lana Flack, utilising the lap cart to her advantage. Down towards the... Oh, they've come together. And Reed gets into the back of Flack at the hairpin. But that's opened it right up there for Stratford. Be laughing under the helmet as he takes the win over Gabriel O'Coyam. Then it's Stocell, followed by Hicks and Rule, Jai Flynn. Then it was McGill, followed by Reed. Then Campbell up to 9th, then McCarley. Then it was Kennedy, Jensen, Hilda. Johnny Wright in 14th, Camalocker 15th. Then it was Hare, Thompson as Lana goes through and completes that. But she is well down the order after leading into the last lap. Our officials will no doubt be having a bit of a look at that one. We are going to take a break here. We've got a couple to clean up, so we'll be back once we clean them all up and continue racing here at Ipswich.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
Welcome back to Ipswich, and thank you to the team at South Pacific Marine Group for assisting us to bring you all the action from today's event here, our September Club Day at Ipswich. Matt Payne bringing you all the action as Tag Restricted Light Heat 2 hits the track. We've flipped the order from the starting grid in heat number 1, and Thomas Williams starts on the pole in the 35. Will Hammond the 33, the outside front. Then it's Nick Zimmerman in the 53, Darren Tuller the 63, Jake Chazowski the 75, Jack DeSel, Manzano and the rest of them. And we are underway for 8 laps here in this one as they go down to turn number 1. One decides to go bush and rejoins without hitting anything, but losing a whole heap of positions. So that was unfortunate. But we are underway here in this one as they come out of Electro, then through RHQ. Williams, it appears to be, that's got the lead as they go up to the top turn. Here on lap number 1. 8 laps on the board, as always, in our heat races here. Down through the hairpin. Everyone's still getting themselves settled down into their race order, and then they can start to really get on with it as they cross the line. Williams it is, leading the way over Chazowski. Then Docell, followed by Hammond, then Manzano. Billy Whittaker in the 24, Mullins and Zimmerman, Briggs, Quez Sales, Gertz. Then it's Mortensen, Furlonger, Bowden and Keys. Williams leading the way over Chazowski at the moment. Everyone's starting to just get into a single line formation and getting themselves up to speed. Of course, the temperature on the engine starting to get up, the temperature and grip on the tyres starting to get up as well as they cross the line. Williams, Chazowski, then it's Docell, one drop right down the order, that's Will Hammond. Started on the front row in the 33, he's dropped back to 12th. Manzano's up to 4th spot in front of Whittaker and Zimmerman, and then it's Briggs. It's this tight little battle here. Works its way through. It's a battle for 5th position, currently headed up by Whittaker, with Zimmerman trying to close in the 86. Briggs and Mullins and Mortensen and Quez Sales rounding out your top 10 at the moment. So Williams starting to establish the advantage here as they come to the line. Robbie Mortensen's got all sorts going on behind him in the battle for 7th position as they come through. New fastest lap for Williams. There goes that group headed up by Mortensen in the 17. Temperature starting to rise here at Ipswich as well. It's nice and cool, 18 degrees when I arrived just before 8 o'clock to kick things off. Here's a battle for 3rd now. Docell in the 54 with Manzano in the white helmet right behind him. So they come to the line and try and close it down to Chazowski. Just started lap number 5. Mortensen down in 7th spot with the new quickest lap. It's Williams, Chazowski, Docell. Then Manzano, Whittaker, Briggs and Mortensen in 7th. Zimmerman, Mullins and Quez Sales is your top 10 as they sit at the moment. So big gap that Williams has got at the moment, a 1.6 second advantage over Chazowski. 3rd and 4th is the battle that you're watching at the moment between Docell and Manzano. Manzano unable to really close that gap down to Docell as they come to the line. Then they've got a slight gap over Billy Whittaker, who's pulled clear of Briggs, who's now got Robbie Mortensen for company as they go underneath us at turn number 1. Mortensen really showing some speed out there. He's the quickest driver on circuit and has been for a number of laps now. There he is in the number 17 machine. On screen at the minute is Robert Mortensen as he tries to close in on the back of Briggs, but he's got Zal Zimmerman coming up to the rear of him. Quest Sales has got up into 9th spot now. Williams lead out to 1.8. He pulled just over a tenth on Czeslowski that time by. There's Mortensen in the 17 machine. End of lap number 6 now for your race leader. New fastest lap for Czeslowski in second, a 48.967. The gap remains at 1.79 between first to second. 2 laps remaining. So Czeslowski finding some speed late in this one. He'll be happy with that heading toward heat number 3. Certainly not happy with being as far back as what he is at the moment. This is a battle for 11th and 12th between Mullins and Gotts in the number 20 machine. The 20 getting through there and up a position. You certainly can't miss the rear crash bar on that one as Williams crossed the line to start his final lap and does a quickest lap to boot, a 48.916. So round off the second heat for tag restricted light. Cadet 12.9 and P's up after this one as Williams heads up through the Autobahn corner for the final time and then down the back straightaway, the beautifully presented number 35. He's got the blue plates on, which means he's a state champion in this category. Just a couple of corners to go now for Thomas Williams to get the win and the second heat race. He gets it done easily over Czeslowski. Then it's Stosell, followed by Menzano, Billy James Whittaker. Then Briggs, Mortensen, Zimmerman, Kes Sales, Mullins, Gutz. Then Hammond, Scott, Vandenbroek home in 14th spot. Then Ramali. Then it'll be Keys, followed by Furlonger. Then Karuna Ratner, Tully, and waiting on the remainder of them to come through. Duncan, I'm not quite sure what happened to Bowden there on the last lap, but he dropped back down the order. But Thomas Williams gets it done. We'll take a break and be back shortly with our Cadet 9 and 12 P-platers. Welcome back to Ipswich. Cadet 9 and 12 P-platers are on the racetrack for their second heat. Connor O'Hare to start on the pole in the number 11 to 13. Is Sebastian Woodrow, Noah Curry the 4, then Brock McGill in the 5. Rob Hackwood, our heat 1 winner, out of 5 in the 12. Then it's Aubrey Yendall in the 9, Riley Smith, Vinnie Misson in the 7, Alexander Podmore the 20, Lucas Shepley the 56, the 88 of Jackson Podmore and Alfie Doyle. And we are underway for this heat race. Our youngsters just getting their start in kart racing as they go down through turn number 1 to kick things off. Nice even start. Oh, one's gone around at the back, but the rest of them are all underway without drama and all pretty even out there at the moment. So working their way around to complete the opening lap. And it's Connor O'Hare who leads the way over Sebastian Woodrow. Rob Hackwood up to 3rd, so he's having a good day at the races. Here's Hackwood. Moved his way up the order in the Cadet 12s and the Cadet 9s. Jackson Podmore leading the way in the 88. 6 on circuit at the moment. Oh, high, wide and handsome. And doing a bit of lawn mowing work there to save our team was Rob Hackwood. He certainly hacked at the grass there on the way through. O'Hare had a 1 second lead the last time through to kick things off. 6 laps on the board for these guys and girls. There's Sebastian Woodrow in the 13, sitting in 2nd position. Of course, what we've done here is spread our youngsters out of the main group to give them the opportunity to learn how to go racing before we put them into the main group proper. All of these drivers being observed by our officials to get those required signatures. We've had one that's gone off over the back part of the race circuit. Everyone pretty well spread out at the moment. One's spun around in the middle of the circuit. So Woodrow with the new quickest lap of the race there on lap number 2 as they go down the back straightaway now. Halfway there for Connor O'Hare. Sebastian Woodrow through. Then there's a huge gap back then. Podmore's moved up. We've lost Hackwood. He might be in the middle there somewhere. Podmore, Jackson that is, moves up to 3rd in the 88. Noah Curry into 4th. Then McGill, Misson. Shepley and Yendall goes through. No, we've definitely lost Hackwood. So a bit of action going on here as they work their way up to the Autobahn corner. That would be Podmore, Curry and McGill, I believe. No, in fact, it's a bit further back than that, and we've had a crash at the top part of the race circuit. It's all happening out there in Cadet 9 and 12 P-platers this morning. Another one's gone around. So could that be a leader O'Hare that's gone around there? Still 2 laps to go here. Let's track a little bit as to what's going on out on the circuit. 7 comes through. Still going. think that might be Woodrow, in fact, that's gone around and out of commission. So bad luck there. Across the line goes the 5 of McGill. Then that's your 11. That's Connor O'Hare going through to start the last lap. Now, Woodrow's still out there. So Woodrow's still kicking on. As they go through. So O'Hare has led from the pole and looks likely to come around and take the victory. Although Woodrow's putting in the big ones here on the final lap. Race leader with a bit of lap traffic gets through without issue on Brock McGill. So good driving by both of them. So down the backstretch they go for the final time. Got a few that are littered around this circuit, so we'll have to clean them up once this race finishes. Just waiting now on O'Hare to come through and get the checkered flag and the victory. Good stuff. The 5 comes through. Then it is Sebastian Woodrow coming home in second. Third spot then will be the 12. No, in fact, Hackwood was a lap down in 8th spot. Then the 88 comes through. That's Podmore waiting on now for Curry to come through in the 4. Then it'll be Lucas Shepley and Aubrey Yendall to complete our finishes in that. Our Cadet 9 and 12 P platers. We've got a couple to clean up. We'll take a break and be back soon.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
Shut up and sit down.
we're back here at Ipswich as Tag Heavy gets set to get underway for their second 8-lap heat races. We'll move to 10 laps for our third round of heats coming up a little bit later on. Zach King will start on the pole in a 97. Cameron Hope, the 88 out of 2. Next row of the grid's Harrison Fox, the 68. And Brent Redding, the 58, looking for a better run this time. Peter Hollings in the 42 out of 5. And Josh Dagg, the 39 from 6. Row number 4 is the 31 of Chris Williams and Will Marshall in the 17. Brock Plum, your heat 1 winner out of 9 and a 15. Then Jaden Geldard, John P. Merida, Leighton Smith and Brad McNaught were green. Down through turn 1 they go. Oh, one getting a bit sideways on the exit of the kink and losing a few spots there. But King it is who leads away in the number 97. So head up toward the Video Pro corner for the first time. Now onto the backstretch they go, trying to close down on King. It's one of the Power Republic drivers. Oh, big move from downtown to go up to third. That was Brock Plum in the 15. He was wasting a little time to try and get past Will Marshall, and Marshall just had to slot in behind him as they cross the line. Driver in second, not actually showing on our... In fact, it's King that hasn't come up on the screen. Josh Dagg it is in second spot, Brock Plum in third. Then it's Marshall. So a couple of transponder issues out there today, on and off. Down the back stretch goes King in the 97 machine. Dagg right behind him, then Plum. He's come to play today as Brock Plum. Of course, took out the first heat earlier on this morning. So King's still not showing up for some reason, but he's definitely in the lead out there at the moment as Brock Plum's closed right up onto the tail of Josh Dagg here. And will definitely be in a position to have a look as they come to the hard stop at Video Pro. King makes a mistake and gets it sideways as Plum goes to second. Marshall gets involved as well in that fourth spot. He wants to have a look through Autobahn. They go now. King recovered despite being almost 45 degrees to the racetrack. He's managed to extend the lead through the pass of Plum on Josh Dagg. But Plum will now set sail and really push on to get with Zach King as they come to the line. So Plum right there now with your race leader. Will he be able to repeat the dose here at Video Pro corner? Yes is the answer. New race leader. All side by side as they head up to Autobahn turn. Oh, Marshall. King decided to go on the inside and collided with Marshall, who was taking a position to try and get past him. Marshall, not a happy camper, remonstrating with the 97 as they come around to complete lap number 3 now. Make that lap number 4. 31 machine of Chris Williams. He's into 4th position out there at the moment. 4 laps down, Plum the quickest on circuit. A 48.789 that time. Up through the Video Pro turn they go. Plum with that comfortable lead now over Marshall. King under attack from Williams. Through the hairpin they come and out of Howard's now to on-site rental group corner. And across the line. With 3 to go, Plum leads them into Power Republic turn number 1. The new quickest lap for Plum, a 48.674. There's King in third position with Williams behind him, followed by Dag in the camo looking suit and Junpei Marita at the back of that group. So Junpei's made his way up the order in this one quite solidly. He's having a reasonable day too. Got a bit of impetus after racing over in Japan. Down the back straightaway they go. Two laps remaining now for Brock Plum up the front. Can visually see the gap that he's got back then to Will Marshall. Then you've got Zach King in the black helmet with Chris Williams right behind him. And Josh Dag holding a watching brief back there in fifth position as they come up towards the Video Pro turn. Plum looking very comfortable. He'll certainly have earned himself the pole position by virtue of 2 wins if he can hold on for another lap and a corner. He'll get the last lap board when he hits the straightaway. There's the battle for third place still. Now, can Williams do anything about Zach King in third? Down to turn 1 they go. Williams goes the title line through that first turn. Then out of Global Hub, turn number 2. Through RHQ. Checkered flag starting to be unfurled over there. Plum goes through Autobahn for the final time. Can Williams do anything about King here at the end of the back straightaway? Dag not close enough. He'll push on down through the hairpin. Can't do it. Meantime, Brock Plum comes around and your race leader becomes your race winner. Take the win. Second place to Will Marshall. And King holds on to third over Williams. Then it was Dag, followed by Marita. Then McNaught, followed by Geldard. Then Smith. Hollings. And King in there as well, of course. In at third spot, Cameron Hope crosses the line in 12th place. Or 11th place, I should say. So that completes our heat number 2 for Tag Heavy. We're going to take a break. Cadet 12 coming up soon.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
Thanks to the team at Simplex Elevators for assisting us in bringing you all the action this weekend from our September Club Day. Great to have you with us, whether you're watching us at the circuit or live online through the YouTube channel and at speedcafe.com as well. Aston Mills will start on a pole in this Cadet 12 race. In the 11, the 44 of Jax Fuller on the outside front row. Geordie Butler is the next one out there. Then it'll be Emery Stalin, Charles Newman, Knox Black, Jack Masiko, Daniel Janis, Adam Andrew Thompson and Jeremy Broadbent are away. Down to turn 1 they charge to get things underway in this one over the 8 laps. Big moves there. Mills it is, who leads away in the 11. He's got the best of the start so far. And through Video Pro, they kick things off. Up to Autobahn on lap number 1 here. Big move coming from the slipstream. And new race leader, that being the 22 of Geordie Butler, as they come to the start line. It's Butler leading from Mills, then it's a 15 machine of Charles Newman, Jax Fuller, then Flack, Masiko, Thompson, Haig, then it's Broadbent, Carson, Quintiliani, Stalin, Walton, then Janice, and Watts running at your top 15 as they sit at the moment. This group of 3 starting already to open up that slight gap. Butler, Mills and Newman. Fuller and Flack having their own race just behind this as they go through Video Pro corner. Now Butler trying to pull away from Mills, but Mills right on his tail as they go down the backstretch. He'll try and repeat the dose from the last lap. No, he can't there. But Newman's had a good run here in 3rd position. He's going to get a look on the run down to turn number 1. He got out of that hairpin quite nicely, whereas Mills kind of got bottled up a little bit behind Butler through there. Went a bit possibly deep under brakes, and that's cost him a little bit of time and momentum that's gone the way of Charles Newman here. So Newman on the back of Mills as they come towards the Video Pro turn. On lap number 3, he'll go to the high line, Will Newman, to try and come back underneath. Can't do it there, though, at the moment. He'll have to rethink on how he goes about that. Through Autobahn and onto the backstretch they run now. G. Mills has got a good run here. This is where he got it a little mixed up the last time. Can't do anything about Geordie Butler at the moment. Flack and Fuller, they're not too far away either. Well, certainly Flack is. He's right on the tail of our top 3 now. Is Alistair Flack, and he is the quickest out there. So Flack, he's part of this group now. That's how these Vortex Mini Rock motors tend to run. Such a momentum category that you can suddenly have a group in 3 that suddenly becomes a group in 4. Bit going on behind them too, with Thompson into the back of Fuller trying to make a move there. Couldn't quite get through at that point in time. As now Flack goes up to 3rd on the exit of the top turn. And they shoot down the back straight away on lap number 4 now. To the start line comes your race leader, Geordie Butler. That's about the biggest that we've seen the lead in this race so far, as we are at the halfway point. Look at this group that we've got here. That's the 6th backwards group. That's Jeremy Broadbent through Fuller, Masiko. Quintiliani's involved in that one, trying to come from the back of the field. Watson, Carson, throw Walton in the mix as well. So Flack trying to get onto the back of Aston Mills. There's this battle there. Quintiliani in the red helmet trying to catch up to the back of Masiko, but he's under attack from Watts in the 57. They go down through the bottom part of the race circuit. There's the 44 of Jax Fuller. He's got Quintiliani right on his hammer now. Oh, Flack goes to the race leader, turn number 1. So new race leader as Alistair Flack sets a new quickest lap and jumps himself into the lead. He's made 2 spots in the last 2 laps, and he's again another new quick lap at 53.606 that time, as we're working lap number 6 at the moment. Flack in attention, new leader there. For the first time since lap number 1, Geordie Butler hasn't led this race. Flack will want to try and pull away. Could this actually be a little bit of a spark in Geordie Butler It'll see him stage a late race run. Onto the start line they come now. So 2 laps remaining for Alistair Flack. He's got a 4/10 of a second advantage, and yet another new fastest lap. That's about 4 or 5 in a row that Alistair Flack has set the quickest lap of the race, a 53.521 that time. He certainly has plenty of pace. Was looking very strong last weekend in Melbourne at the 5th and final round of the SP Tools Australian Championships. Up to Autobahn they go. Butler really has no answer for the speed that Flack's showing at the moment down the backstretch. Then Newman's onto the back of Mills. He's kind of just been stuck there for the entire race as Charles Newman. Last lap board on display for Alistair Flack this time by as he comes to the line. 1 remaining now. Through he goes. Gaps out to .755 and it's a 53.399 that time for Alistair Flack. Michael Quintiliani up to 7th now. Charles Newman there in the black helmet trying to make his way through on Aston Mills into the top 3. A 4th would be a solid result for him as well. Going through Video Pro corner they go now for the final time. Checkered flag will be at the ready for Alistair Flack, who racks up another heat race victory as he comes down the back straightaway. Look at the lead that he's been able to open up. It's a huge lead that Flack's opened up here as he comes around, waiting on the checkers for Alistair Flack. He gets the job done. Second place goes then to Geordie Butler. Then it's Mills, followed by Newman. Then Thompson. Broadbent home in 6th spot, waiting on the next group to come through. Oh, what's happened to Quintiliani out there? He's dropped down the order. Oh, one's in a bit of distress out there. Broadbent, then it was Walton, Masiko, Fuller, Quintiliani home in 10th, then Carson, Marita, and Waddy, Smith, Stalin, Watkinson, Shea, Janison. Watts is a non-finisher out there. I'm assuming that Quintiliani dropping down the order. They were roughly at the same place on the race circuit. So we're going to take a break here at Ipswich. You're watching our September Club Day. We'll be back soon.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy. But that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators. Knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
And sit down.
And welcome back to Ipswich as 4SS Junior hits the track. Jack Dool to start on the pole in the 11, Jackson De Wong, the outside front row in the 13, Hamish Douglas out of 3, JD Chapman out of 4 in the 27, and Jackson Turner the 88, Hudson Lippiat, and Jack Dool showing up twice. But Jack Dool's definitely on the front row in the Ricardo kart. Bit of action been going on down at the Kodak Motorsport team this morning as we are underway for this 8-lap race. And down into the first turn they go for the first heat there. JD Chapman had a bead screw thread fail. Pretty crazy wheel swap. Well, they're basically on the grid. Then Jackson Turner had a wheel failure in the race. So bit of work going on down there at Kodak. JD new personal best lap time that last time through, as well as De Wong leads them down the back straightaway on this first lap. Across the line they come to complete their opening lap here. De Wong leading from Chapman, then it's Lippiat, followed by Dool, Turner and Douglas. So De Wong up the front, trying to pull away here on JD Chapman. JD stepping it up a gear this weekend. Across the line to complete their second lap. Of course, all these drivers utilising the 4-stroke engines as part of 4SS, the majority of them with the Turini motor strapped onto the side of it. It's an Australian engineered motor is the Turini. Is now Duong leads them down the backstretch. There is the second place driver in JD Chapman. JD having a good run going across. Had that little bit of drama. In fact, that's Lippiat there at the moment in the 51 machine as they come to the line. Lippiat getting through on JD Chapman that lap. JD has his teammate in Jackson Turner for company as they go down through turn at number 1. Then you've got the 2 Ricardo karts out there in Douglas and Dool at the back. So Douglas has lost some ground. He finished the first race in 3rd position. There's the 88 machine of Turner trying to recover from that wheel failure in the last race. And he's right there on the tail of JD Chapman as they go through. His teammate, of course, they don't want to collide with each other. Up to the top turn. Oh, geez, he got it nice and sideways through there. Did Jackson Turner, but managed to get the job done and move his way into 3rd position. Duong, no troubles for him out in front. He's miles in front at the moment. He's got 3 seconds up on Hudson Lippiat in 2nd. This battle continues on between the 2 Kodak Motorsport teammates. Currently going the way of Turner in the 88. But watch out for JD as they head up the backstretch. He'll have a look at him. Not close enough that time though. There's Duong, your race leader, working lap number 5 of his 8. Comfortably in front is Jackson Duong. A position that he's become fairly used to. Lippiat in 2nd. Still Turner, Chapman, Douglas and Dool. No change in the order that lap as we work lap number 6 now. These two have been pretty well locked together for the majority of the race in this battle for 3rd position that you're watching at the moment. Through the Video Pro corner. Geez, JD's got a good run here up to the Autobahn corner. Let's see what he can do. If he can get a run down the backstretch, he should be in position to have a look at Jackson. He does. No, has to pull it up. Duong crosses the line. His lead out to 3.9 seconds now over Lippiat. He's having a pretty lonely race in 2nd spot there. Then this group here. This is less than boring. These 2. And then the 2 behind them in Douglas and Dool. They're having a ding-dong battle as well. Through the corner goes Turner now. Look at JD Chapman down beyond the steering wheel. Here's the battle between Douglas and Dool for 5th and 6th position respectively. Small field but quality of 4SS here today. Jumping in the seat is Dool. This is very much a 4SS trait that we see from drivers just trying to get more out of their package. Duong now is on the way home. He's got a 4.5 second lead over Hudson Lippiat. He's absolutely spanked him out there this morning. Up to Autobahn he goes for the final time. Does Jackson Duong. You see him at the top of your screen there. That's the lead that he's got over Hudson Lippiat. You could see Lippiat coming through, but here's your man, Jackson Duong, with just a handful of corners to go. And he will get a convincing victory in this one aboard the number 13. That sets him up nicely for the final a bit later on today as he crosses the line. Second place goes to Lippiat. Then waiting now for the battle of the Kodaks, and it goes the way of Jackson Turner over JD Chapman, and Douglas holds out on duel. That completes our 4SS Junior second heat race. We'll take a very short break and be back soon.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
Shut up and sit down.
And back on circuit now here at Ipswich. You're watching our September Club Day. Trust you're enjoying all the action. KA3 Senior hits the circuit for their second heat race, and Dominic Penman will start on the pole. It'll be tough to toss from that front row starting spot. Matt Price in the 86 out of 2. Next row of the grid will be Paige Yarwood, the 69 and a 63 of Max Chatton. Bree Moyes and Hamilton Ray in the 82. Then it's the 22 of Charlotte Page and Lucas Lesmes in the 95. Ronan Finn, the 26, Talia Kittle, the 35. And off the back of the bus be Luca Goodchild. Certainly looking to get to a start this time, after not getting to the start the last time around. For away G3 wide, a couple of them there. Oh, we've had about 3/4 of the field have come together and gone around. Lesmes one of them, Ray one of them. And they're all out of harm's way. The majority of them able to continue on, but it's Penman who leads the way in that CXR number 10. Through the left-hander at Video Pro. Got up with Team Penman the other night in Melbourne. Out of Autobahn corner they go and onto the backstretch for the first time. Thanks to Simplex Elevators, Evo Heat and South Pacific Marine Group for their assistance as Charlotte Page pulls in her first ever senior race weekend. Matt Price into second spot. Then it's Chatton, followed by Lesmes Goodchild, Finn Kittle, Ray, Paige Yarwood with Charlotte Page out of commission. Bree Moyes, I think, might not be out there as well. It'll be the driver that's off to the side of the circuit there. So bad luck for Bree in that one as they work their way down the backstretch. Penman with a comfortable lead then over this battle between Price and Max Chatton, the second on screen there. So Lesmes into fourth. It's a shame it really spread the field, that incident at turn number one, as Penman does a new quickest lap of 49.953 for him. Just got the clear air in front of him, the familiar CXR number 10, number 70 I should say, of Dominic Penman leading the way up through Autobahn. Oh, bit going on here on the run down to turn number one. On the exit of the final turn, Chatton's picked up the pace here on Matthew Price in second, and he's right there on his hammer as they now start to get through the flip-flop area. Chatton trying to have a go at Price now. He'll try and set him up for a move on the exit of RHQ. Price has picked up the pace to go with him. Down to Video Pro Corner they go. Not close enough there, but they've got to watch out because Lesmes is looming. Price's JGM teammate starting to close the gap down on this pair here as they head down towards the hairpin now. Not much doing for Chatton at the moment. And look at the speed that Lesmes has got. Over the last couple of corners, he's come from the clouds to be right on the tail of this group in second to make it a gap, make it a race for second, third and fourth as they shoot down through turn number one. Dominic Penman's pulled well clear. He's 3.6 seconds up the road from this three. Lesmes driving the wheels off of the number 95 to get onto the back of Max Chatton here. Chatton will be getting frustrated because he would have liked to have got past Price because it's going to leave him a little vulnerable here to Lesmes as they go up through the Autobahn corner. Now let's see who gets a run down the long back straightaway. Lesmes got a great run here on Chatton. He's already going a little bit defensive on lap number 5 and he runs it wide at Howard's. And now here comes Lesmes right around the outside. What a move that was. Can he hold on to it though? That's the question. Side by side down to turn one. Yes, he can. Lesmes goes to third, I should say. Wasn't all that pretty into turn one. It was a bit squirrely, but he's managed to hold on to it. And it's Max Chatton who's now under the pump back there in fourth spot as Lesmes can start to keep an eye on Matty Price in front of him. There goes Penman through at the bottom of your screen. Now, there's your second place driver in Price with Lesmes right behind him. The two JGM drivers are in the mix there. So it's Penman, Price, Lesmes, then Chatton, then Goodchild, followed by Talia, Kittle, Ray, Finn and Yarwood. Good drive there from Luca Goodchild to get up to fifth spot on his P plates. One of our newer races here at Ipswich. And Lesmes got the pace here. He takes 0.4 of a second out of Matthew Price and should be on racing terms with him. I was going to say in a couple of corners, but it took a corner. And he's right there with him as they go through alley tracks. So the two white helmet drivers look very similar on circuit, of course, wearing the Jess Golding Motorsport colours. Up to the right-hander at the top of the hill. Not there's really a hill here, but you know what I mean. Down the backstretch they go now. Lesmes up the inside into 95. He goes to P2 on Matthew Price. Last lap now for Dominic Penman. A dominant performance for this youngster. Chatton's caught up to the back of Price now, with Lesmes having made the move into second position. Lesmes pulling away now. Can Chatton get through on Price? He's been chasing him down for the entire race. Oh, he makes a slight mistake there. There's Max Chatton. So Penman, he is on the back stretch on the way home. Everything else looks like it's pretty well settled down. Certainly this battle in 3 has spread right out. Talia Kittle still in 5th spot. As to the line comes Dominic Penman to take a solid victory. 2nd place, having fought back after being involved in a turn 1 crash, is Lucas Lesmes. Then Matthew Price in 3rd, followed by Max Chatham. Then it's Talia Kittle coming through in 5th spot, followed by Luca Goodchild. Then Hamilton Ray, who got caught up down there at turn number 1. It's waiting now for Paige Yarwood to come through and Ronan Finn to round out your finishes in KA3 Senior. We're going to take a break and be back with Tag Restricted Medium. And we're back here at Ipswich as we continue on. Beautiful weather conditions starting to warm up a little bit out there. Sebastian DeSalvo will start on the pole in his tag restricted medium heat 2 in the 7. Alan Shazowski the 25. Then it's Voigt, followed by Miller, then Goddard and Co. as we head down to turn number 1. Everyone through the first turn without problem. DeSalvo's dropped himself into 2nd spot there in the number 7 machine. Shazowski leading the way in a 25 out of RHQ they go for the first time. And Sebi keen to get on with it here. Oh, bit of a collision there at Video Pro to kick things off. Everyone coming to play here today. Of course, Club Championship points up for grabs here as DeSalvo having a look for the race lead down the inside. And he will take the race lead now. So new race leader at the end of the backstretch. Working our way back around 2 and lap number 1. It's DeSalvo over Chisowski, then Voigt, Goddard up to 4th. Then King, then Vogel. Then Miller, Goddard, Wegner. Then it's Hard as Goodchild, Cox, Sattler, Jordan, Misson and Waldron. Tolisep didn't seem to come through there in the 47. So DeSalvo trying to pull away here. Voigt in 3rd position. He's got Matt Goddard, King and Vogel on his tail. So a battle in 4 for 3rd spot as they hit the backstretch. DeSalvo trying to pull away here. And a move coming for 3rd placing. That was Matt Goddard getting up the inside there on Justin Voigt. King trying to take advantage, couldn't do so at this point in time. Voigt under attack here from King, who's got Vogel on his tail as they come through the flip-flop for Revolution race gear. Geez, a bit going on toward the back as well. Geez, about 6 or 7 of them involved in that battle. Plenty of side-by-side action going on as they work their way down the short straightaway into the left-hander. Can see the field streaming on through. There's Goddard in 3rd spot. Now King goes for the move for 4th on Voigt. Gets it done without trouble. Now Vogel gets into the game here as well as they cross the line. Tag restricted, all of these drivers with a 125cc water-cooled motor and a restrictor on to reduce the amount of horsepower that they've got at their disposal. And many different engines available for use in this category. One goes around at the back there and will rejoin, but has lost a whole heap of places through the course of that. Bit happening there going up toward the Autobahn turn. It was Harders involved in that, I think. Josh Goddard at the back of that little group. Vogel and Harders going at it. As they come around, Sebi DeSalvo leads at the halfway point in a 7. Over Chisowski, then Goddard. Then it's King, followed by Voigt. Harders up to 6 now. Then David Vogel, followed by Josh Goddard. Then Cox, Goodchild. Then Sattler, Misson, Jordan, Waldron, Miller and Wegner. So they sit at the moment. The pace of the race has settled down with 3.5 to go. Chisowski's comfortable in that 2nd spot now. Now this group going down the backstretch. That's Brad Cox with Gabriel Goodchild behind him. Then Sam Misson gets through on Pete Sattler at the end of the back straightaway. To Misson up to 11th spot now. So Chisowski there in 2nd in the 25. Has the 81 of Matt Goddard right behind him. Goddard just grafting away, closing that gap to Chisowski. Took half a second out of him the last lap. So certainly some pace on board the number 81 at the moment. He was quicker than your race leader at that stage. However, there is a reasonable gap between DeSalvo in the lead and Goddard, who is the 2nd on screen that you're watching, 3rd on the racetrack at this stage. Two laps to go for Seb DeSalvo. This will be a nice win for him. He'll be quite stoked with that. He's fairly new to the sport is Sebastian DeSalvo. King the quickest on circuit. He's caught up to the 2 in front of him quite quickly, but he will potentially run out of laps, I think. He's got a lap and a quarter to go. but he will be right there with Goddard once they hit the end of the back straightaway. King always has got plenty of pace on board as he continues his development in the sport. Down through the hairpin they go. So Goddard's picked it up on the back of Chislowski here. Across the line comes your race leader in Seb DeSalvo. Hardest down in fifth, just set a new quickest lap of the race. He's having a lonely run. He's pulled out on Justin Voigt. But now King, he's right there with Matt Goddard. Can he have a go at him? One thing we know is that Zach King will try and create an opportunity. Up through the top part of the race circuit they come. They'll get the checkered flag when they come around this time. Seb DeSalvo, he's down at the hairpin for the final run. So Chislowski's still holding on to second here. Goddard got a good run out of the hairpin. King's got a good run going here. Meantime, checkered flag at the ready for Sebastian DeSalvo. Second place goes to Chislowski, followed by Goddard, then King. Hardest home in fifth spot, then Vogel home in seventh. In eighth was Goddard, being Josh. Then Brad Cox, Miss and Goodchild. Pete Sattler, Scotty Jordan home in 13th position. Then just waiting on now for Harrison Waldron, Nathan Miller and Carl Wegner to get across the line. And that completes tag restricted medium KA3 Junior Heavy. Coming up shortly, we're going to take a very quick break and be back soon.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
And back at Ipswich here, September Club Day coming at you. Feature class is our Cadet 9 and Ps this weekend. Bet out on circuit at the moment is KA3 Junior Heavy Leo Liu to start on the pole in the 81. Joe Flynn in the outside front row in the 10. Then it's August Soward, Tyson McGill. Harrison Lippiat, then Maxie Southgate, Will Carmichael. Tyler Tillmouth, Buster Bailey. Then Joe Flynn showing up twice. Ryan Webster, Clyden McKinn, Zane Chapman, Aidan Tunnicliffe away. And down to turn one they go. They all charge into that first turn. We'll see how they all pan out. It's August Soward who leads the way in the pink helmet. Through Electro for the first time. Everyone just getting into their race rhythm. McGill, he's into third. Jai Flynn's trying to make his way forward. He just elbows his way forward. And he is now up into fourth spot. So it's been a good start there from the CXR number 10. Down to the hairpin they go. McGill goes up to second spot now. Around to complete the opening lap. It's Soward, followed by McGill, then Liu. Followed by Flynn, then Carmichael, Lippiat, then Tilmouth, Bailey, then Hudson Lippiat, Chapman, Webster, Southgate, Tunnicliffe, McMinn, I should say. So Sauer trying to pull away here. Tyson McGill wanting to get on with it. Jai Flynn's all over the back of Leo Liu. He made a move at this corner the last time by and repeats the dose. That's allowed Will Carmichael to close in from 5th position to have a look at the back of Liu as they hit the back straight away. Geez, McGill's got some pace in second. Right on the hammer of our race leader as they cross the line and has a look at turn number 1 and gets it done. So new race leader at turn 1 in Tyson McGill gets past August Selwood. Your man, Jai Flynn in 3rd position. With a slight gap then back to Leo Liu with Will Carmichael unable to create any impression on Liu in the 81 at this stage. The McGill starting to pull away as Flynn starts to close up onto the back of your 2nd place driver in August Selwood. Now there's a change for 4th with Carmichael. He's gone up a spot. There's McGill starting to push away. Here's Flynn now, all over the back of August Selwood, coming along the start-finish line to end lap number 3. Oh, geez, Flynn gave the big don't argue into turn number 1. There wasn't a great deal of room there, but he was able to get through and into 2nd position with the quickest lap too, if you don't mind, and can have an eye out now for Tyson McGill. They work their way through RHQ now. Flynn already pulling away from Selwood there. Carmichael comfortably in 4th spot now in front of Liu, who's been caught up by Harrison Lippiat, Tyler Tilmouth and Hudson Lippiat. Through the Autobahn turn they go. And across the start line goes your race leader. He's at the halfway point, Tyson McGill, and it's just done a 49.707. So that's the quickest lap of the race by a reasonable margin, a couple of tenths of a second in fact. And he pulls 4 tenths on Jai Flynn that lap, which included the pass on Selwood, which would have cost him some time at turn number 1. So this is the first real indicative lap that Jai Flynn will have to try and see if he can do something about Tyson McGill up the front as they work lap number 5. This battle here as they hit the back straight away. That's Liu in the green and white machine. Right behind him is Tilmouth, then the Lippiats, being Harrison and Hudson respectively. Then behind them is Buster Bailey. 3 laps to go now for Tyson McGill. And he goes quicker again. He pulls another 3 tenths on Jai Flynn. So Flynn really hasn't got the answer at this stage to Tyson McGill. 1.4 seconds from Tyson out in front. They'll have 2 remaining when they cross the line the next time. Hudson and Harrison swap positions. Hudson moving to 7th. Over his brother. Back straight away, there he is, your race leader, McGill. That's a margin that he's got over Jai Flynn then. August Selwood still sitting in 3rd as Carmichael is just easing forward to try and close that gap to August Selwood in 3rd position. There's your top 2 going through turn number 1 with 2 laps remaining. McGill's kart looking absolutely perfect out there. Another one of the CXR entries. We're on lap number 7 here. McGill, Flynn and Selwood, followed by Carmichael, Liu. Hudson Lippiat then in front of Tyler Tilmouth and Harrison Lippiat in 8th. Then it's Bailey, Chapman, Southgate, Webster, Tunnicliffe and McMinn. That's the order as they sit at the moment. Coming around to get the last lap board will be Tyson McGill. 1 to go as he's on the Caprice straight away and on the way home. Through they go there. Liu still under pressure there from Hudson Lippiat. Oh, there's been a collision toward the back as the door got opened on Liu. Hudson got through, so too did Tyler Tilmath, and I think Buster Bailey through on that one also. As McGill goes up to the top corner. And down the back stretch for the final time. Tyson McGill coming around. He will get the checkered flag as he hits the start finish straight. And he wraps it up, does Tyson McGill. Second place goes to Flynn. Then it will be August Soward who comes to the line and gets third spot over Will Carmichael. Then it's Hudson Lippiat, Tyler Tilmouth, Buster Bailey, Liu home in 8th spot then. Then it's Lippiat being Harrison home in 9th placing. Zane Chapman home in 10th. Waiting on the remainder to come through now. Then it's Max Southgate, followed by Ryan Webster. Then it will be Aidan Tunnicliffe, followed by Kaiden McMinn to round out our finishes. That completes KA3 Junior Heavy Tag Light and DD2 to hit the track shortly. So they come for two races in a race. The front crew that you're looking at the moment is Tag Light. And Brady Norris will head that one up from Byron Burns in the 10. 46 of Trent Newton and the 68 of Max Walton, Geordie Slater. The 73, Jack Wells, the 26 of Michael Janis and Daniel Brown, part of that one. In DD2, Steph Duffy, you will head up that group in the 13. John Heath, the 57, and Jason Smith, the 6. Scott Cleveland, the 14. Adam Wood, the 21. And a sole open performance is Dan Hutchinson in the 8. Getting set for a start. And we are away with our crew there. And it's Max Walton who leads them down to turn number 1. And all of my starting positions not quite right, according to our timing system. And same with DD2 as Scott Cleveland gets them underway and leads as Max Walton leads down to the Video Pro corner for the first time. Onto the backstretch they go now. There's Walton. Got a very slight advantage as they work their way through the final complex of turns now. Onto the front straightaway. Walton from Wells, then Newton. Wells going with Maxie out there. Brady Norris into 4th spot, then Slater, Brown, Janis and Burns. Cleveland comfortably leads the DD2s at the moment over John Heath, then Wood, Duffy and Smith. Adam Wood trying to fight his way forward. He's having a good run today. He won in the first heat quite comprehensively. And as I say that, it wasn't him that's made a mistake. It's John Heath, in fact. I was going to say I've put the curse on him, but I haven't. As Walton leads them through. Walton's lead just 0.3 of a second there. Geordie Slater up to fourth in a new quickest lap of the race on lap number 2. So Wells trying to catch up with Max Walton. Now the DD2 group go down through turn number 1. The Soddy Kart of Scott Cleveland leading comprehensively by 2 seconds over Adam Wood. He's got Stephanie Duffy right behind him. Then right behind Steph is Jason Smith in the 6. Oh, bit of a mistake there from Jason Smith. He tries to make his way forward. There's Cleveland. El Presidente leading the way. A couple of seconds up his sleeve. He's used that to his absolute advantage out there. So he heads it around onto the start-finish straight. He's done a bit of racing over in Asia this year as Cleveland. Scott Howard, one of our members here, having wrapped up the Asian series and has earned a run at the world titles under the Asian ticket. There is Max Walton leading the way here on lap number 4. It'll be halfway there. When he gets to the front straight away now. Wells went with him early but hasn't been able to keep the pace. He's got Trent Newton and Geordie Slater for company right behind him, and they'll certainly be trying to get onto racing terms with Wells. As I say that, he picks up the pace and pulls a little away from them and starts to look like he might be closing in on the back of Walton ever so slightly through the first half of this lap as they go up to the Autobahn corner again and down the back stretch. There is our top 5. That's how closely they're separated. Norris at the back of this one. Not really seeing a great deal of speed from Norris this weekend as Slater goes through on Newton at the hairpin there. Across the start finishing line they go. Walton still popping out with a 47.495, playing a 47.567 for Jack Wells. It's a 9.61 with a pass for Geordie Slater that lap. Cleveland still leading the DD2s by 2.4 seconds over Wood. It's about the same in front of Jason Smith, then Steph Duffy. Hutchinson's got past Heath. Hutchinson, the only driver in open performance in this race. Six laps down now for Max Walton. He opens the gap up to nearly 0.8 of a second over Jack Wells. He's doing it comfortably. There is Scotty Cleveland, a 2-speed gearbox. Rotax DD2 motor. No chain on board with these ones. Axle right through the engine. 2-speed gearboxes, of course. 125cc water cooled. Wood still second in this race in DD2, and Smith still in third position. This will be the last lap that Max Walton will start here. So Walton on his way home now. On board the number 68 as he's in the middle of the race circuit. And heads on down toward the Video Pro corner as then Cleveland crosses the line to start his final lap there. Walton heading up toward the Autobahn corner for the final time. Onto the backstretch he goes now. Does Max Walton. Doing it comfortably. Yeah, the two big wins in Oakley last weekend at the Australian Kart Championship, and looking nice and comfortable here in tag wide as he crossed the line to take it over Jack Wells. Geordie Slater home in third, then Newton followed by Norris, then it's Janice followed by Brown, and waiting on Byron Burns to complete the finishes in tag as Scott Cleveland comes around, and he will take out the DD2 category. He gets the win, and waiting then for Adam Wood to come through. Wood comes through in second spot. Dennis Smith followed by Duffy, then Hutchinson, and Heath. There is John Heath coming around to complete our finishes in that one. The action coming thick and fast here today. We're going to take a short break and be back with our Cadet 9s. They'll hit the circuit shortly.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming. Welcome back to Ipswich as our youngest drivers in Cadet 9 hit the circuit for their second heat race. Harry Lack on the pole in the 99, Felix Sim alongside him. Scarlett Mitrovic, 25, Dennis Kaikanyara, the 7. Luke Robinson will start in the 57 out of 5 with Oliver Flack alongside. Then it's Ricardo Johnson in the 50, Frankie Madjurek, the 71. Fred Waddy, the 3, then Oscar Kozak, Chicago, Bailey Green. And no, we're not green just yet. So we'll send them around one more time. Starter wasn't quite happy with the alignment. Nice field of Cadet 9s here with us this weekend. Looking for the start. When they come through, they'll go through this cut-through area. So we're ready to go this time. Looking for the lights out. Away. And off they go. The 99 machine of Lack. Gets a run down to turn number 1. Side by side through there they go. Everyone away cleanly to kick things off. Thanks to Trav and the team at Evo Heat for helping us bring you all the action from our club days as Felix Sim goes up the inside and assumes the race lead as they head up to the Autobahn corner.
on lap number 1 of our 8 now. Down the back stretch they run. Bit going on right throughout the field, even down the back there. They're going at it. Gee, Sim gets to the lead and is Paul clear here. So they come to the line now. Sim leads them across. Then it's Lack who's under attack from Johnson in the 50. Johnson and Lack side by side through turn number 1. Johnson runs it wide and Lack goes straight back up the inside. So now we've got a group of 4 when you throw Oliver Flack and Luke Robinson in there as well, battling it out for second position. Good little race. All one of them runs wide and has lost a heap of ground. I think that was Lack who's dropped to the back of that group. Up through the Autobahn turn they charge and onto the backstretch. Sim, he had a 1 second lead at the end of the first lap. What's it going to look like at the end of lap number 2 here? 8 on the board. As they hit the start straight once again. Flack now sitting there in 3rd position. Can he start to close the gap to Johnson? Robinson into 4th. Harry Lack dropped behind Frankie Madurak to 6th spot. Through the electro corner goes your race leader. Then this group here. Luke Robinson in the 57, trying to close it down to Oliver Flack for 3rd position. In the slipstream is Robinson. He has a look at Flack there. Just behind them is Majorek and Harry Lack in the 99 machine. Flack and the 57, they're still going at it as they come into view through turn number 1. It's advantage Oliver Flack at the moment, but Robinson not letting him get away by any stretch. Certainly threw a move on him at the end of that previous lap, which Flack was able to get back. Robinson not slowing down, that is for sure, as they go through the middle part of the race circuit and continue their battle as they head up to the Autobahn turn. Comfortable lead for Felix Sim out the front as he'll hit the halfway point. The TGR number 6 leading the way. There is Flack sitting there in 3rd position. The number 11 Tony Kart with the number 57 right behind the parallel of Luke Robinson as they come to the line. Down the Capri straightaway goes Sim. Johnson in a comfortable 2nd now. Flack and Robinson. Looks like Flack's just put the foot down a little bit to try and open a gap there. Then it's a gap back then to Frankie Majorek and Harry Lack, followed by Fred Waddy and Scarlett Mitrovic. That's how they line up at the moment. Sim leading by 1.1 seconds now. There he is, the youngster driving for Tyler Greenbury Racing. Tyler down there on the fence watching his young charge put it all together. Oh, Johnson, he's got a problem. I thought something sounded a little bit odd coming across the start-finishing line, and he's lost a whole heap of power there, so I don't know. While I was looking at timing screens and other things, whether he's made a mistake coming onto the front straightaway, and he's certainly picked up the pace again now, but that's put him vulnerable to Oliver Flack in the 11. He's right there with him. Something didn't sound right, and the thing that didn't sound right was Ricardo Johnson, and he's right back onto the clutches of the number 11 there. So Robinson's dropped off the back of this group, but Ricardo Johnson, he's under attack. No, he's still got a problem. He waved Flack past, as you saw. It just allowed him through, so it's not performing to the level that Ricardo Johnson would like to expect at this stage with 2 laps remaining as they come to the line. Still got pace there though, so I don't know what the issue is there with Ricardo Johnson. He's just going to continue to circulate a smaller field. This will certainly put him up the order, or leave him up the order once it comes to heat number 3. As now Robinson gets onto the back of that number 50 of Johnson. It's not at top pace. It still has some pace, but I'm not quite sure what the issue might be there. As through the inside goes Luke Robinson and up to 3rd spot. So he's still out there circulating. He knows what he has to do, Ricardo Johnson. They'll no doubt go back down there in the Johnson crew and get on top of whatever the issue might happen to be. As now Sim will start his last lap here, crossing the line. There goes Flack then, Robinson up to 3rd spot. Johnson still holding down 4th. There's a fair margin between him and Frankie Majorek. So we'll just keep on oscillating out there. There's Felix Sim. He's got half a lap to go as he comes to the RHQ corner. He's on lap number 8 here. Through the top turn for the final time. Johnson's still fighting back, further back there, onto the back of the rear of Luke Robinson. As around comes Felix Sim to complete the heat race win in comfortable fashion. Team pretty happy with that one down there at TGR, as they should be. Flack home in second. 5 seconds was the gap from first to second. Johnson got Luke Robinson on the final lap, so whatever the issue is, obviously it's not too bad because Johnson was still able to make up another spot there. Frankie Majorek home in 5th. 6th spot is Harry Lack, then Fred Waddy, followed by Scarlett Mitrovic as they come to the line to complete that race there. But Felix Sim was quite dominant in a Cadet 9 race. We're going to take a break and we'll complete our second round of heats with Tag Restricted Masters. And welcome back to Ipswich as we hit the circuit to complete our second round of heats, our 12th race of this round, 24th race of the day. Adrian Godfrey will start on a pole in this Tag Restricted Masters, heat number 2 in the 17. Gavin Sowd, the 28, on the outside front row. Paul Wilmot in the 41 and Brad Garrity, the 10. Mick and Mark Robinson, the 23 and 18 respectively, on the third row. Then Alan Mays and Clinton Hicks, the next row of the grid. Mark Brogan, the 79. Matt Donnelly, the number 61. And Linus Brown, the 44. Pete Fletcher, the 88. Aaron Rope Jones, the 22. Carl Davis and Steve Johns. Adam Carter, Tim Lemon, and we go for 8. Down to turn number 1, they charge. And Predictably, Gavin Soward off the front row of the grid has assumed the race lead at turn number 1 and has already opened up a slight margin on the field as they work their way through this opening circulation. And Soward's got a comfortable advantage up through the left-hander at Video Pro. Of course, in the second round of heats, we flipped them from the first round. So if you started down the back in round number 1, you started up the front in round number 2. Bit going on in the minor placings battles. There's plenty happening as Soward leads them to the line. He leads over Brad Garrity, then Godfrey, followed by Mark Robinson over Mick. Then it's Paul Wilmot, Alan Mays, Matt Donnelly, then Brogan, Brown, Hicks, Rab Jones, Fletcher, Johns, Davison, Carter and Lemon. Rab Jones trying to make his way through in the 22. He was up the front. He had the advantage of being up the front in the first one. So he's got the hard work to do in this one. And he's made short work of quite a few of them. In fact, has Aaron Rab Jones, and he's on the move before he can start to get up to this group that you're watching right here. There's third and fourth place. That's Godfrey and Mark Robinson as they come through to complete the second lap. Mick Robinson has got through. In fact, Godfrey's dropped down the order a bit. Mark Robinson up to third. Mick Robinson into fourth. Then Mays, Wilmot into sixth spot. Godfrey into seventh. Then Brogan up to eighth. Donnelly ninth. And Rab Jones rounding out your top 10. Andy's on the charge. He is right on the back of the next group. So there's Rab Jones in a 22, making up another position there. He'll be coming up behind the driver that's on your screen at the moment, Matthew Donnelly, who goes up the inside there and up a further position on Paul Wilmot. It's the end of lap number 3. Donnelly's up a huge number of places there, up to sixth spot. Rab Jones goes with him into position number 8. This trio here having their own little battle. That's a race for second, third and fourth between Garrity, Mark and Mick Robinson. Mark having a look here at Garrity, nothing doing. Then Mick gets into the back of him. So could be a nice little family discussion if that escalates any further. Through Autobahn corner they go and on to the backstretch. Garrity trying to pull away from the Robinson brothers. There's a band called that, isn't there? As they come through. Garrity second, Mark and Mick in third and fourth, then Mays, followed by Rab Jones, who's up to sixth now. So Rabby is on the move, a perennial podium visitor here at Ipswich Club Days. He's now cleared Donnelly and has his eyes firmly set on Alan Mays, who's having his own race out there in fifth position. There's your second, third and fourth battle. They've caught up to the rear of Garrity yet again. Through that right-hander at Autobahn, that trio goes. Down the back stretch they go. See the field sweeping on through as we work lap number 5 now. So Mick Robinson taking some interesting lines to try and get up on racing terms with Mark. Certainly be chewing into those LeConte tyres as they cross the line down to turn number 1. Rab Jones, new quickest lap of the race for him. Rab Jones right on the back of Alan Mays now in a battle for 5th and 6th. There is Garrity, Mark Robinson, then Mick Robinson, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, then 5th and 6th. That is the battle between Mays and Rab Jones. You can see Rab Jones is caught right up, having started down at the back of the grid. This will place him in good stead once we get to heat number 3 and mix the grid based on their finishing positions from rounds 1 and 2. As now Rab Jones goes up into P5 on Mays. 2 laps to go now. He's a long way behind Mick Robinson, 1.3 seconds to be precise. But he was 0.7 of a second quicker than Robinson, including the pass. So don't discount Aaron Rab Jones with a lap and a half to go to be on the back of this group by the time we see the checkered flag. He's chewing into the advantage that they've got. You can see it there, starting to close it down as they go up toward the Autobahn corner. There's been no movement in that group of Garrity, Mark Robinson, Mick Robinson since the start of the race effectively. Gavin Soward comprehensively leading the way. He's got the full length of the Capri straightaway and the Castle Iron King for Power Republic up his sleeve as they cross the line. And Rab Jones, he's on the back of Mick Robinson now as they go down to turn number 1 on their final circulation. Soward's lead is 8 seconds, nearly 9. That's ridiculous in this type of racing. Now here's Rab Jones. He's on the back of this group. How many of them can he get before the end of the race as they go to Video Pro? He's not close enough to have a look there. Soward's down the back straight away well and truly as they go through the Autobahn corner. Rab Jones, nothing available for him. There might be something here at the hairpin, and he has to look up the inside of Robinson as Soward goes across the line. Rab Jones makes it up to 4th position. I don't think he's going to make it any further up the order as they come to the line. It's going to be Garrity who gets on to 2nd spot, then Mark Robinson, Rab Jones, Mick Robinson. Matt Donnelly got Alan Mays on the last lap then to get into 6th spot. In 8th placing will be Paul Wilmot, then Steve Johns. Carl Davison gets Mark Brogan on the last lap. Lennis Brown comes home in 12th placing. Then it's Aaron Godfrey, Adam Carter, Peter Fletcher, Tim Lemon, and Clinton Hicks will be your final place getter. But Gavin Soward gets it done by 10 seconds in the end. That is an absolute rubbing in the end there by Gavin Soward. We are going to take a break and be back with our 10-lap heat number 3.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
at Ipswich, round number 3, about to kick off here for 10 laps in KA3 Junior Light. Jai Flynn to start on the pole, Henry Stratford the outside front. Hamish Campbell in the 4 out of 3 with Annabelle Kennedy, the 16 out of 4. Row number 3 is Levi DeSell and Dylan Kamalocker, the number 41. Row 4 is Declan Hicks in the 91 and Ryan Reid in the 3. Jack Jensen, the 97, Gabriel Kayam into 10th. Then it's Poppy Rule, Dimmer McCarley in the 27 out of 12. Then Hilda, Duong, Saragi, Helm, Flack, then Thompson, and so on and so forth. Down to turn number 1, they charge. And can they get through there without problem? And they do. So good start there by our team. They're all still on the circuit and getting around. But it's Jai Flynn who's given them a clean set of wheels and leads this one fairly comfortably. So we're catching up on the results from overnight over there at PF Karting in the United Kingdom with Mikel Missouri up. Finished his 3 heat races in 12th, 15th and 18th respectively. Qualifying looked like it was an absolute disaster for him, but has certainly been able to fight back there as there's been trouble here in the battle for second. One's been given a short back and sides as they come to the line. Who was that got shuffled down the order? Stratford's home in second spot, then Reid, followed by Campbell, Kennedy. Then it's Kamalocker in 6th spot. DeSell, then Rule O'Kayam, Hicks and Jensen McCarley in 12th, then Hilda, Flack, Saragi rounding out your top 15 at the moment. Working their way through. Flynn got away to a 1.2 second lead over Henry Stratford. Ryan Reid pushing on here. He's trying to close the gap. Was in a bit of spot of bother the last heat race out. Certainly has got pace, has Ryan Reid. Jumping over toward the Empire Kart Sport crew, the Australian Championship crew, of course, for Isaac McNeil this year. Working their way out of the front straightaway. Carly under attack down to turn number 1. Oh, it's getting a bit willing in the middle of the pack there. There is your second place driver in Stratford. He's the quickest on circuit at the moment, followed by Reid and Campbell, who of course won that Rotax National Cup at this very venue just a few weeks ago, earning himself a trip to Sarno for the 25th Rotax Max Grand Finals at the end of the year. Working our way through the video pro left-hander. Look at that gaggle of competitors all the way through there as they shoot up toward the Autobahn corner. These youngsters, KA3 Junior Light, is one of the most competitive classes in Australia. Trust that you're enjoying all the action, whether you're with us here live at the circuit or watching on through our YouTube channel and at speedcafe.com. Great to have your company here for our September club days. It's a quality field here in KA3 Junior. Many of these drivers out on the national scene. Henry Stratford's a driver that's come through the 4SS ranks here at Ipswich, jumping behind the wheel of that Kart Republic and doing a very solid job in second position as they sit at the moment. Campbell there at the back of the crew, driving the Energy for TGR. Made a move to Energy chassis only fairly recently. Flynn with the new quickest lap of 49.510. Tyson McGill down in 11th spot. So he's the one that when he had the rear of grid start, hasn't really worked in his favour. So he's got the work to do. He's up to 11th spot, having got past O'Kayam and just did a 49.345. So the quickest out there, and won't be too much longer. I would think that he's probably made the move on Declan Hicks and got himself inside the top 10 and then potentially up to the rear of Lana Flack. He's got at least 2 of them. That one, from what I can see, I think has... No, he hasn't. In fact, that's another competitor. We'll just see where Tyson is when they cross the line now. Stratford, new quickest lap for him. Annabelle Kennedy, new fastest lap now. Flack's up to position number 8. McGill is into 10th spot. aboard the number 36. O'Kayam starting to follow him. Basilio McCarley, the 27. So Flynn's lead, 1.2 seconds now. As we work lap number 6, we're at the halfway point. The order as they sit is Flynn from Stratford, then Reed, followed by Campbell, then Kennedy, Rule, DeSell, Flack, Kamaloka, McGill, O'Kayam, McCarley, then Hicks, Jensen, Thompson, Saragi, Hilda, Hoskin, Wright and Jamison's your top 20 at the moment. There's the 19 of Poppy Rule that you've been watching with Levi Docell. Right behind, a big move coming down there at turn 1. Someone tries to make their way through. There's Rule in the 19 with Docell behind in that number 11 machine. So they're having a nice battle. That is the race for 6th and 7th at the moment out there. Right behind them is Tyson McGill in the 36. He's just done yet another new quickest lap of the race. So he'll be starting to close in on this battle and be wanting to try and have a look at them. Docell didn't get the run that he would have been looking for onto the back straightaway to try and challenge Rule through there in the pink machine. As there's Lana Flack. More than equal cohort. Went over to the Wirtz Academy in Austria just a couple of months ago to be part of that group of 6 young ladies. And she is right behind Tyson, who has been on a tear, working his way through the field here. And it won't be long before McGill is on the back of Docell as we work lap number 8 of our 10 now. Down the back stretch they go. Across the start finish line with 2 remaining now. That was O'Kayam pushing on to be on the back of Dylan Kamaloka in a battle for 11th and 12th position. Now here's McGill, the white helmet, number 36. He's got up to the back there of Levi Docell. Will he have enough time here? They've got 8 laps in the books. He's clearly the fastest on circuit, is Tyson McGill by a margin. And he'll be in the slipstream here. He'll have a look up the inside at the end of the backstretch, gets it done. So he moves himself into 7th spot. Now, can he get Poppy Rule here as they come to the line? There's only 1 to go in this race. Jai Flynn well and truly out in front now. He's got 1.5 seconds up his sleeve as Tyson McGill closes up to the back of Poppy. There's your man Ryan Reid in 3rd spot aboard the 3. He's got Hamish Campbell. Hamish working overtime. The 13-year-old out of the Gold Coast going up the inside and says, thank you very much. I'm going to go through and you can go for a trip through the dirt, Ryan. So up to 3rd goes Hamish Campbell, looking good. Speaking of looking good, this man is looking exceptional. Young Jai Flynn leads them around through the final set of turns and onto the front straightaway, and he gets the job done. 2nd place goes to Henry Stratford. Then it'll be Campbell, followed by Reed, then Kennedy. Then it's McGill in front of Rule, followed by Docell, then Flack, then McCarley, Jensen, Kamaloka into 12th in front of O'Kayam. Then Hicks, Thompson, Saragi, Hilda, Hoskin, Jamison, Wright. Then it is Leggett, followed by Helm, Howe, Hackwood. The next one through will be Dixon, then McLaughlin, followed by Dawson, Coburn, and Corkery. That completes your finishes. Waiting on Corkery to come through. That was KA3 Junior Light to kick off round number 3. We're going to take a break and be back with Tag Restricted Light shortly. And welcome back to Ipswich. Thanks to South Pacific Marine Group. They do just about everything involved with your boat. Everything from electronics to fabrication, all sorts of engineering, satellite TV, the whole box and dice does the team at South Pacific Marine Group. Just checking out what they do at the moment as tag restricted light hits the circuit for their 10 laps here in heat number 3. Robbie Mortensen on the pole, Thomas Williams to 35, then Darcy Briggs, Billy Whittaker, Chizowski, Vanderbroek, Gertz, then Scott, Zimmerman, Quest Sales and the rest. And off they go down to turn number 1. Big run down there. Robbie Mortensen, he's come to play today. He's got plenty of speed on board the number 17, and by virtue of his 2 finishing positions, managed to start this one on the pole. So Robbie fight back here from a club championship perspective and get a big result. It's been a while since he's had a big result as Robbie Mortensen, so let's see what he can do here this afternoon. Through Autobahn they go, and down the backstretch. They're starting to fan out down there. And they work their way through. Mortensen leading the way over Williams as they cross the line. Vandenbroek up to 3rd. Scott into 4th now. So watch for Cody Scott to start to push his way forward in the number 3 machine. And it's Shislowski. Followed by Gotts up to 6th spot. Whittaker, then Quest Sales, Zimmerman and Mullins rounding out your top 10 at the end of the first lap. So the top 3 starting to pull away here a little bit. Vanderbroek going with Williams, who's sticking right there with Mortensen. Of course, Williams winning our first heat this morning. Then this little group here, Scott and Chislowski. Chislowski having a look up the inside of Scott. Will he get it done? Yes, he will. Scott tries to fight back, but he'll be on the outside looking in as they come through the final set of turns and onto the start straight one more time and down to Power Republic. Turn number 1. Williams starting to wind up here in the number 35 machine, sticking right with Mortensen as they go through Electro Industries corner, then out of RHQ towards Video Pro. Someone further back in the pack gets a wheel off onto the dirt as Williams right there now with your race leader. The beautifully presented number 17 of Robert Mortensen leads away. Of course, again, tag restricted, all 125cc water-cooled motors. Whole different number of engines from the major manufacturers available for this category. Jake Zazowski, new quickest lap for him, a 49.386. He was half a second quicker than Vandenbroek on that lap. So watch out for Chislowski. Now that he's got himself into 4th spot, he's able to pull clear. Gotts in the 20 is on the back of Cody Scott as they work their way up to the Autobahn corner. Who's got in the bright number 20. It stands out, that crash bar. You won't miss that on a dark night. There's a battle in 4 there that he heads up. He's got Scott, Quest Sales and Whittaker right on his tail. Billy Jones. Williams on the tail of Mortensen here now. Through the left-hander at Video Pro they go. They've got a slight advantage over Vandenbroek, who's got Chislowski closing in ever so quickly. Another 0.3 of a second Chislowski took out of Vandenbroek that time. Then you're watching the battle that's going on behind them. Gertz trying to pull away. Then you've got Scott, Quest Sales and Docell, the next crew, with Whittaker in 9th position and Mullins running out of 10. Just firing up there. Scott just got absolutely attacked at the end of the back straightaway. Quest Sales and Whittaker went charging on by and took Docell with them as well. Scott dropped back to 9th spot. Meantime, Zimmerman got past Caelan Mullins and into 10th position. So it's all happening out there. It's fired up in the middle part of this 10-lap race here. Heat number 3 for tag restricted light. No change up the front. It's still Mortensen from Williams, but Williams has started to find some pace in this 10-lapper. There's where you want the pace, is at the back end of the race meeting. That is for sure. As they go down the backstretch, here's this group here. That's Quest Sales that you can see on screen. He's got Billy James Whittaker right behind him, then Docell. Then it's Scott at the back of that group with Zimmerman behind him. So your top 2 lapping about the same with 4 laps to go. Mortensen just in front of Williams there, you can see it. Williams having a good run here. He's trying to work forward. He doesn't want to go too early, but then he wants to try and stay with Mortensen to try and wind him up for a late race passing manoeuvre. Through the Video Pro corner they go. Then up to Autobahn one more time. Chizowski still holding down third there. See him on screen at the moment with Vandenbroek behind him in the Tony Kart. Chizowski trying to pull away. There'll be 3 laps to go as they come to the line this time. And now Williams looks a bit closer to your race leader. There he is, our top 2 into the first set of turns. Mortensen leading the way, your second place man in Thomas Williams. He's there with him. Just a 1/10 of a second, as you can see on screen. Separated the pair of them. Williams with the quickest lap of the race so far as they go through up toward the Autobahn corner. This is the closest that Williams has been to your race leader throughout the course of this race. He'll be in the slipstream and be setting him up into the back straightaway. Indeed he is. Has a look up the inside and gets it done. Oh gee, he really had to pull it up, and he got into the side there of Robert Mortensen, but he got the lead done. So he leads away, does Thomas Williams, Mortensen, then Chizlowski. Chizlowski's into calculations now. He's right on the tail of Robert Mortensen. That momentum shift when Williams got through to the lead has allowed Chizlowski to get right on the tail of Mortensen. That'll give him a good stead for the final. Will Chizlowski, if he can have a go here at Mortensen to get himself into second position. Through the Video Pro corner they go. Vandenbroek, he's holding a watching brief back in 4th spot. Up through the top turn, Williams a very comfortable lead. They'll get the last lap board the next time by. Chizlowski, I think, may have the pace to try and get onto racing terms with Mortensen over this last lap and couple of corners. Out of the final turn, they come now for on-site rental group and cross the line. Half a second the gap that Williams has opened since getting into the lead a lap ago. Vandenbroek driving the wheels off of that number 78 in 4th spot. I think it might be a bridge too far to get up to the back of Jake Chizlowski, but certainly Jake can throw a challenge at Mortensen here. Through the left-hander they go at Video Pro, up towards the Autobahn corner for the final time. Checkered flag is being unfurled as I say that. Down the back stretch they go. You can see our top 3, the gap there. Williams back to Mortensen. Chizlowski not close enough, despite throwing everything at it. Over the last few laps, he can't get there to race with Mortensen. But as they come out of the final turn, it's Williams who gets it done. Second place goes to Mortensen and Chizlowski. Vandenbroek home in 4th spot. Then it's Gertz, followed by Quest Sales, Whittaker. Then it's Docell, Zimmerman, Scott, Mullins, Furlonger, then Ramali, then it's Manzano, Hammond, Briggs, Bowden. O'Reilly comes home in 18th spot, then Duncan, Karunaratne home in 20th spot, then Keys and Tully rounding out your finishes in that 3rd heat race for Tag Restricted Light. We're going to take a break, be back with our feature category, Cadet 9 and Cadet 12 P-platers.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
And good afternoon and welcome back to Ipswich, round 3 of the Cadet 9 and 12 P-platers. Another couple of laps for them, up to 8 laps. Our youngsters kicking off their racing careers. And Connor O'Hare will start on the pole position. Sebastian Woodrow alongside in the 13. Rob Hackwood, the 12. Then Noah Curry. Brock McGill, Vinnie Misson is heading up our 9s. Then Shepley, Podmore. Yendall, Doyle, Smith and Podmore were away for our 8-lap race here down to turn number 1. O'Hare getting a good start there, leading him around. Move for second. Oh, geez. Getting a bit willing out there to kick things off. The last one, of course, they all spread out. Plenty of them had a bit of a bingle out there. Good battle going on for second and third at the moment as they go through the top corner. Head down the back straightaway for the first time. Woodrow and Hackwood involved in that. Down through that corner. In fact, as Woodrow leads, so Hare and Hackwood involved in that as they come to the line. Had one that's gone around, or one that's stopped over the back part of the race circuit. They'll try and get him out of harm's way. Thank you to our parents / volunteer assistants. Not quite sure why our driver's not getting out of the cart there. Yep, he's done and dusted now. But Woodrow leads away over Hackwood, then O'Hare, then Podmore, then it's Shepley, Doyle, McGill, Misson, Podmore, then Yendall, Smith and Curry's our driver that's come to grief over the backside of the race circuit. Doesn't look like he had a spin or a crash or anything like that. The cart just decided it did not wish to proceed any further as they come down to the end of the back straightaway. Oh, they're right there on the back of Sebastian Woodrow. Leading the Cadet 9s is Jackson Podmore, who's 4th on circuit. Hackwood with the new quickest lap of the race. Had a bit of drama in heat number 2. Fighting back here in heat 3. Sitting there in second position. Got it a little wide on the exit of turn number 2 there. Lost a bit of ground, but not too much. Certainly O'Hare wasn't able to capitalise on it at that stage. Through Electro Industries corner they go. Then now out of RHQ. Now to Video Pro corner. Can Hackwood try and close in on the back of Woodrow here? He's looking up the inside. Door was shut. So the 13 of Woodrow shuts the door on the 12 of Hackwood, the 11 of O'Hare, sitting in right behind as they go down the back straightaway, having a look up the inside, thought about it under brakes. Wasn't quite in position there, was Rob Hackwood, to have a real good run at Sebastian Woodrow as they come back to the start finishing straight. 0.2 of a second between our top 2 now. Now he has a look. Hackwood to the race lead. Can O'Hare take advantage in 3rd spot? Not at the moment. Through the left-hander at Alatraxo go. They start pushing their way forward here. There's a good battle going on further back in the pack here between a little group. But Hackwood, now that he's got into the lead, has pulled well and truly away from Sebastian Woodrow. That's a huge lead at this stage. Onto the backstretch there in 4th spot, you're watching Jackson Podmore, who's headed up the Cadet 9s at the moment. Alfie Doyle's got himself into 2nd aboard the Cadet 9s. And Shepley into 3rd in that category. 2 categories in the one race. All of these drivers are on their P-plates. They're kicking off their racing careers, getting all the relevant ticks on their licenses. This group of 3 at the back, Alex Podmore, Aubrey Yendall and Riley Smith going at it. Alex Podmore's run wide, allowing Aubrey Yendall up a spot there. We're on lap number 5 of our 8 here. This is a battle for 5th and 6th on circuit. Alfie Doyle and Lucas Shepley. They're in the same category, second and third in Cadet 9P platers. Third round of heats, we're charging through it, folks. Of course, we'll have our finals to come up once we're completed our third round. So Shepley trying to close the gap here to Alfie Doyle. Not much doing at the moment. There's a fair gap between them. The top three are back to being nose to tail again after Hackwood got that little bit of a run happening. They'll come towards us here at the Video Pro corner. In this shot they come. Hackwood followed by O'Hare, who's got past Woodrow now. Woodrow, quickest lap of the race, trying to fight back in third position. In fourth is Podmore. In front of that battle that we were watching between Doyle and Shepley. McGill's still in seventh place, Misson in eighth. They're having fairly lonely races. Then Yendall has gone miles in front of Podmore and Smith now. Oh, geez, our leaders have caught up to the lap traffic. And this is where it starts to get really tricky for these youngsters. Remember, you've got the Cadet 9s that are 7 to 9, then the Cadet 12s are 9 to 12. They've now got to negotiate lap traffic while being worried about their own races. And our top three do a great job there. They didn't hold up too much. They didn't get themselves into trouble. They just got through and got the job done and was able to move through past that trio of Yendall, Podmore and Smith as they work their way through Autobahn corner one more time. Hackwood leads by was leading by 0.2 of a second. He's used that lap traffic to his advantage and opened up that up a little as they go down through the final set of turns. Another slow one has just rejoined the race there after striking trouble out on circuit. We got him restarted and back into it. Hackwood's opened the lead up to 1.5 seconds now over Connor O'Hare and Sebastian Woodrow. More traffic out there. So we're on the last lap now. The number 12 of Hackwood going through the Electro corner. And it's been looking solid when he was able to keep it on the island was Rob Hackwood. Didn't do that in the previous heat race, but he's certainly looking good now as he heads up towards the Autobahn corner for the final time in that number 12 Kart. Through there he goes. And onto the backstretch. There's that battle continuing on, coming up onto the back of Aubrey Yendall in the bright pink machine. Meantime, Rob Hackwood gets the job done. He gets a win. Connor O'Hare comes home in second. Then Sebastian Woodrow home in third. Waiting now for Jackson Podmore to bring it home in the 88. He gets it done. Followed by, Shipley got Doyle on the last lap. So Lucas Shipley was able to get up into fifth spot and second in the Cadet 9s over Alfie Doyle. Brock McGill home in seventh spot on the circuit. Then Yendall, followed by Misson, Alex Podmore and Riley Smith with Noah Curry, a non-finisher. That was Cadet 9 and 12P platers, our feature category. Tag Heavy up next. welcome back to Ipswich as we continue on with Tag Heavy, their third heat race over 10 laps. Brock Plum, he's been on fire here today. He'll start on the pole in the 15. Will Marshall, the outside front row, he's having a good run as well for JGM. Chris Williams, the 31, and Josh Dagg, the 39, the next row of the grid. Brad McNaught in the 5, and Jaden Geldard, the 9 out of 6, row 4. Is Leighton Smith in the 7, and Jumpy Marita out of 8, the 7 and 8 respectively. Out of 9 is the 42 of Hollings and the 88 of Hope and Redding off the back. So watch out for Brent Redding to come through, the state champion in this category. Of course, he won that here back on June 30. He was supreme that weekend, was Brent Redding. And watch out for that green and black Empire Kart with the orange and blue helmet of Brent Redding to make his way forward. But Brock Plum is the man that they are all chasing here at the moment as they go up toward the Autobahn corner. Plenty going on in the Ipswich precinct this weekend. You might be able to see the cars in the background. A big drag racing event going on as Redding's trying to make his way forward, and he's made his way up to 5th spot already as they come to the line. Plum leading Marshall. Then the next one through is Chris Williams. Then it's Josh Dagg, followed by Redding up to 5th already. McNaught, then Geldard, Marita, Smith, Hollings and Hope. That's how they said, oh, gee, Marshall made a huge mistake there on the exit of turn number 3. Had a wheel off well and truly into the dirt and was sideways as now Williams, he sees the opportunity to close the gap down to Marshall here. Marshall's been in somewhat of a resurgence of form over the recent months. He left the Jess Golding Motorsport team, made a return to the team, and it's certainly been quite successful for him. He's had some good results on the national circuit, and then good results locally as well as they cross the line. Plum, Marshall, Williams, Dagg, Redding, new quickest lap in 5th position. Brents will push his way forward here after not finishing the opening heat. Had a collision that was of no fault of his own down through there. He'll certainly push his way forward and then fancy himself to try and get up onto the podium later on today. He'll certainly be in with a good shot of the state title as he makes up a position into P4 past Josh Dagg, and then he can set sail for Chris Williams in 3rd spot as they go through the hairpin. Now through to Howard's Concreting and on-site rental group corner and onto the front stretch. Marshall, new quickest lap for him, 48.964. Redding, he goes even better with a 7.39 and a pass up to 4th spot. So the Empire Kart Sport 58, the state champ, he's got an eye on his old sparring partner in Chris Williams in front of him. Evenly spread out there at the moment. 6/10 from 1st to 2nd, 4 from 2nd to 3rd, and 7 from 3rd to 4th. But that will change come the end of this lap. As you can see, your top 4, your top 5 really, about the same distance behind each other at this stage of proceedings as they pull their way forward now. Redding closing in on the back of Chris Williams. They cross the line. So he's right there with Williams. Another new quickest lap for Redding at the end of lap number 4. 6 remaining here through the Revolution Race Gear flip-flop. Now out of Electro. And on to the Video Pro corner. Ipswich Kart Club event proudly being brought to you by Simplex, Evo Heat and South Pacific Marine Group. One more time here this weekend. It's great to have your company with us, whether you're watching online or you're here with us at the event. Redding now, starting to wind it up. So Marshall just lapping a little slower there than your race leader. Behind the top 4 is still Josh Dagg, then Brad McNaught, followed by Jaden Geldard, then Jumpy Marita, Leighton Smith, Peter Hollings and Cameron Hope as we are halfway through our 10-lap third heat race. Battle for 7th, 8th and 9th between Geldard, Marita and Smith. Looks a bit feisty at the moment as well. You're watching the battle for 5th and 6th between Dag and McNaught as they hit the line in this tag-heavy heat number 3. 6 laps in our books of the 10 at the moment. Now Brock Plum's put the foot down. He's really opened the gap up to nearly 7/10 of a second. Here's that battle we were referring to before. Geldard in the 9, Marita and Smith. They haven't actually changed position the whole race. They've been stuck like this for quite some time. Jumpay trying to get closer on to racing terms with Geldard as they go through the right-hander at the top of the circuit. And then they're in turn trying to close in on that battle between Dag and McNaught to try and see what they can do. Geldard still holding that 7th position in the number 9 kart. Redding's got through on Williams for 3rd now. So there's been a change for 3rd position. Brent Redding, who started 11th and last, has got himself up into position number 3 aboard the green and black kart on screen at the moment. He's still got a few laps up his sleeve here, about 2 3/4 to be precise, to try and close the gap to Will Marshall. He was 3/10 slower than Marshall that lap, but that did include the passing manoeuvre on Williams, which wouldn't be an easy pass, I wouldn't have thought. All drivers still on circuit. As now Plum comes to the line. He holds down that 8/10 of a gap, but back to Will Marshall there. Marshall's still faster than Redding that time, even though Redding did have the clean air advantage. Here's a battle. Jumpay, he's made up into that 7th spot. Past Geldard. Smith still back there in a 9th position, keeping an eye on what's going on in front of him. Unable to really do anything at this stage. However, he's right on the tail of Geldard as they work their way up to Autobahn. Laps starting to wind down now. They will get the last lap board when they come through. Smith all over the back of Geldard. Nothing doing at that stage. So Plum starts his final circulation. 9/10 of a second in front of Marshall, then Redding. Then it's Williams. So Jumpay, he has pulled well clear of Geldard and Smith. Smith now trying to get the job done. It's up the front. Plum's lead with half a lap to go is 9/10 of a second. There he is, Brock Plum, through the Video Pro corner, up to the top turn for the final time. Here he is, such an experienced campaigner around here, is the driver of the number 15. He'll go through this final set of turns onto the front stretch and get the checkered flag. Brock Plum wraps it up. Second place will go to Will Marshall. Then it's Brent Redding, followed by Chris Williams, then Dag, then McNaught, Marita, then it's Geldard, followed by Smith. Then waiting on now for Hollings and Cameron Hope to come through and complete our finishes in Tag Heavy. We're going to take a break and be back with Cadet 12 fairly soon.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
And sit down.
And we're back here with the continuation of our September Club Day here at Ipswich Car Club, part of the Willowbank Motorsport facility, I should say. Alistair Flack to start on this Cadet 12. Third heat race over 10 laps on the pole. Geordie Butler, the outside front row, the 22. Michael Quintiliani, the 27. And the 32 of Broadband off row 2. Andrew Thompson and Aston Mills, the next row of the grid. Charles Newman and Lennox Carson, row 4. Xander Watts, the 57, and Jack Masico. Then it's Haig, then the rest of them, and we are green. It's a bit of protestation coming to the line, but our starter was having none of it and let them go. And they're all through turn 1 cleanly. Nice and even to get things underway and started here. Flack leading from Quintiliani as they go down the short chute. And up to Autobahn on this lap number 1. It's Flack who leads the way. Down the back stretch they go for the first time. Quintiliani in second. Battle going on for third. Change for third, in fact. Flack from Quintiliani. Broadbent up to third, then Butler. Then it was Mills, followed by Carson. Three-way battle going on here for third position, headed up by Broadbent. Butler and Mills involved in the fight as well. There's a slight gap back to Carson and Haig, who are having their own fight, with Thompson on their tail. Through the Video Pro corner they go. Gives you a good feel for how the field is spread at this stage. Only early runnings here to come together at the back. They'll continue on and out of harm's way potentially. So bringing them around to complete lap number 2. There's Broadbent. Still got Butler. In fact, it's Butler who's got himself up to third now. In front of Broadbent, then Mills. One runs a little bit wide there, and we've had another change for third position, have we? I don't actually know, that might be for fourth. So out of RHQ, this group of 3 are trying to close in on your race leaders. A little bit slower than them the last time by, but that certainly did involve a couple of swaps as well. So there is Flack leading the way in a white helmet. Quintiliani, the bright gold, number 27, as now we've got to move for third. And Broadbent goes to third in the 32. Past the 22 of Butler. Then behind them is Aston Mills in the 11, just holding on as they come to the line. New fastest lap of the race for Alistair Flack, a 53.762. He's pulled well and truly away from Quintiliani. Then Quintiliani's got an advantage over this 3 that you're watching at the moment. Broadbent, Butler and Mills. A couple of them have had a bingle at the top part of the race circuit. And another move there for third spot. Mills is the one that's able to take advantage and go up a place to fourth as they move down the back straightaway. So Aston Mills into position number 4 throughout all of that. And then Blake Haig trying to close in on the back of this crew as well. So they come to the line. Flack's got 4 in the books now. In fact, Butler and Mills were able to swap their places back again. So Broadbent looks comfortable in third spot now. Although Geordie Butler might have something to say about that in a lap or so's time as he's punching on to get back on racing terms for that third position. He want to try and position himself well. We've set our grid based on the finishing positions from heats 1 and 2, which will then in turn set the final grid based on the finishing position from our first 3 heats. Final still to come. as we head up toward the halfway point of this third round of heats. Speaking of the halfway point, there goes Alistair Flack leading the way by 1.4 seconds at the halfway point of this one over Michael Quinliani, then Broadbent, followed by Butler, then Mills, Haig, Black, Carson, Newman. Then there's been movement behind that with Walton, Masiko, Fuller. Then it's Marita getting in front of Waddy. Then it's Janice Watkinson. That is your order at the moment. There's Lennox Carson and Charles Newman going at it. They're having their own little fight further back in the top 10. Just in front of them is Knox Black, the number 90, the red and white Burrell Art Kart. There he is, just in front of this little duo that are having their fight out there. All these drivers between the ages of 9 and 12, all using the Vortex Mini Rock motor. Teams down on the fence giving their driver those instructions. Newman getting past Carson, Masiko, past Walton. This is a battle here for third, fourth and fifth. Headed up by Broadbent with Butler and Mills in behind as they go down towards Video Pro once again. We're on lap number 7 here. No move at that stage. Down the backstretch they run. So Butler having a look. Can't do anything about Broadbent at the moment. He's certainly got Mills keeping him honest, as you can see in the 11 cart as they come to the start finishing line. Down through the first turn. 3 laps to go for your race leader. Look at Butler here in 4th position. He's ranging up onto the tail of Broadbent. He's put together a nice race as Butler. He dropped off there and now he moves into 3rd position. So Geordie Butler up to P3. Can Mills take advantage now? And Broadbent was able to get back up underneath here. Now Haig's going to get involved, is he? As they come back around, we've got a group of 4 in lockstep with each other as they come back around to the line. Haig joins the party with 2 to go, and the number 90 machine as well. Knox Black won't take him much to get involved in the fight. If they certainly start to change position out there. Mills trying to get onto the rear of Butler now for 3rd. He's got Broadbent on his tail, who's then got Haig and the 90 of Black with him. Good little battle here for 3rd spot. Mills goes for the move up the inside. Now, will Butler have the inside line here? What about the run there from Broadbent? Haig up the inside, and 2 of them run extremely wide and go to the back of the group. So 2 that were in that fight for the top 3 are now at the rear of the group. That being Broadbent in the 32 and the 11 of Mills. Last lap as Geordie Butler holds 3rd. Haig and Black were the big winners. So Flack is more than halfway home on this final lap. He had a 2-second advantage over Quinliani. Then in 3rd spot, it's still anybody's. Held down currently by Butler, with Haig chasing him down, and Black right there with him as well as they go through the top turn. Flack's at the end of the back straightaway. You'll see him come into view fairly shortly as Haig goes for the move. For 3rd spot, oh no, they collide. Butler and Haig collide as Flack comes through to take the win over Quinliani, who is going to end up 3rd. It's going to be Knox Black coming from the clouds in the number 90 machine. Aston Mills recovers for 4th after all of that. Then it's Broadbent, Newman, then Masiko, then Carson, then it's Walton, Fuller, Marita, then Waddy, then Butler and Haig down there. Indeed, they're down at the final turn. One was able to continue on and come around to the finish line. So drama, that was Geordie Butler. Haig, he's still stuck on the side of the race circuit. That was unfortunate for him. We're just waiting now for Janison Watkinson to come through to complete our finishes. And that was Cadet 12, the third heat. And there is Blake Haig. He will not be happy. Put in a whole heap of work. So that completes Cadet 12 for us as Junior. Coming up after we clean a few up and have a quick break.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
And welcome back to Ipswich. We've got 4SS Junior out on circuit for their 10 laps. Jackson DeWong, he's the man of the moment. He's the one to chase in the 13. He'll be on the pole. Hudson Lippiat, The 51 on the outside front row. J.D. Chapman, a 27 out of 3. Jackson Turner, the 88 out of 4. Then it's Hamish Douglas, the 25. And Jack Dool in the 11. Set for a start. Getting nice and warm here. Down through the first turn. Oh, gee, it's all happening out there. The two Kodaks. They had the elbows up through the Revolution race gear. Flip-flop on the first lap there. Almost got into each other. There's a problem for Turner in the last one with a cracked exhaust. Certainly cost him a bit of power. Chapman, the word out of Team Kodak is that he's right there with the top group and letting them know that the championship, club championship, is not over and done with just yet as they come to the line to complete lap number 1. Chapman up to third in front of Turner, behind Lippiat. Chasing down the CRG. Didn't get a good run through there, did JD. Jackson Turner on his tail. Looking a little bit erratic, in fact, is JD Chapman in third spot. At the moment, the team will be analysing what's going on down there and giving JD a bit of a word. As now Turner has a look up the inside. And they're side by side as they go up toward the Autobahn corner. Certainly won't be helping them in terms of trying to close down to Hudson Lippiat as Jackson DeWong continues to open up the advantage here. Then they've got the two Ricardo karts of Hamish Douglas and Jack Dool right behind them. So this is actually quite a nice little battle going on here. Got the two BRMs and then the two Ricardos. Through the first corner they go. There's DeWong, followed by Lippiat. Then there's this battle of 4. Two teammates, and it's Douglas and Dool behind them. The 4 strokes, 4SS karts. Cost-effective way to get involved in the sport. Doesn't require a lot of maintenance on these engines. Basically get the pull start, pull the string, and away it goes. And now Douglas has a look up the inside of Chapman. Chapman says, no, you don't. I'm going to hold on to this spot. But while they've battled, it's shifted the momentum the way of Jackson Turner. They're side by side. Now Dool wants to get involved into turn number 1. So JD Chapman, he needs to be trying to get himself up the order. In reality, from a points perspective, or certainly for a starting position perspective as they go towards points. As Jackson Turner's pulled away now from the group at the back of the field. DeWong leading by 1.7 seconds at this stage. 4/10 he was quicker than Lippiat, a full second quicker than Turner the last time by. Now Dool, he's looking racy on the back of Douglas now. There goes the field through. You can see Jackson DeWong at the top of your screen. So DeWong's opened that lead out by another half a second. 2.3 seconds to be precise this time. Lippiat half a second quicker than Turner, who just did his personal best. And PB is also for Chapman, Douglas and Dool on that lap. Max's tyre, the official tyre of the 4SS categories in Australia. So the word from the team was that they fixed the issue with Jackson Turner's kart, the exhaust issue. He's there in third spot at the moment. and he's picked up the pace. He's just a tenth slower than Lippiat on that lap. So it's a nice forward progress for Jackson Turner. Chapman in fourth, then Douglas and Dool still there. The three of them still at it. There is the 88 of Turner, who sits in third spot at the moment. Turner having a lonely run since pulling clear of that group while they were having their own squabble. Just on pretty much on a test session out there, getting the notes from the team down there on the fence, the bright orange team. Can't miss them, that's for sure. So Douglas certainly keeping Chapman honest in this one. JD taking a quick peek over the shoulder. Douglas trying to go with him. We're on lap number 7 of our 10 laps here. So Douglas and Dool working together here, trying to get their way past JD Chapman in that orange and white. Number 27. Drivers utilising the Torini engine, the 4-stroke motor. A few of them are available for this category, but the Torini seems to be the engine of choice for the majority of the 4SS runners throughout Australia. It's Douglas really having a shot here at the rear of JD Chapman. He's just got to get the kart in position to try and have a go. Now JD, he's experienced at this type of racing now, making it difficult for the two Ricardos to get a look in, as he should do, that's for sure. But now, Douglas has a look up the inside, gets through, and finally is able to pop the cork from the bottle. Dool decided to have a go as well, but ended up finding the grass, so he's undone all the good work that he's done. 2 laps to go for De Wong up the front. He's out to 4.3 seconds up on Hudson Lippiat now, who's a further 2.9 seconds in front of Jackson Turner. And then Douglas it is. Now that he's got past JD Chapman, he's really pulled a gap here as he goes through the middle part of the race circuit. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a personal best on this lap for the driver of the number 25. De Wong will get the last lap board this time as he comes to the line and is very spread out affair. There he goes. He now starts that final circulation. Jackson De Wong become a very experienced campaigner in 4SS racing and moved on to other forms of the sport in 2-stroke. Then it's Lippiat, followed by Turner, then Douglas and Chapman and Dool. So Chapman here, he's not really given up on trying to get back onto racing terms with Douglas as De Wong. He heads up to the top turn for the final time. Oh, Chapman. Oh, no, he's lost it altogether. Put a wheel off on the dirt and around he went. Got too much for him on the final lap there. Team goes up. As meantime, Jackson De Wong, he comes along and gets the job done. Another heat race win. He's had pretty well the perfect day today. Second place will go to Hudson Lippiat. Third position then will be Turner. Oh, Douglas has got a problem now. Douglas, it's expired inside of the finish line as Dool gets through on him. He gets a little bit of a fist pump. So he comes through. What's happened here? It's gone from chocolates to boiled lollies, that is for sure. Chapman gets through. Douglas hasn't got through. He's stopped in sight of the finish line as a number 25. That's really unfortunate for Hamish Douglas, and that's the end of his race. That's the end of our 4SS heat racing. We'll take a break and be back soon. we're past the halfway point of our third round now. KA3 Senior, Dominic Penman on the pole, Lucas Lesmes, the outside front row, Max Chatton, Hamilton Ray, the next row, Matty Price, the 86, Talia Kittle, the 35 on row 3, Charlotte Page, the 22, Paige Yarwood, the 69, then it's Ronan Finn, Bree Moyes and Luca Goodchild. Bit of a dog's breakfast the last time we got things underway at turn number 1. Let's see what happens this time. Down through turn 1 they go. And all through, that's a lot cleaner than what we saw the last time by. Penman picking up the lead there. And easily holding on to it as they punch on through this opening lap here. Chatton's got himself up into second spot. So he got himself past the JGMs. There's plenty of them in this race, the team down there at Jess Golding Motorsport. Of course, Muzz and the crew, along with Jess down there, getting the boys all fired up as they work their way around. Penman in the CXR, number 70, leads them across the line. Making a step up to senior comp as well. Max Chatton and Lesmes, followed by Ray. Good battle going on, second, third and fourth here. Chatton, Lesmes and Ray. Chatton holding down to it at the moment, but Lesmes and Ray have caught right up. Of course, Ray involved in that turn 1 incident in heat number 2. He's trying to fight back. It's been interesting to watch the progression of this youngster. Got his first podium here earlier this year. And certainly looking pretty good here this afternoon. Down the back straight away they go as Penman just starting to pull away in the bedshed, number 70. And Charlotte Page onto the rear, making a step up to senior competition. Of course, she's been part of the Champions of the Future Academy program over in Europe this year. The next round of that coming up very soon. 2 laps in the books now. Pace is pretty strong out there. So Paige on the back of Ray. She's just done the quickest lap of the race through Video Pro. The Empire Kart Sport, number 22, trying to make her way up the order. She gets past Ray at the top turn. Down the back stretch they come. Ray trying to fight back here. Nice and tight under brakes. Penman's lead, 0.8 of a second at the moment. 3 laps in, Page up to 4. Penman hasn't pulled too far away. He did grab 0.2 of a second on Chatton that last lap through. So come out of the RHQ corner. Now we'll see what Page has been able to do here to try and catch up to the rear of Lesmes. We'll look at the times. The last lap, of course, she got past Hamilton Ray into 4th. So it would have compromised her overall lap time by a 10th or 2. Penman over the line now. Page, new quickest lap of the race. A 49.492, takes 0.2 of a second out of Lesmes. Still a bit of ground to make up to get onto the back of the youngster out of the Sunshine Coast. Through the left-hander they go. Now at Electro. Lesmes took nearly a 10th out of Chatton that lap. Up through Autobahn corner. Charlotte down behind the steering wheel, as you can see there. The Empire Kart Sport, number 22. Now she's on racing terms with Lucas Lesmes as they come to the line. Lesmes not making much of an impression on Chatton. Just a few hundredths separate those two in terms of their lap times, and then Hamilton Ray off the back of these 3. If something happens to them, he'll be able to capitalise. Then behind Ray, Price, Kittle and Moyes are all locked in combat. Down the back stretch they go. Looks as though Chatton may have pulled a little bit on Lesmes on that lap. You get the feeling. All these drivers utilising the KA100 motor. It was designed specifically for karting Australia when they made a change across in regulations 10 years ago. Now gone on to have success over in the United States as well. Page looking a bit closer here. Lesmes just can't put that lap together that he takes some bulk time out of Max Chatton and gets on racing terms with him. It's just a couple of hundredths here or a couple of hundredths there. You just saw Penman up the road a little bit. He's 1.6 seconds up on Max Chatton. Now Lesmes looks like at the back half of this lap as though he might have picked it up a bit as they come to the line again. Indeed he has. He's nearly a tenth quicker that time through. The JGM, number 95 of Lucas Lesmes, all over the back of Max Chatton. We're working up number 8 of our 10 now. Dominic Penman still comfortably in front. The Bedshed CXR, number 70. Through the bottom part of the race circuit, Chatton's responding here to the challenge being thrown at him by Lucas Lesmes. Will Lesmes be able to pull it? Over the last couple of laps, he goes for a big move at turn 1. He loves a move at turn 1, does Lucas Lesmes, and he's pulled it off and opened the door for Charlotte Page to go up to position number 3. So we've had 2 changes of our key positions in the space of 2 corners. Chatton goes from second back to 4th. Lesmes up to 2nd. Page up to 3rd. Penman will get the last lap board when he comes around this time. But Lesmes, he'd been telegraphing that move for some time and finally got the opportunity to take it. So 1 more to go now. Penman's lead, 2.9 seconds, aided and abetted by the passing manoeuvres that took place just under a lap ago. There's Lesmes, comfortably second. Page won't catch him from there. Working their way around. Penman's down the back straight away now. So Penman comes to the line and gets a win. Second place will go to Lucas Lesmes. Good drive. Then Page, Chatton, Ray, followed by Moyes. Then Price, Kittle. Waiting on now for the next one to come through. That'll be Luca Goodchild. Then Paige Yarwood and Ronan Finn to round out our finishers. We'll take a very short break and be back with Tag Restricted Medium.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
So back at Ipswich and on the racetrack now, you're watching our September event here. Great numbers turning out as always. Zach King will start this tag restricted medium heat race on the pole position in the 97. Trent Harder's the 93 alongside. Then it's Matt Goddard, I should say, in the 81, and Sebastian DeSalvo in the 7. Alan Chizowski, the 25, and Josh Goddard the next row. Then it's Misson, Cox, Voigt, Goodchild, then Vogel, followed by Sattler, Wegner. Then it's Jordan, Miller, Tolasep, and Waldron Green. 10 laps on the board, down to the first turn we go. King doesn't get the start that he was looking for. Slots himself into second position behind Harders, who leads away in the 93. Through the Revolution race gear flip-flop to kick things off. Everyone getting a fairly nice start. Sebi DeSalvo into fourth spot there. Wegner making some changes between races, just trying to get away from the start and then build on the pace throughout the course of this race. Up through the Autobahn corner they go for the first time. Then down the back stretch they go. King trying to get onto racing terms with your race leader. Down through the hairpin. They've got a slight gap then. Back to third spot, which will be Sebastian DeSalvo, who's in front of Matt Goddard. Then Alan Chizlowski. Then it's Sam Misson, Josh Goddard, Brad Cox, Voigt and Goodchild. Rounding out your top 10 as they sit at the moment. But Harder's leading the way by just under 0.3 of a second over Zach King in the 97, the man in the black helmet. Punching on. And up to the top turn they go. DeSalvo trying to pull clear there of Matt Goddard and trying to close that gap down to make it a race in 3 here in this tag restricted medium. Medium meaning the weight, minimum driver and kart weight, being obviously heavier than light. Down the front stretch they go. 2 laps in the books now, 8 to go. DeSalvo with the quickest lap of the race in third. So watch out for the 7, trying to close the gap to Harders and King here. Through the electro corner they run. So King not making any purchase on the back of Harders at the moment. Harders a couple of hundredths quicker than him in the race lead. DeSalvo the quickest of the lot in third, and he's drawing Matt Goddard with him as they go down the back stretch on lap number 3 now. Goddard getting closer to the back of DeSalvo here. DeSalvo fairly young in his racing career, it's got to be said, as they cross the line. Another new quickest lap for the 7. So DeSalvo on the gas here. Further back, Sam Misson goes quicker with a 50.631 down in 6th spot. So it's starting to tighten up a little bit here. Misson, oh no, he's undone all the good work. I've given him a bit of a wrap and he spun it out. And he'll go toward the back of the field. So he was right there in 6th, looking good. And then it just all come unstuck on the brakes at Ali Track's corner. And he goes right to the rear as Harders continues to lead the way. Geez, he took 0.2 of a second out of King that last time. As now you can see DeSalvo, the yellow helmet, they're in third position, trying to close it on in. And he's got Goddard picking up the pace in 4th position, the number 81 Parallel Kart. Across the line they go, nothing in it between our top 4 really out there at the moment. Goddard with the new quickest lap. Chizowski holding down 5th placing. He can't really close in. Watch out for Goddard. He's the man with the pace at the moment in that 81. He's right there with DeSalvo, who's closing in on the back of King. This is unusual from King. We usually see him really picking it up, but doesn't seem to have the outright pace that he's usually got around here. Certainly one thing that Zach King doesn't lack is pace. So round they come. This will be the end of the 5th lap. So they'll be halfway there. Harders leads now been cut to 0.3 of a second. King's picked up the pace. When we cross back to them, Our top 4 are right together, all together, in fact. Right there with us. So Harders has lost pace here. He's dropped into the clutches of King. Whether King's picked up his pace or Harders has lost it, I'm not quite sure. But certainly we've got a race on our hands as we are only just past the halfway point. Now as they head up to the top part of the race circuit. He's pulled a kart length through the middle part of this lap as Trent Harders. Keep an eye on Goddard in 4th. He's right on the tail there of Seb DeSalvo as they cross the line. Then Chislowski. He's been able to close the gap now while those lot in front of him have an argument. So King's pace has dropped back to where Harders is at the moment. Can't really get the kart in position to have a go at Trent Harders at this stage. Up to Video Pro Corner. We're only on lap number 7. So there's still plenty of time for this to start to fire up. And if you're Alan Chislowski, you've just been chipping away there. He's just done a 50.524. So he's 0.3 of a second quicker than our top 3. DeSalvo was close to the back of King, but got on the brakes early into the hairpin there and pulled out of it. In fact, wasn't able to do anything. They cross the line now. Harders has picked up the pace again, and King and DeSalvo come together at turn number 1. King and DeSalvo coming together at turn 1. DeSalvo, he's got himself into 2nd now. King's dropped back to 4th with Chislowski around the outside. So maybe there's a problem for the 97 because Chislowski, he goes up to P number 4. Keep an eye on Goddard. He'll have a look at the back of DeSalvo. Up through the Autobahn corner on lap number 8 now. All of that battle has assisted Trent Harders up the front, who is leading the way and really opened that gap. Now, Goddard continually pressuring the rear of Seb DeSalvo here in the 7 machine. Across the start finishing line they go. 2 remaining for Trent Harders to hang on. King's picked up the pace, so whether he was just trying to settle himself down there in dropping back behind Chislowski, I'm not quite sure. After getting a bit of airtime at turn number 1 a lap ago. But Harders leads away by 1.1 seconds now. So it's all come up Trent Harders in the latter stages of this one. Down to a 50.605. That was his best, a 50.630. 51 for DeSalvo. Obviously with getting that position to move forward as they come around. This will be the last lap for your race leader in Trent Harders, is now comfortably in front. Now watch out, DeSalvo under attack from Goddard at turn number 1. Then you've got Chislowski on their tail. He's been the big winner, certainly in terms of the real estate between himself and the competition is Alan Chislowski. He's closed that right down and is on the tail of Matt Goddard as they come out of RHQ up towards Video Pro. Goddard thought about a move on DeSalvo, then thought better of it. Will he try and set him up on the exit of this corner as they head down towards the hairpin? Up the front, Harders is well in the lead. He's comfortable up the front now. He's just got a couple of corners left to go. Everything else looks like it's settled down. But Harders will come to the line and he'll get the win. Second place will go to DeSalvo. He'll be happy with that performance. Then it was Goddard, followed by Chislowski. King crossed the line in 5th spot. Then it was Voigt, followed by Cox and Vogel. Goodchild, Goddard, Jordan. Then it's Misson, followed by Sattler. Then it'll be Wegner, Waldron and Nathan Miller to complete our finishes here in tag restricted medium. KA3 Junior Heavy will be up next. We'll take a break and be back soon. So on the racetrack now here at Ipswich is KA3 Junior Heavy. You're watching our free and exclusive coverage of the September event. Jai Flynn will start this one on the pole with Tyson McGill alongside Will Carmichael and August Sowell. The next row of the grid, then it's Hudson Lippiatt and Buster Bailey, Tyler Tilmuth and Harrison Lippiatt off the next row of the grid. Then it's Leo Liu, Max Southgate, Ryan Webster, Zane Chapman, Aidan Tunnicliffe and Kaiden McKenna. Getting set for a start now. And 10 laps on the board, we're away. And working their way down through their notes. Got on Zane Chapman really feeling the pain of having the P plate on and having to work his way through the field. But you've got to serve your dues. That's what it's all about. And they start to get things wound up. He had a pretty aggressive start, actually, did Zane Chapman on that one. But Tyson McGill leads away. Second, in fact, he now leads away as he gets past Flynn. But Flynn says, no, you don't. I'm going straight back up the inside of you, and retakes the lead as these two start to have their little battle. And the battle's going on for third and fourth as well as they work their way back around to the start-finish straight to complete the opening lap of 10 here. Two of the best juniors in the country in Flynn and McGill. Dennis Lippiatt being Hudson and Will Carmichael. They're involved in that battle for third and fourth. It's advantage Carmichael at the moment. Tyler Tilmouth, the next one out there. Problem there for the 7 machine. I would say that must be August Soward. I know Buster Bailey that would be. That's off to the side of the race circuit. The bad luck for Buster. Get another bust up. Through the top turn goes Tyson McGill now. Comfortable lead that he's got here over Jai Flynn, who's been the pace of the field thus far this weekend. Hudson Lippiatt looking strong in third. There he is, Hudson. Then right behind him in fourth and fifth. Sorry, Will Carmichael in third. Then Hudson Lippiatt with Tyler Tilmouth on his tail for fourth and fifth. So Carmichael's pulled clear of that group there in third position and has got his eyes firmly on the tail of the KR number 10 of Jai Flynn for CXR. Through Video Pro, Lippiatt and Tilmouth are really going with Carmichael a little bit. They're dragging, well, he seems to be dragging them along to try and catch the top two. Lippiatt had ducked off the back of Carmichael ever so slightly, but he's picked up the pace here in the second third of this lap, and he's right there in the 66, the black entry. Across the line they go. Did he get through? Yes, he has. Carmichael's dropped 2 spots at turn number 1. Jumps in the seat to get himself a little bit more comfortable as they get to Revolution Race Gear Flip-Flop. Lippiatt and Tilmouth have both gone through into third and fourth spot now. In front of Carmichael, so wondering if there's a problem. Where's Carmichael gone? So down the back stretch goes our top couple. Again, a problem for Will Carmichael is out of commission. So that's unfortunate. McGill goes through, so too Flynn. Then it's Lippiatt, followed by Tilmouth. Now Harrison Lippiatt up to 5th, then Leo Liu. Waiting now for the next slot to come charging on, McMinn. Then it's Webster, Soward, Tunnicliffe. Chapman gets up to 11th spot in all of that, followed by Max Southgate with Will Carmichael and Buster Bailey off to the side of the circuit and not involved in this race. McGill, a new quickest lap for him, as you can see, a 50.148. That is a lap as established by Tyson McGill up the front. 0.6 of a second is the gap between he and Jai Flynn. Here is your race for third position. Lippiatt and Tilmouth go through. In fact, that was the one behind that, Harrison Lippiatt and Leo Liu. That was that little battle that was going on that we saw. Keep it going on down toward the back as well. Soward up to 7th now. So she dropped away at the start. She's pushed away back to get into 7th position. She's a comfortable 7th spot, must be said. Hudson Lippiatt and Tyler Tillmouth, 3rd and 4th on the racetrack. Head down the back straight away. Tillmouth trying to close in on the back of Lippiatt here. 6 laps in the books for your race leader in Tyson McGill. 49.911 that time through for Tyson. So Tillmouth took nearly 2/10 of a second out of Lippiatt that time by. So he's starting to really close in as they get toward the Video Pro corner. Probably another lap and he'll be in a position to start having a look at the number 66. Maxie Southgate, new quickest lap of the race, down in 12th position. Gee, Lippiatt got it nice and sideways into the hairpin there. That would all have allowed Tillmouth to take some bulk time out of him as they come to the line. 3 laps to go now. Lippiatt responded, taking a 10th out of Tillmouth that time. Still the gap up the front. McGill leads by 1.3 over Flynn. Then it's Lippiatt, Tillmouth, Harrison Lippiatt, Leo Liu. Then it's Soward, followed by Chapman. Then a Webster, McMinn, Tunnicliffe, and Southgate. That's the order at the moment. There'll be 2 to go when they come to the line the next time. So I thought Tillmouth might have launched a tilt here at Hudson Lippiatt. Hasn't been able to, and Lippiatt's responded. So that kart's come to him in the latter stages of the race. It was a 50.35 for Lippiatt that time, and a 50.51 for Tillmouth up the front. McGill a 49.7 and a 49.8 for Flynn. Of course, those two at the front, both racing regularly on the national scene. Lippiatt and Tillmouth very much local domestic drivers. So, buddy, you're watching. Nice and warm weather conditions. It'll be mid-20s approaching high 20s out there at the moment as we approach 2:30 in the afternoon here at Ipswich. Last lap now for Tyson McGill, who leads away up the front. He's got 1.7 seconds up his sleeve on Jai Flynn. So there he is, Tyson. Hits the back straight away for the final time. He'll be pleased with that. He's been able to get one over Jai Flynn in all of this. No doubt there'll be some changes coming up down to the number 10 for the final as the 36 leads the CXR Quinella to the line. Flynn home in 2nd spot. Then waiting now for Hudson Lippiatt to come home in 3rd position in front of Tyler Tillmouth. Harrison Lippiatt, he gets there in 5th spot over Leo Liu. Then a long gap back then to August Soward, who's there in 7th position. Chapman fights through for 8th in the BRM number 21. Then it's Webster, then McMinn, waiting on now for Tunnicliffe and Max Southgate to cross the line. That completes KA3 Junior Heavy, and Tyson McGill gets it done. We're going to take a quick break and be back soon. And we step up the pace a little bit here back at Ipswich with our double race out on circuit, Tag Light, and then our DD2s, Maxie Walton, to start on the pole in a 68, Jack Wells, alongside in a 26 in the Tag Light category. Geordie Slater and Trent Newton, the next row of the grid. Brady Norris, the 96, and Michael Janis, the 20. Then Daniel Brown and Byron Burns in the number 10. In DD2, it's Scott Cleveland who leads the way with Adam Woods alongside him, and Jason Smith, Stephanie Duffy, and John Heath, with Dan Hutchinson, the only open performance out there, as Tag gets underway. Down through the first turn they go, and it's Wells who gets the jump there. He got the whole shot on Max Walton, as now they get underway in DD2 and pluck a couple of gears down into the first turn. And there, continuing on, as Walton, didn't take him too long, and he's now into the race lead with a fairly solid move into Video Pro corner. Wells is the one that is charged now with the challenge, and he's got a run going down the back straightaway, straight back up the inside. So for the second time during the course of this lap, we have a new race leader. Wells back to the lead. Geordie Slater nipping at their heels in third spot aboard the number 73. Down to turn number 1 they go. Walton won't take that one lying down too much, you wouldn't think. Through the flip-flop they charge. These two youngsters going at it in the early stages of this pretty tight race. All of our Tag Light competitors absolutely nose to tail as they head up towards the Video Pro turn. Slater trying to get onto racing terms with Max Walton out there. Cleveland leads the way in DD2 over Wood. Through the top part of the race circuit they come. Walton, he'll try and return serve to Wells. He doesn't. Wells gets it sideways, which opens a door for Max at Howard's. He gets through. Slater's on the outside here. They're side by side down the front stretch. They are charging down to turn number 1. This is a tremendous race. Norris is up to 4th. He's just set the quickest lap of the race. The best he's looked all day so far. There's Cleveland leading in the DD2 category. They're pretty well spread out there, with Wood in second, but up to front in Tag Light, Walton leads the way. Cleveland with that slight gap over Wood. Cracking battle in Tag up the front. There goes Cleveland up the back straightaway. It looks like it's going to be between he and Wood as the Tag crew come charging down the front straightaway. There's the gap from Walton back to Wells, with Geordie Slater punching on here to try and get on up and racing with Wells. In 4th spot is still Brody Norris. Change of colours for Norris. Not used to seeing him in blue. Certainly quite a striking look there for the youngster in the 96, Michael Janis. The next one behind him, as Walton tries to open up the gap here. Down the back stretch he goes. Now, Geordie Slater, is he a bit closer this time? He's on the tail of Wells. Really struck prominence in the Rotex category. The Summer Series last year did Geordie Slater. Summer Series by GoPro, of course, set to come back in a few weeks' time, with those classes being confirmed just yesterday. That'll be at Todd Road and Newcastle. Through the Video Pro corner they go. Walton, after that early race battle, has decided that he is going to pull away here in the Parallel Karts Australia entry. Slater, can he have a look here at Wells? Cleveland still leading the DD2 comfortably as Slater. Having a look at Wells, that was a big move. That's not a place you normally pull a move. And then Brody Norris says, thanks very much. While you take momentum out of each other, I'll take a couple of spots and I'll move to third. So Wells, he's dropped back to fourth spot now. And he's got Janice coming up behind him. Point I was making is that Cleveland leads by 0.3 of a second over Wood. Wood starting to close on in. Took over 1/10 of a second out of Cleveland the last time by. Did Adam Wood. Of course, Adam, the super talented driver. The graphics that you can see on screen during our coverage are actually designed by Adam. His day job as a computer game programmer. Max Walton, new quickest lap of the race. He's opened a lead out to 1.3 over Geordie Slater. Brody Norris still there in third spot. So whatever they've done between races to Brody Norris's kart seems to have worked. He was P nowhere for the first two heat races, and now he's there in third position as they work their way through. We're on lap number 7 of our 10 here. Further back, Smith gets through on Duffy. That puts Smith third in DD2. So Norris with Wells behind him, and then it's Janice is caught up now in the number 20 kart. He's right there with them as they cross the line. That battle is going to continue on. Norris has got Wells on him. Down through turn number 1 they go. Through the flip-flop again for Revolution. Walton's got a solid gap over Slater. Then Norris is involved in the fight of his life here with Wells and Janice on his tail. Trent Newton trying to close up and get involved as well. Nothing's changed in DD2. It's still Cleveland, Wood, Smith, Duffy. Hutchinson, the only open performance. Then it's John Heath out there. This is where the real battle on the racetrack is at the moment in this group. Walton, just doing it easy as you like. He took last weekend both categories that he entered. It was a weekend of doubles down in Melbourne, of course. Isaac McNeil doubling up for the first time ever. A junior driver in the AKC era, winning both junior classes. Isaac, of course, one of our Ipswich locals here, doing a terrific job. Harrison Hoey, another driver to wrap up his second consecutive tag Australian title. Working their way back around. This will be the end of lap number 9. Final lap on the board now. As Walton's lead, he's just backed it off slightly. He's still quicker than second place and third, but he's got it comfortable at a second between himself and Geordie Slater, who's pulled clear of Brody Norris, who's got a little advantage now over Jack Wells, with Janice and Newton closing in, then Brown there in 7th spot on the circuit. Burns in 8th. Cleveland, he leads by a second over Wood, who's got 3 seconds in over Jason Smith. Down the back straightaway they go. Max Walton for the final time. He is in the final couple of corners. And Walton comes across the line and gets a win. Second place goes to Slater. Third place to Norris. He hangs on in front of Wells and Jennison Newton, followed by Brown, just waiting on Burns to come through. And then here is Scott Cleveland. He's coming around to take out his second heat race win in succession in DD2 over Adam Wood. Then waiting on Jason Smith now to come through in third. Then it's Steph Duffy. Dan Hutchinson, he gets across the line, 13th on the track, the only open performance. And then John Heath will come through and complete our finishes here. So that was tag 125 Light and DD2, along with open performance here at Ipswich this afternoon. We're going to take a break and be back with our third heat for the Cadet 9s.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
And we're back here at Ipswich getting ready for Cadet 9, their third heat. Just 2 races before we head to our finals this afternoon. Looking forward to that one. Felix Sim on the pole in the 6. Ricardo Johnson, the outside front row. Oliver Flack, the 11. Then it's Luke Robinson, the 57. Frankie Majerick, Harry Lack, Fred Waddy and Scarlett Mitrovic, 10 on the board. And we're away down to the first turn to get things started here in our youngest category of racing on the circuit now. And it's Sim who assumes the early race lead in the TGR. Number 6. Through there they go. Felix leading the way. It'll be Ricardo that's got himself into second in the blue helmet. Out of Autobahn on lap number 1 here. Down the back stretch they go. Gee, it's on for second. Nice and tight our top 3 here at the moment as they come through Howards and then out of the on-site Renault Group corner to complete the first lap. Sim, Johnson, Flack, then Robinson, followed by Lack up to 5th, then Majerick, Waddy and Mitrovic rounding out your runners at the moment. Sim leading by 0.4 of a second, but watch out because Flack's all over the back of Johnson here. Trying to have a look, nothing available for Oliver at that stage. Up to Video Pro they run. So Flack's through to second now. Moved his way past Johnson as Robinson in the 57 tries to close on down. Sim's got a little advantage out there, but when I say little, it's minute, you'd have to say, because everyone is about the same as they get to the end of the back stretch. And Flack, since getting past Johnson, it's his first opportunity really to go with him. And oh boy, the horsepower. The terminal velocity there of Oliver Flack right around the outside at Power Republic, Castledine Kink and into the race lead. He blistered past Felix Sim then. The run that he got onto the front straightaway just allowed him to slingshot right around the outside and into the race lead. Now Sim has got to deal with Johnson who goes up the inside of him and Luke Robinson who wants to play as well as they go up to the Autobahn corner. 3 wide into Autobahn. They all get through. Sim's the one that's dropped from first back to 4th in all of this. And now Johnson back up the inside to second on the 57 of Luke Robinson. So Johnson back to P2. He can keep an eye then on Felix Sim up the front. Down through Power Republic they go. Another move for second now. Robinson up past Johnson. So Luke Robinson up to P2. Oliver Flack up the front. He's gone. See you later. Thanks for coming. Oh, big loss toward the back there. That was Waddy in the number 3 who went around at a rapid rate of knots. His heart rate will be well and truly up. He's trying to get the thing refired and back into it. But that was a big loss there for Waddy. Meantime, Ricardo Johnson all over the back of Luke Robinson here. Trying to return serve and get himself back into the second position. Can't do it just there. The 57 of Robinson holding it down at the moment. Cross the line they go. Flack. Fastest lap of the race. No surprise. Then you've got the charge of the Light Brigade. Robinson and Johnson going on then. Madurek's caught up to the back of Felix Sim now. So Felix Sim led the race to start with. Madurek's now moved past him. So Felix Sim, wondering if there might be a problem with that kart. It's certainly dropped back off of this group here as they work their way through. Flack's lead, 1.6 seconds as he works lap number 5 here. He'll be halfway home at the end of this one. There's the advantage that he's got over Luke Robinson in the 57. Johnson just following him around there at the moment. Can't really get too close. Can Ricardo Johnson as they come to the line. The end of lap number 5. Personal bests for both Robinson and Johnson on that lap. Harry Lack trying to close in on the back of Felix Sim. Oliver Flack's lead, 1.7 seconds. He's doing it comfortably. He didn't pull out that much on that particular lap. But then having a go at this here. Robinson and Johnson still at it. Robinson sitting there. They've got a bit of work to do if they are to catch Oliver Flack in the final a bit later on. Now here comes Johnson up the inside. Holds on to it as we work lap number 6 here. And Johnson's back to second spot. So it's Robinson with the work to do now as they cross the line. Robinson's going to come straight back at him at turn 1. They pop into view, side by side. Ricardo holds on to it. So Ricardo Johnson into second placing there. Through the RHQ corner they charge. So Flack has got a comfortable lead. Dropped off on the timing screen just there. Quite strange, but anyway, you'll pick that up. Look at the run that Robinson's got here. Robinson down the back straightaway. Johnson had to cover because Robinson, he was like a shot out of a gun there. Right on the back of the number 50 as they come to the line. The battle for second and third at the end of lap number 7 now. Fifth place is Felix Sim behind Frankie Madurak, who's 4th. So Flack's got a massive lead out in front there. Then now Johnson, since getting back to second, is now able to open a very slight gap on Luke Robinson. It's the first time really that he's pulled clear from him. Then behind them, we've got this battle going on between Frankie Madurak and Felix Sim. Sim, your early race leader. He's caught up to the rear of Madurak after Madurak had pulled away. Sim with the quickest lap of the race. So whatever happened to him in the middle of the race, they're certainly cleared. He's got those Maxxis tyres back to where he needs them. And he can now start to throw a challenge at Madurak for 5th spot. Very strange how that one all played out. And Robinson got past Johnson. Back for 2nd spot. as we work lap number 9 now. Flack up the front, 2-second lead over Robinson. Johnson had set the quickest lap of the race the last time through. There goes Johnson up the inside, back to second. Robinson will go with him down the back straight away. Around they come. Last lap board will be on display for Oliver Flack this time. Just one more lap to go in this Cadet 9, heat number 3. And Oliver Flack has been masterful with the lead that he's got there. This battle that you're watching has been going all race long. Then Sim and Madurek are back at it. Madurek's got back past Sim and left him well and truly behind, which is very strange. Harry Lack back there in the 6th spot. 7th placing is Scarlett Mitrovic. Checkered flag at the ready though. Up the front, the dominance of Oliver Flack continues. Ricardo Johnson there, he's got this one in 2nd spot and he's safekeeping on the final circulation as Flack comes through. He will get the checkered flag as he comes to the line and gets that one. Very happy team down there. Congratulating Flack to the line as Johnson holds on for 2nd spot. Over Luke Robinson, then it's Madurek over Sim. Harry Lack, then Scarlett Mitrovic, rounding out your finishes in that. Just one more race to go in our 3rd round of heats for Tag Restricted Masters. Then we'll be straight into our finals. And we're back here at Ipswich for our last heat race before we get into our finals this afternoon. Been a great run event, this one, for our September Club Championship Round. Aaron Rabjones has started on the pole in this Tag Restricted Masters 3rd heat. Matt Donnelly, the outside front row. Mark Robinson and Mick Robinson, the next row. Mays, Garrity, Johns, Davison and the rest. And we are underway for 10 here to round off our heat racing here this afternoon. Trust you're enjoying all of the action that we've been bringing you throughout the course of the day here from Ipswich to kick things off for September. Plenty of action going on right throughout the nation in karting. I think this is my 8th karting weekend out of about the last 12 or 13. Couple of weekends off, then down to state championships in New South Wales at Port Macquarie. Looking forward to that one as Rab Jones, he leads away here. To the line they come. Rab Jones leading by nearly a second over Matt Donnelly, then Mark over Mick Robinson. Mays, then Johns, Garrity Wilmot. Then it is Davison Fletcher. Soward down in 11th spot. Brogan, Godfrey, Brown, Hicks, Lemon and Carter. So Soward, he's got a bit of work to do to come through the field. Nice battle going on here for second placing. Headed up by Matt Donnelly. Then the Robinson brothers and Mays. It's amazing how the Robinsons tend to find each other on the circuit pretty well every single time. It doesn't matter each month, month in, month out, they tend to be together on the track as they work their way through. There's Donnelly with Mark on his tail. Coming out onto the start finishing straight. They're going at it here. The back of this little group. In fact, Mark's got through on Alan Mays up to third. The other way around. In fact, Mays gets through on Mick Robinson, I should say. Far out. Then Johns is in sixth spot. Then Garrity, followed by Davison. And Soward has got through on Fletcher. Now we've got a move coming for second spot. Mark Robinson on Matt Donnelly. Oh, they've all got bottled up there. And they haven't tripped over each other, but they've just lost their momentum as they start to move down the back straightaway. One pulls off to the side of the circuit. I think that might be Wilmot. Unfortunate for him as they come to the line. Rab Jones comfortably in front here. That'll set him up nicely for the final. Mays through on Mark. Up into third spot. So they've been swapping places pretty well at will. Matthew Donnelly still holding down second position. Mays is right there with him now as they come through the middle part of the race circuit. Then you've got the two Robinsons that you can see on screen. Mays having a look at Matt Donnelly. They're just trying to close up and make that once again a battle in four. Mark and Mick Robinson. There's Rabby up the front. Has pulled well and truly clear in the 22. He's miles in front and just keeps popping in with quickest laps. A 51.030 that time. And now Mays has picked up the pace on the back of Donnelly for second. He's right there with him. Oh, look at this. Oh, he's up into the back of him. Mays gets into the back of Donnelly, gets the front end of the number 60 up in the air. It's not a motocross bike. It's not something that you want airtime from. And that's given Mark Robinson a push here. He goes down the inside. Will he take Mick with him? I think he will. Yes, he does. So Mays drops back 2 spots. Matthew Donnelly a comfortable second placing now. Mays back to 5th. Soward's up to 6th placing after starting further down the order. So Gavin Soward, one of our regular front runners, the random draw for heats 1 and 2 didn't work in his favour, and that's forced him to work a bit harder. Certainly it's going to place him, if he can continue to charge forward, going to place him nicely for the final, especially if he can get a couple of places here in the back end of this one. We are only at the halfway point of this 10-lap race, and it's a good battle going on for, I was going to say for second, but Matthew Donnelly has opened that gap now over the Robinsons with Mays in behind and Soward. He's joining that party, being able to show some superior pace to catch up here in this tag restricted Masters, the third and final heat before we go to the finals, where we start to give out the trophies a bit later on this afternoon. Up the front, Rab Jones has lead nearly 6 seconds. He's just had a constant purple lettering next to his name, just keeps on doing those quickest laps. A 50.843 the last time. That was nearly a full second quicker than Matthew Donnelly. He did his personal best the last time through with a 51.757. So 9/100ths quicker than what Matthew Donnelly was, a full second quicker than Mark Robinson. The same for Mick Robinson, then Mays as well. So behind Aaron Rope-Jones, it's actually a fairly competitive race. And Soward, he gets into the rear there of Alan Mays, trying to make up a spot. So that's cost him some ground, Gavin Soward, while he was on the move forward. And he's got to go back and do it all again to try and catch up. We're on lap number 8 here. Mick Robinson's lost a few spots as well. He's back to 7th placing in all of that. Rope-Jones leads 6 seconds, nearly 7. Personal best for Donnelly and Robinson that time was a 51.6 for Donnelly, a 51.4 for Mark Robinson. Johns and Mays still going at it there for 4th and 5th position. Rope-Jones, he's not done with just yet up the front. Just does a 50.743 to really rub it in late in this race as he works lap number 9. He's got a lap and a half left to go in the race lead. He'll get the last lap board as they come by. Mark Robinson not really making any impression on Matthew Donnelly here. As your race leader gets the last lap board, he's got 1 lap to go. Here's Donnelly with Robinson on his hammer. They cross the line. They've got a slight gap then back to Mays in 4th. Then it's Johns, followed by Garrity. Mick Robinson back in 7th. Soward there in 8th spot. So he'll be a bit frustrated with that. Gavin Soward did all the hard work in the early stages of this race to move himself up into a position where he might have challenged for a couple more spots, but managed to go too deep and lose plenty of ground in all of that as Aaron Rope-Jones at 22 is down the back straight away for the final time. So Robinson having a good run, but meantime, down the bottom of your screen, Aaron Rope-Jones comes to the line, gets the win. Waiting now for Matthew Donnelly to come through to claim the 2nd position, which he does so in front of Mark Robinson as they cross the line. Alan Mays, then it was Steve Johns, followed by Brad Garrity, Mick Robinson, Gavin Soward, Carl Davison, waiting on the next group to come through. It will be Mark Brogan, then it's Peter Fletcher, followed by Adrian Godfrey, Lannis Brown, then it'll be Clinton Hicks, Adam Carter and Tim Lemon as they come to the line. That completes all of our heat racing. We are going to take a break from here at Ipswich. We'll be back with the first of our finals.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators. Knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
Shut up and sit down.
With our finals here at Ipswich. Fantastic. We've got KA3 Junior Light on track for their final, with thanks to our sponsors for bringing you all the action nice and free as well. Jai Flynn to start on the pole. Henry Stratford, he's had a great day. He'll start on the outside front row. Hamish Campbell and Annabelle Kennedy the next row. Ryan Reid, Levi Dosell, Camelocker, Rule, Jensen, McCarley, Hicks, Elkayam and co. We are go in this KA3 Junior Light finale down into turn number one. And Flynn gets the best of it. A couple of them come together. One gets out into the dirt. I think that might have been Campbell in the four. Certainly look like those colours from this vantage point. Flynn, he's given him a clean set of wheels thanks to Simplex Elevators, Evo Heat and South Pacific Marine Services. What about this though from Jai Flynn? Straight out the box, bang! And he has already opened up a massive gap as they go down the back straightaway into the hairpin for the first time. 10 on the board for our finals this afternoon as they work their way onto the front stretch. Flynn leads away over then Annabelle Kennedy. What a start. Up to second. Stratford into third spot. Poppy Rule up to fourth. Then it's Dosell, Reid, McCarley, then Camelocker. Elkayam and Campbell had been shuffled back to 10th spot. So Hamish with a bit of work to do in the number 4 machine. Working their way through. Great battle going on for second backwards. Flynn's just decided that he doesn't want to get involved in any of those fights. Look at the lead that he's got. It was 1.4 seconds from the lights out. And there is Annabelle Kennedy in second. Right behind her is Henry Stratford, who's having one of the best weekends that I've seen from him. pretty much ever, sitting there in third spot, with Poppy Rule having a great run. Her and Levi Docell have been locked together basically all day long, and they are again as they go down into turn number 1. Flynn, Kennedy, Stratford Rule, Docell, Reed, McCarley up to 7th, Camelocker, and Campbell and McGill rounding out your 10. McGill with work to do to come through the field after the heat race draws didn't necessarily work out his way, and certainly going off track like he just did is not going to assist him in terms of advancing up the order. In fact, that was Docell who went off the track there. Correction and apologies. Working her way down the backstretch. Annabelle, she's been in such great form over the last few months. Oh, and Stratford runs it wide there on the exit of the hairpin. To the front straight away they go. The hand signals flying down on a fence from the teams to the drivers. Reed up to 5th now in front of McCarley. Campbell up another spot into 8th placing now. Elkayam, he's made his way inside the top 10. The youngster stepping out of cadets this year. Up to the Autobahn corner they go. Flynn just opening up that lead, stretching the legs of the CXR number 10. Onto the backstretch they go. Kennedy in second. Her and Stratford have pulled away from Rule, who was under attack massively at the hairpin corner. So we've had a few changes there. We'll pick it up for you when they come to the line now. McGill it is, who's up to 4. So Tyson on the charge. He's got Basilio McCarley with him in 5th spot. Then Rules drop back to 6. Campbell to 7th. Camelocker. Then Reed and Elkayam rounding out your 10. They all remain pretty well the same from there on in. McGill up to 4th. So this has been a pretty stirring drive here from Tyson McGill. He's just used the opportunity to slice his way forward. There he is in the white helmet into number 36. He's got McCarley with him. McCarley's decided to follow. We haven't seen much of Basilio through the course of the day. And there he is in 5th spot in the number 27. Now we can not challenge for a podium just yet, but certainly he'll be in line to challenge for a podium if the opportunity presents itself. McCarley's lead, Flynn's lead, 2 seconds over Kennedy. Stratford can't do much about Annabelle at this point in time. They've got a fair advantage over Tyson in 4th spot. Then it's McCarley, who's got a pretty much equal distance back to Poppy. Then Hamish in 7th. Nothing's changed there. Docell's got himself into 10th position, recovering from that mistake earlier in the race. And pushing on, trying to get himself back up the order. Of course, Club Championship points up for grabs here. There's McGill, the CXR Race Engines number 36 back machine. Flynn keeps getting faster out there. 49.332, but what about McGill? A 49.04.80. He's 0.3 of a second up on anyone in front of him at the moment is Tyson. So he is on the charge here in this final. The laps are starting to wind down now. We're working on lap number 7 of our 10. Nearly the 3/4 of the length of the back straight away. Flynn's got now over this young lady, Annabelle Kennedy. Won the pink plate earlier this year at the ladies event. The all-ladies event down at Lithgow, I think that is. No, be Albury, in fact, these days. Kennedy then Stratford. McGill, another new quickest lap for him. 0.4 of a second quicker than Stratford that time. So he is within striking distance. Look at the speed that Tyson McGill's got. You could visually see him close that gap to Stratford. He is on fire. That number 36 is on rails out there at the moment. And he's right there with Stratford as they go up to the top turn. He'll get him down the backstretch. He's just got that much more pace than what Stratford's got at the moment. Stratford half has a look over his shoulder. Wasn't close enough that time, was McGill. He will calculate the move. There goes Flynn. There goes Kennedy with Stratford and McGill on their tail. He got it a little bit sideways and ran it wide. Did Henry Stratford that time. Check out the speed through the Revolution race gear flip-flop. These youngsters, the skill of these young drivers between the ages of 12 and 16. Something to behold here, utilising the full capability of this KA100 motor. They work themselves up to the core. Big move there from Stratford. He goes for the move on Kennedy. He slid it in and got through to second. And Kennedy comes back at him. Straight back up the inside. McGill says, I want a part of this as well. And he goes around the outside. On Stratford, holds into third spot. They come to the line. Second, third and fourth going at it. Annabelle Kennedy holding on to second at the moment. Oh, and a problem there for Stratford. So he pulls out of the race. So bad luck for Henry Stratford. He was having a terrific day. And unfortunately, there's been some problem with that machine. And he pulls out of the race. The number 42 is done and dusted. You've got a feel for young Henry Stratford there. But what about this battle side by side? McGill to the outside, looking for a way up the inside of Poppy. We're on the last lap, so Jai Flynn took the lead at the first turn. And he comes through, and he gets the win done in comfortable fashion. Who's going to get second? It is Annabelle, only just over Tyson McGill, who threw everything at it throughout the course of that race. Poppy Rule, an outstanding fourth spot. Hamish Campbell continues his strong showing of late. He pushes his way up to fifth. Then Demi McCarley. Then it's Reed, followed by Flack. Camelocker home in ninth, and DeSalle home in 10th spot. O'Kayam in 11th. Hilda, then Jensen, followed by Hicks and DeWong home in 15th spot. Alistair Leggett, Monty Jamison, then Saragi, followed by Wright, then Hoskin, Hare, Hackwood, McLaughlin, then Thompson, Dawson, Coburn, Corkery, and that completes our finishes. As we take a break from here at Ipswich, we continue on with our finals coming to you live.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
And we're back with a continuation of our finals here this afternoon. And the tag restricted light finale hits the circuit for their 10 laps here. Thomas Williams to start on a pole with Robert Mortensen alongside. This will be a good race between those two. The 75 of Jake Jazowski and Billy James Whittaker, the number 24 off of row 2. Riley van der Breck, the 78 Kaisergertz in the 20 off of row number 3. Then Darcy Briggs, the 21. Dale Zimmerman, the 86. Then it's Cody Scott to come through from 9th. Angus Quezsales out of 10 in the 7. Jack DeSell, the 54. Blake Romali, then Kalen Mullins. Hammond Furlong about it, and the rest as they go. No, they don't. Manzano will line up in 17th position in the 27. Connor O'Reilly in the 71 out of 18. Jay Keys in the 8 from 19th spot with Darren Tully alongside out of P20. Nicholas Zimmerman the 53. Ned Lenahan the 81. Then it's Michael Janis out of 23rd spot in the 46. Jacques Goodman out of 24th placing in the number 16 machine. Matthew Karunaratne off the back of the bus in the number 2. And Jack Duncan will start from last in the 15. Of course, the two P-platers off the back right there. Shouldn't be too much longer, I don't think, before we see particularly Karunaratne off of his P-plates and into the field proper. Big field of tag restricted light here to get set. And we are away for 10. Down to turn 1 they run. Can they get through there cleanly? Yes is the answer. So good start all the way through there. Williams it is who gets the best of the start. In second spot is Robert Mortensen, soaring at the steering wheel there. Couple come together towards the back there. They both continue on. The advantage of having clutches on these engines that they are using. And a big move from Czeslowski to move his way up into second position there side by side. Going through into the Autobahn corner. Mortensen trying to fight back here on Czeslowski. Down the back straightaway they go. Here on lap number 1. Everyone going at it in the early runnings here. Onto the front stretch. Mortensen having a look. No, the door gets shut by Czeslowski. Billy James in the 24. He's sitting there in fourth position. Trying to get up on two racing terms with Mortensen. It's a good run from Billy Whittaker. That is for sure. To be running inside the top 5 at the moment. Got up to position number 5 in the 20. Cody Scott in the number 3 out of 6th. So go up to the Video Pro turn. Big field of tag restricted, that's for sure, here this weekend. Down the back straight away they charge. Thomas Williams trying to open up a gap here on Jake Czeslowski, but that's just not happening at the moment as they come to the line. Czeslowski, quickest lap of the race at 50.004. So Jake Czeslowski, he is wanting to try and close on in here on your race leader in Thomas Williams. The gap was just 0.366. He was 0.2 of a second quicker than Williams that time, was Czeslowski. Mortensen, he was a little quicker than what Williams was. Down the back stretch they go now. So Williams starting to respond to the Czeslowski battle because Czeslowski's got Mortensen behind him as they come to the line. Mortensen wanting to get involved as well. Williams responds with the quickest lap of his own, a 46.649. Even Stevens out there between our top 6 at the moment. It's Czeslowski looking to try and close down onto the tail of your race leader in Thomas Williams. Williams if we want to walk away with the race victory here as they come to the line. Chislowski now. So they're trading fastest laps out there. Williams and Chislowski, 0.369. 49.3s for Williams, the same for Chislowski. It was just 6/100ths of a second difference. Mortensen, a 49.5, a 49.4 for Whitaker in 4th spot. Gotts in with a 49.7, and it's a 49.6 for Briggs. So our top half dozen all setting personal bests on that lap. Chislowski looks a little closer here as Williams gets down over the steering wheel. He's punching through the air. Is Williams. And then Chislowski getting the aero wash as they come to the front straight away. That's the end of lap 5. We're halfway home. Another new quickest lap for Jake Chislowski in second. Mortensen trying to go with him. He's about the same pace as Williams out there at the moment as they work on through. Through the electro corner they go. 0.234 was the gap. Chislowski closer than he has been. Now through Video Pro. No change in the order until you look further back. Manzano up into 9th spot. Quez Sales has dropped 2 to Zimmerman and Mullins. Duncan's got past Karunaratne. The 2 P-platers having their own battle throughout the course of this race down there in 17th and 18th spot. Karunaratne had a really good run going at our last club championship round. So Gertz has got some trouble going on, called Darcy Briggs behind him. With Riley Vandenbroek getting involved in that one as well. The gap between Williams and Chislowski maintained at a little over 2/10. Through the Video Pro corner they go. This one's nice and tense as we work lap number 7 of our 10 here. There'll be 3 to go when they cross the line the next time. Down the back stretch. Now Chislowski doesn't seem to have the top end speed to really go with Williams, so he's got to rely on the setup on board that number 75 out there as they cross the line now. 3 laps remaining in this one. The final for tag restricted light here this afternoon. Now down in 9th, there's the quickest lap of the race from Jordan Manzano as Docell moves past Vandenbroek into 7th spot. It's 0.333, the gap from 1st to 2nd. It was a 49.1 for Williams, a 49.2 for Chislowski. That's the order as they sit at the moment. Not much doing in terms of being able to close that. Very typical tag racing because it's also tightly bunched. Across the line they go. Williams has opened up the gap a little bit more, a couple of hundredths of a second on Chislowski here with 2 laps remaining. It's been a pretty good race, all told. Mortensen, he's having a good run, sitting there in 3rd position. In 4th place is Billy James Whitaker, one of his best ever runs here, sitting there in 4th. Gotts in 5th spot, holding it down over Briggs, down the back straightaway. I think Williams has got enough in his back pocket. There's Mortensen in 3rd. One lap to go now for Thomas Williams to get the W. Chislowski's been valiant in 2nd, chasing him down. Docell and Vandenbroek have got past Briggs. Quez Sales is back to 11th. Williams going through the middle part of the race circuit now. Out of RHQ. He'd open the gap up to 0.4 of a second. He's been in front from the time the lights went out, and he's just maintained it as it goes down the back stretch into the hairpin for the final time. And back to the start, finishing straight. And Thomas Williams is going to get the win in this one. 2nd place goes to Chislowski, a good drive. And he gets the quickest lap to boot Robert Mortensen home in third, then Billy Whittaker. Good drive from him as well. Gotts, then it is Darcel, then Vanderbroek, Briggs, Manzano, Scott, Quest Sales in 11th, then Mullins, Hammond, Zimmerman, O'Reilly, Bowden. Duncan gets the best of the P-platers over Karuna Ratner in 18th spot. Then 19th was Furlonger. And then you had Keys and Darren Tully to round out your finishes here in the tag restricted light. Coming up next, we our feature category, that being Cadet 9s and Cadet 12 P-platers. We'll take a break, be back shortly here at Ipswich. And welcome back to Ipswich, our feature category for the weekend, being Cadet 9 and 12 P-platers on the circuit. They've got 10 laps. We've bolstered them up a couple of laps for this one. Rob Hackwood, can he continue his run? It's got to be one of his first races. I haven't seen Rob race before here. He'll be on the pole, the head of the 12s. Conor Hare in the 11 on the outside front row, then Sebastian Woodrow and Brock McGill in the 5 on the next row of the grid, and Noah Curry completes our 12s at a P5 and a 4. Then heading up the Cadet 9s is Jackson Podmore in the 88, Lucas Shepley the 56, then Vinnie Misson, Alfie Doyle, Aubrey Yendall, Alexander Podmore the 20 and the 24 of Riley Smith set for a start. 10 on the board, we're green. Down to turn number 1 they go. Nice even start right throughout this one. It's been a big day for the P-platers, of course. The youngsters just getting their karting careers kicked off. Hackwood leading them around. Let's see what this brings. Of course, it's always interesting to watch these ones. They had a bit of a mixed up race a bit earlier on if you weren't with us. A few of them off to the side of the circuit. Been a long day. Great initiative from the Ipswich Kart Club to break these kids away there. There's Hackwood in the 12. O'Hare in second spot. Woodrow there in third. Podmore. First of our Cadet 9s, he's up to 4th on circuit in the 88. Moved his way right up there. But Hackwood held a 0.2 of a second advantage across the line at the end of lap number 1. In fact, we only have 8 laps out there. They threw me a dummy up here. So we are working lap number 2. There'll be 6 to go when they come across the line the next time. They like throwing me a dummy every now and then up here in race control. Down the back straightaway they go. A hair in the slipstream here of Hackwood. Through the hairpin. This is starting to develop into a nice race. Watch out because Woodrow is there in third position to pick up anything that might happen in front of him. He's crossing the line. New fastest lap from O'Hare. A 56.048. The third of our finals this afternoon. Been a great day of racing here. Very warm conditions at Ipswich this afternoon. Of course, our own Australian champion, Michele Masuria, in the Champions of the Future over at the PFK karting facility, raised himself up to 40th overall in points after qualifying 98th out of the 100. He finished his 3 races in 12th, 15th, 18th and respectively. The continuation of the finals, that'll be live on speedcafe.com/karting tonight. And then into the finals tomorrow night as well. That kicks off at 6 p.m. with the first segment. Then the second segment at 9:15. You'll get all those links there on Speed Cafe from 6 o'clock tonight. Now, Sebastian Woodrow's picked up the pace. 3/10 quicker than O'Hare in front of him and 2/10 quicker than Rob Hackwood up the front. Oh, Hackwood's starting to get a little bit wobbly out there. So they're starting to close in on him here on lap number 4. And we've now got a race in 3. This is a classic. Then in 4 spots, Podmore. Then Shepley. Then Doyle, McGill, Misson, Smith, Yendall and Podmore. That's your order as they sit at the moment. Will we have a new leader at the hairpin? Up the inside goes O'Hare and takes the lead. Woodrow's the quickest out there at the minute in third. So Hackwood's back to second. They're side by side down the front straightaway. This will be an interesting turn number 1. Hackwood. Oh, O'Hare and Hackwood. Wow. It's hard to believe that these kids are just kicking off their racing careers. And that is a move that you don't even see experienced campaigners around this circuit pull. That was huge into turn number 1. And oh, here it is. Oh, Hackwood's got off onto the dirt. So he brings up a whole heap of dust and gets those tyres dirty, which opens it up for Woodrow now in third position to try and close it down. Up to Autobahn they go. A hair up the front's pull clear. Podmore, that being Jackson, still leads the Cadet 9s. 4th on circuit in front of Lucas Shepley and Alfie Doyle. Back to the line goes O'Hare. Lap traffic going to be a factor in this one fairly shortly, as well as we've got 5 in the books. 3 laps remaining in this our final for the Cadet 9s and 12P platers. Now they're already at the lap traffic. Here we go. Oh, this is where it gets interesting. Bang, into the rear. So, was that O'Hare? O'Hare and Hackwood are now nose to tail. Hackwood up the inside. Can't do anything there. Cops a bit of ripple strip. That's cost him some ground. He'd closed it all back up, utilising the lappers. Had Rob Hackwood. Now they're onto the backstretch. So O'Hare with the comfortable race lead at the moment. To the line, the end of lap number 6. O'Hare's lead, 7/10 of a second. They've managed to clear the traffic. Some rubber coming off the Maxxis tyre of Rob Hackwood as he came down into turn number 1. Woodrow still there in third spot. He's 2 seconds behind, or a second and a half, in fact, behind Hackwood at the moment. They are clear on the race circuit together. Further back, others are having a bit of trouble trying to negotiate their way through. So he's going to have more traffic to contend with fairly shortly, as he'll come around to get the last lap. Boardwell Connor. This is with the end of lap number 7 now. Last lap on display. Down through turn number 1. Hackwood got it down to 0.2 of a second there. It's going to have to be a big one to try and get through. There's no traffic between our top 2 now and the checkered flag. So it's just a straight out fight. Looks as though O'Hare's got the pace at the moment over Hackwood. Down to the Video Pro turn for the final time. Podmore still leading Cadet 9s. Been a great performance by our P-platers here today. Our feature category. Down the backstretch goes Connor O'Hare. 2 names that I haven't called before. And they come through the final set of turns and onto the front straightaway in the Cosmic. The number 11 of Connor O'Hare gets the win. And the 12 of Hackwood comes home in second. It's very confident. One finger in the air there from Connor O'Hare as he crossed the line. Sebastian Woodrow crosses the line in 3rd position in the 13. Then Jackson Podmore takes out Cadet 9s over Lucas Shepley, finishing 4th and 5th respectively on the racetrack. And waiting now for Brock McGill to come through in 6th spot. Dennis Finney missing, followed by Alfie Doyle, Riley Smith, Aubrey Yendall and Alexander Podmore. Rounding out your finishers in the Cadet 9 and 12 P-platers. We're going to take a break and continue on. You're in finals time here at Ipswich. So they come now for tag heavy. Brock Plum on the front row there in the 15. Let's see if he can continue his run. Marshall in the 17. Going down to turn 1. In the 31 machine of Chris Williams. He slots himself into 3rd spot. Plum leading the way now. He's got away at the start here. And he'll want to just continue on with his winning ways. He's had a good day. Here's Brock Plum looking very solid. That is for sure. Up through the top corner they go. JGM number 17 into 2nd spot there. And coming around to complete the opening lap. Williams still in 3rd, followed by the number 5. Then it is Redding trying to charge his way forward through the first turn. On lap number 2 here. Geez, Redding's on the charge there. He's a 3rd kart on your screen at the moment. sitting there in 5th position. He's having a look up the inside, gets it done. Okay, he's up to P4. Because he didn't finish that opening heat race earlier on this morning. But getting involved in a lap 1 incident. And now he's up onto the back of his old rival in Chris Williams as they come across the line to complete lap number 2. So Plum has got a slight advantage there, as you can see, over the number 17. Now up the inside goes Redding into 3rd spot. So can Brent Redding turn what started off as a disastrous day into a success here this afternoon? Across the line goes Plum now. Marshall still there in 2nd spot. What can he do about our race leader? But keep an eye on Redding in 3rd position. He's the man on the move at the moment in the Empire Kart Sport machine. They've had quite the year, the team at Empire Kart Sport, finishing top 3 in the Australian Teams Championship. Certainly at national level, one of the smaller teams. Down the back stretch they go. Marshall looks like he might be starting to close in a little bit here. We're working lap number 4. So come back around to the start line. So Plum to one who leads away. He's the man that is setting the pace at the moment. Equal distance between our top 3 at the moment. Since getting into 3rd spot, Redding has pulled away from Williams in 4th. And starting to get closer now is Redding to the tail of Marshall. Down the back stretch. Redding will be in striking distance fairly shortly. Oh, we went for the big move there. Did Redding. The door got shut. Across the line. So Plum's lead fairly decent at the moment, certainly aided and abetted by Redding and Marshall having that slight collision. Around a lap ago, the end of the back stretch. Lap starting to wind down. Out of Autobahn they go. Plum, he'll enjoy being back on the top step of the podium here in this one. Through Howards they go now, then out of the on-site Renault Group corner. Down through Power Republic, turn number 1. Look at Brent Redding all over the back now of Marshall in the JGM number 17. When is Redding going to wind him up? To have a look here through Video Pro they go. Oh, we got it a little sideways there, did Brent Redding. Didn't get the run that he would have been looking for up to Autobahn, but I don't think that's going to bother him too much here. Down the back stretch, he lines him up. Looks at the inside and gets it done. So Brent Redding through to 2nd. Can Marshall respond here in the 17? They're right there together. Across the line. 3 laps to go now. Could that be what driver of the 17 was looking for in terms of just getting himself back focused for this final 3-lap stint here in this 10-lap burst in the final this afternoon? It's been a great recovery from Brent. The morning didn't start the way that he would have liked. He's had to work hard at it. Don't know that he's got enough in the tank there to catch up to the rear of Brock Plum at the moment. Plum's been pretty well in control throughout the course of the day. So back to the start line, 2 laps to go for Brock Plum. Redding's left Marshall now. Williams still there in 4th. Through the left-hander at Video Pro goes Brock Plum now. Nice strike back for him. He's had an up and down couple of race meetings over recent times, this Brock Plum. But there's no doubt about him today. But Brent Redding is just taking ground out of him, left, right and centre at the moment. There's Williams there still in 4th in the 31 to the line. 1 lap to go. There he is, the number 15 machine. Brock Plum leading the way. He is on the way home. It's spread out a little bit out there. Comes down through the Video Pro turn. A couple more corners left remaining for Brock as he hits the back straightaway. Checkered flag being unfurled as I speak for Brock Plum to come around, and he will get himself back on top step of the podium as he comes out of the final turn onto the front straightaway. He gets the win. 2nd place goes to Redding, and then 3rd will go to Marshall, followed by Williams, and the rest come streaming on through to complete that one. Therefore, Tag Heavy. As we take a break, you're watching the September Club Meet from here at Ipswich, thanks to Simplex, Evo Heat and South Pacific Marine Services.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
And back here with Cadet 12 on track here at Ipswich. We're charging through our finals here this afternoon. Our 5th of the 12 finals you're watching live. Joining us through the YouTube channel for Ipswich Kart Club or indeed on speedcafe.com. Great to have your company wherever you may be watching us from around Australia or indeed around the world. As Alistair Flack will start on the pole in the 10. Michael Quinliani, the 27, the outside front row. Broadbent and Mills, the next row. Butler and Newman. Then it's Carson and Black, Thompson and Masiko, Walton, Fuller, Watts, Waddy, Marita, Watkinson. And we haven't got a start in this one. Then it's Martin Shea. He hasn't had the best weekend, Martin Shea. Today, problem here on the front straightaway. So, it hasn't been a good one for Martin Shea. He's been in really good form over recent times. So we've pulled that one to a stop. That is the 96 of Andrew Thompson. One of our front runners. Unfortunately, Andrew Thompson looks like he is done and dusted for this one. They're trying to get him underway, get him out of the way. I think that, I think he's finished. Yes, indeed he's finished. So bad luck there. Cool Fernando Alonso throwback type helmet there for Andrew Thompson. So that's bad luck for Andrew. We'll probably give him one more, I'd say. They're still trying to get that thing started. I don't think our officials will look too kindly on that one. I think it's over and done with just quietly. One more. So it's Flack and Quinliani on the front row. Broadbent and Mills. The next row, Newman and Larson. So Cadet 12's been pretty solid throughout the course of today. Let's see what the final brings. So, Flack and Quinliani lead him around. We're away for our 10 now, and it's Flack who gets the run down to turn number 1. Oh, one's put off into the pit area. I thought there might have been a drama, but there wasn't. One just pulling out of commission in this race. And Flack it is who leads away over Quinliani in the red helmet. Through the Electro Industries corner they go. Up through the top turn, and Flack already trying to pull away here. Quintiliani trying to stick to the rear crash bar of the 10 and go with him. Through that part of the race circuit they run. Quintiliani's had a good run out of the hairpin here, and he's on the tail of the number 10 as they go across the line. Broadbent in the 32 up to 3rd. Mills in 4th in the 11. Then it is Geordie Butler, Knox Black, Lennox Carson, Waddy, then Masiko and Fuller rounding out your top 10 at the moment. At the end of the first competition lap. Through the left-hander at Video Pro. Flack would have liked to have got away here in the early stages, but Quintiliani's having none of it. Pretty solid during the course of the heats. Was Quintiliani just advanced himself forward, so therefore he was able to start on the front row. Broadbent's been fantastic all day today. He and Mills have gone at it, so too Butler. They've been going at it all day long throughout the course of those lead-up heats to where we are right now. Knox Black down in 6th spot. He was a big benefactor in our last heat of a collision between a few of them. Look at Mills in 4th spot there. All over the tail of Broadbent. Looking for any way to get him through. Get himself through. It's been good racing in Cadet 12 today. Broadbent just went a little wide there So that'll give Mills what he's looking to try and get out of this. So go down the back stretch. In through the Howard's concreting corner they go now. And then Geordie Butler right behind them. Just keeping an eye on what's going on between the 32 and the 11 so that if he needs to, he can pick up the crumbs. And then behind him is the always charging Knox Black in the Birrell Art number 90. He's been super impressive over the last couple of months, has Knox Black, in terms of just closing on in and being right there, being present when his presence is needed. But up the front, Quiniliani took a 10th out of Flack that time. Don't necessarily need me to tell you the difference between the two of them. You can see that on screen at the moment as they come down the back stretch. Quiniliani, you can see the different driving styles. Flack down over the steering wheel. Quiniliani looking cool as a cucumber. Sitting there in second position in the 27. Just keeping an eye on what's going on in front of him. And they start to close on down the front straightaway. Another new quickest lap for Michael Quiniliani. 4/100ths of a second quicker than your race leader, Alistair Flack. That's not enough at this stage, but he's got the slipstream. He's right there with him. There's your battle for third. That continues. In fact, it is your battle for third and fourth. Fifth and sixth having their own battle, but the battle's up the front as we'll head towards the halfway point. There's Quintiliani on the tail of Flack. One of the many Flacks we see racing right around Australia at all forms of motorsport. Down the back stretch they go. Through the hairpin. Michael doing everything that he possibly can here to see where he can have a look at the number 10. Through turn one they go. Quiniliani, another new quickest lap for him. But the problem that he's got is that he's only a few hundredths quicker than the race leader, and a few hundredths isn't enough at this stage for him to get up onto racing terms and get alongside. The order at the halfway points: Flack, Quiniliani, Broadbent, Mills, then Butler, Black, then Carson, Masiko, Waddy in ninth spot, then Fuller, then it's Haig, Watts, Shea, Walton, Marita, Janison, Newman, Watkinson and Smith. As they go down the backstretch, it looks like Flack's picked up the pace here and open up even more of a gap. It was down to 0.172 the last time they went through. Let's have a look and see what it is this time when they come to the line. I think that Flack's picked it up a bit there. Yes, he has. He's pulled a 10th on Quintiliani, a new quickest lap of the race, and it's out to 0.278. Gap back then to Broadbent in third over Mills in fourth position. Masiko's got himself into seventh spot as we work lap number 7. Masiko getting past Lennox Carson. Through the bottom part of the race circuit, it looks like Alistair Flack's picked up the pace even more now. Here's Broadbent and Mills still having their battle. Mills unable to effect any sort of pass on Broadbent at the moment, but he's closer than he has been. He's Aston Mills. They go down through there. He's wanting to get himself on the podium this afternoon. Through the Revolution race gear flip-flop they go. Knox Black on the back of Geordie Butler now. That's a battle for 5th and 6th. You can see that battle for 3rd and 4th in front of them. Broadbent. The 32 holding down the final podium position right there with Mills. He's wanting to walk away with the trophy tonight as they go down through the hairpin again. We're on lap number 8 now, so there'll only be 2 laps to go. Flack's lead was 0.4. It's down to 0.292. So Quiniliani's picked up the pace here. It's not over and done with yet. Michael's just gone back, caught his breath, And now he's going to mount a late race charge here for the race victory on Alistair Flack. Mills still holding onto the crash bar of Jeremy Broadbent. What has Michael Quintiliani got left here this afternoon? They shoot up to the hard breakout Autobahn through the right-hander. These two race out on the national scene. They're in Melbourne last weekend. They're back here on home turf this weekend. 1 lap to go. Flax responded. It was 0.3 exactly between the pair of them when they crossed the line. There's the battle for second and third going through. Broadbent and Mills, they've been locked like that for about the last 2 laps. The checkered flag will be on display the next time. Flack coming through here. Flack holding on. Quintiliani going through the top turn. I don't think he's going to be close enough as they get to the end of the back straightaway. Down they come. Flack looks like he's got enough in reserve. The battle for third hasn't changed either. As out of the final turn comes Alistair Flack, and he gets the job done. Great drive from Flack, great drive from Quintiliani. Broadbent withstood the pressure from Aston Mills to come home in third spot, then Knox Black. Geordie Butler home in sixth, then Masiko, followed by Carson. Watts gets home in ninth spot. He's had a mixed day in front of Miko Waddy. Then it's Blake Hagan 11th, then Fuller, Newman, Walton, Shea down in 15th. Then Janice, then it's Watkinson. Kenny Marita will be the next one through, and Shelby Smith. Rounding out your Cadet 12 finishes. As we go to a break, we'll be back with 4SS and their 10-lap final.
Shut up and sit down.
So we're back here at Ipswich, a continuation now of 4SS Junior. Let's see if someone can throw a challenge to Jackson DeWong, who has been right up there all day long. Hudson Lippiat will start outside the front row. Next row of the grid with the two Kodaks of Jackson Turner and JD Chapman, has been throwing the kitchen sink at those carts down there, trying to ungrip them. Everyone been complaining of grip up problems at Team Kodak, and now moving into second spot. Off the line is Jackson Turner. And Jackson DeWong leading the way. So going to have the fight of the Jacksons here yet again. Something that we've become used to in this 4SS competition. But it's Jackson DeWong who holds on to the lead at the moment. And now they're really throwing the challenge at Lippiat. Up through the Autobahn turn they run. Good run here from Jackson Turner down the back straightaway. Having a look at Lippiat as they go through the hairpin, and then it's all going on behind them as well. So they come back to the start, finishing straight. DeWong leads by 1.2 seconds, so he's doing it easy up front, is Jackson DeWong. Lippiat holding down to second. Turner looking for a way through here. So the changes have worked on the Turner kart. Through the video pro turn they go. He just has to try and get the kart in position to have a look at Hudson Lippiat. Does Jackson Turner. Through the top part of the race circuit they go. In the slipstream, they're starting to look bit of over the shoulder looking. Big move coming there from Turner. Up to P2. But Lippiat comes straight back at him. Great racing here in 4SS of 4 strokes. Having a good run. Oh, side by side down the front stretch. And Turner able to diamond off the front straightaway and move clearly into the second spot. Meantime, behind them, it's all happening between the two Ricardo karts and JD. Up the front, DeWong leads the way.
They're the drivers, but yeah, we've lost time in again.
DeWong comfortable up the front now. Chapman involved in that fight with Hamish Douglas. There's the gap from first to second. Look at this. Running 3, Lippiat. He's got Turner on his tail. Throw Douglas into that mix as well. Duel at the back of the field. Look at this great little fight. It's been an entertaining... Oh! Exit stage right. He didn't mean to do that. Geez, that could have got a little bit scary, actually. Turner will redress... Well, has to redress and get himself back into position. He slots himself back to where he was. Geez, I thought he was headed straight for the tyre barrier then. He was able to gather it up. Great driving there from Jackson Turner. There's the 51 of Lippiat. Did a busy day. The CRG driver. And the 11 machine of Duel is the next one out there, the Ricardo kart. On screen at the moment is Duel in that 11. He's under pressure from Turner, who's recovered from that moment. His excursion across the grass, that certainly wasn't planned. Trying to get back into it. As they go down the back straight away. Now here's Turner on the back of Duel in the 11. Trying to give it a crack and has a look here. Gets it done. Nice move there too by the number 88 machine of Jackson. Get himself back onto the podium here. Chapman's got himself, worked his way up as well into 4th spot in the 27. So made mention before, Liam dropped me a note between races. They're having trouble getting those karts. They were gripping up all over the place, so they've just been trying to ungrip them. And it seems to have worked, so they're running 3rd and 4th at the moment. But certainly DeWong has been the class of the field so far today in 4SS Junior. Lippiat certainly going right there with him and being well deserved to be in that 2nd position as we sit at the moment. Down the back straightaway they go. Turner in third position. Trying to pull away here at the minute. Duong's got his lead out to 4.7 seconds. Just done a new quickest lap of the race of 53.903. He's on lap number 7 now. It's Jackson Duong. Now look at this little battle. That's Jack Dool on the back of JD. JD giving it a crack. But oh, look out. Dool gets into the back of him. Just touches the rear of the BRM. Through the Video Pro corner they go. And now up to Autobahn once more. Now, what can Jack Dool do here? Hamish Douglas sitting in behind, just keeping an eye on what's going on. He'll certainly be wanting to try and get a bit of purchase on what's happening in front of him. Should the gloves start to come off side by side down the front straight away. Chapman holds on. He was on the outside, headed into the right-hander, but managed to hang on to it. Dool. He's thrown everything at JD Chapman at the moment. Up the inside, they'll go side by side. Out of RHQ, and Dool goes into that 4th spot now. What's Chapman got left, if anything, on these Maxxis tyres? And the setup on that orange and white machine. Down the back straightaway, Duong's leads out to 5.2 seconds. He'll have 2 laps to go when he comes to the line. Dool had a good run through this quarter of a lap and has pulled away from JD. JD's now opened up to Hamish Douglas further back there. So this is not what he planned, that is for sure. Jackson Duong, another new fastest lap at 53.847. He's opened a lead out to 6 seconds. That is nearly a second a lap as he's working lap number 9 now. More than half a second, that is for sure. There's JD. Dool, you just saw disappear to your right of screen. Douglas is right on his hammer now. As the sun starts to come down, we'll be done with this one before dark this afternoon, which would be cool. Thanks to Simplex Evo Heat and South Pacific Marine Group for making it possible to bring you this event live. Whether you're watching around Australia or indeed around the world. Meantime, Jackson Duong, he is on the way home. He has been outstanding today aboard that number 13 machine. Not even headed. Not even look like being headed, really, in this 4SS category. So definitely come to play to Jackson Duong. There'll be a bit of work to do between events for some of our competitors, that is for sure, as the club championship starts to wind down. Through the final set of turns comes the number 13 of Jackson Duong, and he'll come to the line and gets the checkered flag. Takes it comfortably. Waiting now for Hudson Lippiat to come to the line. He crosses in second position. 7 seconds behind Duong. Then Jackson Turner home in third, followed by Jack Dool, then JD Chapman and Hamish Douglas rounds out your top half dozen in the 4SS final. We'll take a break. Our next final, not too far away, that being KA3 Senior. So out they come now for the KA3 Senior final. In this KA3 final, Dom Penman will be on the pole in a 70. Lucas Lesmes, the 95. On the outside front row, then it's Max Chatton, the 63. The 82 of Hamilton Ray out of 4. Charlotte Page at 22. Maddie Price in the 86. Then it's Talia Kittle, Bree Moyes, Paige Yarwood, Ronan Finn and Luca Goodchild. A great field here. Set for a start. We're away. Lesmes got the best of the run on the outside front row. There's a collision down the back. One goes around and is facing the wrong way. Continues on. But everyone else underway. But Lesmes, he's got the best of the start. He leads them through on this opening lap. Penman's into second with Ray in the green helmet in third. Through the middle part of the race circuit down to Video Pro, and Penman goes up the inside of Lesmes and to the race lead. So Penman in the 70 machine for CXR. Lesmes has got a good run going here. Will he have a look at him? No. Jumps on the brakes. Coming around to end the first lap of their 10 here in KA3 Senior. Penman's wanting to try and get away. But Lesmes is not going to let him in. Hamilton Ray looking for another podium here this weekend. Look at Lesmes go through the Revolution race gear flip-flop. And just wasn't positioned nicely there for the 95. Lost a little bit of ground on this second lap as they go now in through Video Pro and up to the Autobahn corner for the second time. Penman trying to get away. Oh, Lesmes deep under brakes. I think he outbroke himself just a little bit through there, and that's let Hamilton Ray up to second. So if Lesmes, he lost the momentum, and that's opened it up for Ray, and now Charlotte Page joins the podium party. Charlotte making the move up to senior. She wants to get involved in this one. And she's up to third now. So it's gone from chocolates to boiled lollies for Lesmes in the space of a lap out there. Well, space of half a lap, really. And now he's got Max Chatton on his hammer. Geez, Penman, he's opened up that advantage already. Hasn't taken him long. It was out to nearly a second. As now here's Charlotte Page on the tail of Hamilton Ray in the green helmet. Down the front stretch they come. To the Lesmes back there in fourth spot, trying to recover and get himself back up the order. Page the quickest out there, a 49.770 for Charlotte. So Penman's lead, 0.89 of a second. Now she's all over the back of Ray in a few weeks' time. She'll be off to Dubai for round 4 of the Champions of the Future Karting Academy, October 4 to 6. That one. Another new quickest lap for Charlotte. One thing that she has learnt over in Europe this year is to pass, man. In her category, she's been probably passed more karts than anybody. I've been watching those events as they've been happening. Lucas Lesmes now. He's recovered with the quickest lap, a 49.609 as he tries to get onto the back of Page in the 22. So Dominic Penman halfway home. He leads by 0.9 of a second over Ray, then Page, and it's Lesmes trying to charge his way back to get onto the podium. Max Chatton there in 5th spot. Then it's Bree Moyes, Talia Kittle, Price, Goodchild, and Yarwood. Brandon Finn, unfortunately, not out there playing any longer. We're on lap number 6. High stake battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th at the moment. Ray, Page and Les Mes. Down the backstretch they run. Ray and Page seem to have a little bit more what Les Mes has got at the moment. The two JGM karts, the Ray and Les Mes machines. The engine's tuned by Kip Foster over in Western Australia. Another near quickest lap for Les Mes. I thought he'd lost a bit of pace, but he'd picked it up. Shows how much I know. 4 laps to go. It's a 49.431 from Lucas that time through. He took exactly a 10th out of Charlotte on that lap and 7/100ths out of his teammate up to Autobahn. So it's starting to concertina here between our drivers in 2nd, 3rd and 4th position. Down the back straightaway, Charlotte's got a run down through the hairpin. Thought she might have had a run on Ray then, but wasn't close enough. Back to the line. Penman's lead, 1.1 seconds with 3 laps to go. He's responded with his own fastest lap. Ray under the pump here from Charlotte Page in the 22 for Empire Kart Sport. Lucas Les Mes. Two of the bigger teams here in Ipswich Racing. The JGM squad and Empire. Up the inside goes Charlotte to 2nd. Les Mes gets a run here down the back straightaway. He's on the inside of Ray. We're going to go 3 wide at the hairpin. Whoa! And Ray, he loses out there. Goes from 2nd back to 4th. They're actually fortunate to get through that one. That's opened up the lead for Penman with 2 to go. It's Penman now from Page and Les Mes, Ray. Then Chatton, Moyes, Kittle, Price, Goodchild and Yarwood. It's not over and done with just yet. So a lap and a half to go in this one. Charlotte trying to pull away in 2nd spot. There's the lead you can see from Penman back to Page there. Working their way up to the top part of the race circuit. Down the backstretch they go. Charlotte Page. A big move for her. Jumping up to seniors. Here she sits where she is for another lap. She'll have scored a podium in her senior debut. Penman up the front similarly. Through the flip-flop goes Dom. He's got a comfortable lead now. It's out to 1.9 seconds. I don't know that Les Mes has got enough here, sitting in 3rd, to throw it at Page on this last lap. There's Penman. He comes out of the fish hook up to Autobahn for the final time. It's going to have to be a big run here from Les Mes, and he just isn't right there in that slipstream to have a look at the 22. Meantime, Penman comes to the final corner. He'll come to the line and get it done. He takes a win. 2nd place is Page and Les Mes, followed by Ray. Then it was Chatton and Moyes. Talia Kittle home in 7th spot. Then Matty Price. Then it'll be Luca Goodchild and Paige Yarwood. Rounding out your finishes, Ronan Finn not getting any further than 1 lap into that one. That completes KA3 tag restricted medium coming up after we take a break.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
And we're back now with tag restricted medium hitting the circuit. Handful of races to go here this afternoon. Trust you're enjoying all the action from Ipswich. Zach King to start on the pole here in the 97. Trent Harder's the 93. DeSalvo out of 3. He's had a good day. Matty Goddard out of 4 in the 81. Then Cieslawski Cox. Wasn't in fact King up the front. He's on the second row of the grid. Our timing screen's been a little bit chaotic all day today, to be quite fair. Oh, we're racing. I thought we were going to get another lap there, but we are underway for our 10 here. And hard as it is, who leads away, that orange helmet. Good start for him. King back to third. DeSalvo. He's got himself into second spot at the moment. Down the back stretch to kick things off here. What can DeSalvo do about Harders as they come around to complete lap number 1? Third spot there is King. He went in deep there, did King. Fourth is Matt Goddard at the moment. Then it's Brad Cox. Cieslawski in sixth spot. Missing into position number 7. Out of 8 is Josh Goddard. Then David Vogel and Voigt rounding out your top 10 as they sit at the moment. Up to Video Pro corner. Gita Salvo's looking good on the exit of Video Pro there. Right there with your race leader, and he's being pushed by King. King will try and open a door at any opportunity. Down into the hairpin they go. King having a look at the rear of DeSalvo now. So it's a 50.758 for Harders, a 720 for DeSalvo. It's starting to tighten up here. And a 758, so our first and third place competitors did exactly the same lap time. That time through Matt Goddard there in fourth spot. He did a 741, so nothing in it. And Cieslawski down in sixth. They're the quickest lap of anybody so far as they work their way down the backstretch. Now King having a look at DeSalvo up the inside, gets it done. So can he take the challenge up to Harders now? Harders leading down through turn 1. Half a second up on your new second place driver in Zach King. Looks like Harders might have pulled out a little bit in the early stages of this lap. Certainly the pass would have assisted and aided and abetted that. King's now getting himself settled down. Try and mount that challenge as Goddard. He's up on the tail of DeSalvo. Through the right-hander and onto the backstretch. Sebi holding on to the final podium spot for the time being. Hardest new quickest lap of the race, a 50.363. Still maintaining about half a second though. Was a 410 for King that time. And a 625 for DeSalvo. So DeSalvo's just dropped off that little bit there. Goddard was a little bit faster in fourth spot. Then DeSalvo sitting there in third position. Working their way up to Autobahn now. The top four have got that slight advantage over Brad Cox and Alan Cieslawski in fifth and sixth place respectively. So it's pretty evenly run thing here between our top four. They're basically the same distance apart from each other effectively out there. King, new quickest lap of the race, a 50.276. He takes more than 0.2 of a second out of Harders there. Here's a battle for 5th, 6th and 7th on screen. That's Cox, Chislowski and Misson with Josh Goddard just off the back of them. Chislowski on the tail here of Cox, up the inside, through to P5. So, geez, your driver there in Sam Misson. He's given it a crack around the outside and holding on to that as well. Harders has opened up that lead again to .473. See them going through the first turn. King trying to push on here. DeSalvo's picked up the pace. He took 2/10 precisely out of King the last time by. So as DeSalvo got something late in this one as we work lap number 7 now. Through the top turn and down the backstretch goes Harders. King trying to go with him. 3 laps to go when they cross the line this time. It pulled a bit at the back end of that lap. Have Harders and King on DeSalvo, a couple of tenths in fact. And Goddard closing a couple of tenths on the bright yellow helmet. Chislowski, new quickest lap of the race in 5th spot. Now King's picked up the pace here. He's right on the hammer of Trent Harders leading the way through the Video Pro corner. DeSalvo's caught back up again now. So it's still all to play for in this one. Our top 4 absolutely nose to tail. As they go down the backstretch, King takes a brief look over the shoulder just to see where DeSalvo is. Through the final set of turns and onto the Capri straightaway. 2 laps to go. King goes deep at turn number 1. He went very deep, in fact. It was nearly a tenth quicker than Harders in that last lap. Might have just cost himself a little bit of ground there. So he now feels as though he might be in striking range to Zach King. Right on the tail of Trent Harders. Up through the Autobahn corner. Now DeSalvo's in the slipstream here for second. How does King approach this? Does he keep the eye on Harders up the front? Or does he watch over the shoulder for what's coming from behind? 1 lap to go for Trent Harders now. Down through turn number 1 they run. Harders had the pace. DeSalvo picked it right up. And then Goddard was the quickest of our top 4. He's sitting there in 4th spot, wanting to try and elevate himself to a podium here. He's got half a lap to do it. To Video Pro they go. There's nothing in it. Harders leads. King on his tail. Then it's DeSalvo. Up through the top turn they go. Now this is a critical run. Down the back straightaway. Harders goes defensive here. Will King have a look? He'll run high to try and get back underneath Harders. Can't do it there. Looks like Harders might have enough in the DPE machine. Comes out of the final turn and he gets it done. Much to the delight of the crew down on the fence. Trent Harders gets a narrow win over Zach King. Then it's Sebastian DeSalvo, followed by Goddard. Then it is Chislowski, Sam Misson, Brad Cox, Josh Goddard, then David Vogel, Gabriel Goodchild, then Voigt, followed by Sattler, Jordan Wegner, and Nathan Miller to come across the line and complete our tag restricted medium finale. As we take a break here, we've got a few more races to go here at our September Club Day here at Ipswich Car Club. We'll be back very shortly. Welcome back. Junior heavy for KA3 is on the racetrack now. Tyson McGill and Jai Flynn off the front of the grid. Hudson Lippiatt and August Soward in the mix as well off the second row. Tyler Tilmuth and Will Carmichael. Harrison Lippiatt and Leo Liu. Buster Bailey, Ryan Webster. Maxie Southgate, Chapman, McKinn and Tunnicliffe are all on the field. Trying to get underway here. Racing for 10. So it's McGill versus Flynn here. Down to turn number 1. August Soward trying to get a good start through that first turn. She's into 4th. Oh no. We've had 2 that have come together towards the back. And around they go. And they both continue on. That'll be the 22 of Ryan Webster, the Birrell Art, one of them. And they're back underway. But a long, long way behind in this one as they go through the Video Pro corner. McGillities, who's had the best of the start. One has come to grief before the start there. That's Harrison Lippiatt, actually. One of the 2 Lippiatts. Unfortunate for him. Onto the front stretch comes McGill in the 36. He leads away. Can the 2 teammates looking to go at it here? McGill from Flynn and Hudson Lippiatt, August Soward. Then it's Carmichael, followed by Tilmouth. Then Bailey, Chapman, up to 8th spot off the back of the bus. Maxie Southgate, then Aidan Tunnicliffe, Leo Liu, McMinn and Webster. That's your order as they sit at the moment. But your race leader is McGill, the 2 CXRs. They've been the class of the field today. And they're trying to pull away here on Hudson Lippiatt as they go up through the top part of the race circuit. Soward's dropped back a spot to 5th placing behind Carmichael. Been on a bit of a tear out there as well. Carmichael in the 23. They're trying to close down on the back of Lippiatt in the 66. Soward now coming in for attention from Tyler Tilmouth in at the number 97. So there's this group. August Soward in the middle of it. Carmichael in front, then Tilmouth behind. Tilmouth really getting a good run there. And trying to have a look at August Soward as they go through the middle part of the race circuit. August has been in pretty good form of late as well. And now Tilmouth having a look. Not quite close enough as they work their way back around. McGill's lead sitting at just over half a second. Has been for a couple of laps now. Battle for 3rd firing up as well between Lippiatt and Carmichael. There's August. She's still got Tilmouth behind her. And then behind Tilmouth is Buster Bailey in the 6th. Looking to end the day with a solid result. Here for quickest lap for Flynn that time by. Will Carmichael starting to apply a bit of pressure to the rear of Hudson Lippiatt for the final podium spot now as we are on lap number 5. Carmichael punching on here in the 23, right there with Lippiatt as they go up through Video Pro. Through the top part of the race circuit goes August Soward. She's still in that battle, but here's the battle for 3rd. So the 66 of Lippiatt is currently 3rd. Right behind him is Carmichael, just nipping at his heels. As we're at the halfway point, McGill leading by 0.8 of a second now. He's put the foot down and decided to open up a gap on Jai Flynn. Carmichael unable to get that little bit of extra grip that he needs to throw a challenge at Lippiatt at this point in time as they come around out of RHQ. But certainly keeping Hudson Lippiatt quite honest there as they head up to the top part of the race circuit at Autobahn. Looks like it might be a bit closer this time, Carmichael in the 23. As you can see, there's nothing in it. Pretty much cover them with a blanket. Oh, he went deep there at turn number 1. Did Will Carmichael, trying to have a closer look at Hudson Lippiatt. Up the front, no change, still nearly 9/10 of a second between McGill and Flynn. In fifth spot, Tillmouth's got through on Soward and has pulled away with Buster Bailey on her hammer now. See them coming on through. So Carmichael was nearly a 10th quicker than Lippiatt the last time by. Getting down over the steering wheel is Carmichael. He went deep there. Under brakes at the end of the back straightaway. Now through Hudson's. An on-site rental group corner now. He's right there with him is Will Carmichael. They go down through turn number 1. Look at how close Carmichael is now, ranging right up on the tail of Hudson Lippiatt. The lap's starting to wind down. We're on lap number 8 now. And Lippiatt starts to respond a little bit. The body's a bit getting tired after a big day of race. Hudson in particular, doing 2 classes. The Lacon tyres will be getting well and truly worn after a hectic day. Tyson McGill, his lead is out to .973 as he works his 8th lap. He'll come by. See that he's got 2 to go. Carmichael getting closer. What can he do here? Down the front stretch they go. So 2 to go. It's McGill, Flynn, Lippiatt, Carmichael. Then Tillmouth, Soward, Bailey, Chapman up to 8th spot. Liu, then Southgate, Tunnicliffe and McMinn. McGill picks up the pace of 49.475 that time. Opens the lead out to just over a second. It's now getting the now or never point for Carmichael as he loses a piece of equipment. I think that was a chain guard that came off the side of the 23. They'll get the last lap board, so it won't really bother him as McGill leads away comfortably in this one to bring it home. And Lippiatt will have done enough here to hold on to the final podium spot in the late stages. McGill's got a third of a lap to go as he goes through the top turn and heads it down the back straightaway. He's done it comfortably, has Tyson McGill, as he brings it around. There he is, the CXR number 36. It'll be a 1-2 for the Sunshine Coast team in this one. Here comes McGill onto the front straightaway. He gets a win. Flynn, he comes home in 2nd spot now, waiting for Lippiatt to come home in 3rd position. Good effort from him. Will Carmichael chased him all the way. 5th spot was Tyler Tillmouth. Then Soward, followed by Bailey. Zane Chapman home in 8th spot. Then waiting now for Leo Liu. Then Southgate, Tunnicliffe and McMinn to complete our runners here in KA3 Junior Heavy. We've got our tag light and our DD2 category to come up after we take a very short break here at Ipswich. Ipswich as a tag lighter out on circuit. Two races on track at the same time. Max Walton will start on the pole with Jack Wells alongside him. Let's see if Jack can take the challenge up to Max here. Geordie Slater and Brody Norris the next row. Then Newton and Janice and Brown and Burns. That's tag light. They're underway. Scotty Cleveland, by virtue of 2 heat race wins, will start on the pole in DD2 with Adam Wood alongside. Then Smith, Duffy, Heath and Dan Hutchinson, our only open performance out there is Walton. He assumes the race lead up the front and leads away as now DD2 gets underway into the first turn. They've all had a fairly comfortable start out there, but Max Walton, he leads through the middle part of the race circuit. Jack Wells into second. Sun starting to come down here. Our third to last race here this afternoon. Move for second spot there as they come back to complete lap number 1. Wells into second. Third spot is Brody Norris with Geordie Slater on his tail. Then Michael Janis. Brown's got himself up to 6th spot in front of Newton and Burns. They charge their way through here. Cleveland leads the DD2 over Adam Wood, then Smith, then Duffy, Hutchison and Heath. That's the order as they sit at the moment. Up towards the top part of the race circuit they go. Maxie Walton, he's got the lead by a fair margin then over Jack Wells. Brody Norris in third position. In fact, Slater's got through to third position. Norris has lost a couple of spots there. Dropped back to 5th placing. Just didn't quite see what happened there to Brody Norris, but he's dropped a couple of spots. Back to P5. Bit of work to do there as Walton's done a 47.889 to lead the way, and we've had a change of lead in DD2 with Wood. Adam Wood taking over the lead from Scott Cleveland. So did Cleveland make a mistake because he had a fair advantage at the end of lap number 3, at the end of lap number 1 I should say. There's Slater on screen, third spot at the moment in that 73. Slater with the new quickest lap of the race of 47.464. That was 0.2 of a second quicker than both Walton and Wells on that lap. So, Geordie Slater trying to apply himself to this race as we work lap number 4 now. Down through the left-hander. Slater caught up to the rear of Jack Wells here. There's Wood and Cleveland, 1 and 2 in the DD2 category. Wood actually with a comfortable advantage at the moment over Scott Cleveland. Then in third spot, Jason Smith. That's pretty much where Jason's been all day in this one. Through they go. And onto the back straightaway goes Woody in the 21. Get a chance, have a look at the sticker kit on that. It's actually a caricature of himself in video game likeness, I guess you'd say. He's a video game developer and actually did all of the graphics that you can see, designed all of them in fact. Did Adam Wood for the Ipswich Kart Club as Walton. Another new quickest lap for him the last time by, a 47.432. There he is, Big Maxi. Double victor last weekend at the SP Tools Australian Championship. Didn't get a championship this year, but certainly got a few round wins, that is for sure. Wells has picked up the pace in second spot on Slater. So Jack's been a solid second place pretty much all day. Cleveland and Wood have swapped places again. So Cleveland back to the race lead in DD2 over Wood. Dan Hutchinson, he's moved up a couple of spots. Jason Smith still third in DD2. But Walton keeps getting quicker in that Paralympic Karts Australia entry. He took half a tenth out of Wells that time. Slater's still there in third, holding a watching brief, a couple of hundredths quicker than Wells that time through. Can't do anything about him at this stage. Hutchinson's dropped back a couple of on-track positions. Of course, he's in a race of his own very much. There is Jack Wells in the 26, and Slater's closing in on him. He's been working away at the back of Wells for the majority of this race. Has Geordie Slater. Hasn't been close enough to really try and affect a pass. Maybe this is the time. Took nearly 2/10 of a second out of Wells, so looks like there might have been a slight mistake perhaps for Wells during that one. It was a 47.5, playing a 47.3 for Slater as they come on through. Can Slater get the run here out of the left-hander? This is where he needs to get a good charge out of the top turn, down the back stretch. He was able to go in a little bit deeper there, was Geordie Slater, than what Jack Wells was under brakes. 2 laps to go for Max Walton. This will be 3 finals in succession that he's entered and won. And another P1 here at Ipswich for him, if it can hold on for a lap and 3/4. But who's going to finish second? That's the question at the moment. You can visually see it, so Slater's got to pull a big one. There's Max in front of them. Through the Video Pro corner they go. Wells to take a peek over the shoulder. It looks like he's got this one in his safekeeping in terms of the second place. Down the back stretch they go. Walton's just a couple of corners from home in the 68. Slater, he wasn't close enough at the final turn. Meantime, Walton comes to the line and gets a win. Second place will go to Wells. Third spot then to Slater, then Janice, followed by Norris home in 5th spot. Newton, then Brown in 7th placing. Waiting now for Burns to come through, and then the DD2 category coming to the line. Who's it going to be on top in that one? It will be Scott Cleveland in the Sadie Kart. He has got a comfortable advantage and crosses the line. Second spot will go to Wood. He'll be happy with that. Then it's Smith, followed by Duffy. Hutchinson, the only open performance to come through. And then we'll wait on John Heath to come by and round out our field. But Max Walton gets it done by 1.8 seconds. We've just got 2 races to go. We're going to take a break here this afternoon at Ipswich. We'll be back very shortly with the next race on circuit. back. 2 races to go here this afternoon. Golden sunshine bathing us here at Ipswich this afternoon. Cadet 9 hits the circuit for their 10-lap finale. Ricardo Johnson on the pole. Be on the front row, I think, with Oliver Flack. I think he'd have the pole. Felix Sim, the second row with Luke Robinson and Madjurek, Lack, Waddy and Mitrovic. That is your field. Set for a start. Who's going to get the best of it? Ricardo Johnson on the inside, Flack on the outside. And it'll be Flack who leads away. Johnson dropping back to 4th there from the front row. Opening lap, everyone just getting themselves into the racing position. 3 wide, Nelly. Up toward the Video Pro corner they go for the first time. Flack it is who leads away. He's got a comfortable advantage here at the moment in the early stages of this one. Big moves coming on this opening lap now. Everyone getting themselves into position. Robinson on the charge. He's been very good today. It's Flack, followed by Robinson, then Madjurek up to 3rd, Johnson, then Lack, followed by Waddy and Mitrovic. Felix Sim not out there, so not quite sure what the problem with the number 6 is, or why he may not have presented for the final, because Felix has been fast in that TGR car all day long. But Flack's lead already 1.2 seconds over Luke Robinson, who's looking very strong. Madjurek in 3rd. Johnson, he's trying to recover after dropping back at the opening lap. Then he goes up into 3rd spot onto the podium. There is Ricardo, the number 50. Another one of our kids that's racing on the national scene on a regular basis. He's been pretty good around here of late too, as Ricardo Johnson. Madjurek having a good run in 4th. Frankie coming through the Cadet 9P platers. Make it into the draw proper. Flack's got an advantage over Robinson, then Johnson in 3rd. Right behind him, he's got that battle between Madjurek and Harry Lack. Those two seem like they've been pretty well glued together across the course of the weekend. Lack dropped back in heat number 2 earlier on today, dropped back down the order. He'll be looking to fight his way forward here and get a strong result this afternoon. Johnson now closing. In fact, that's Lack there in the 99, right behind Madjurek as they come to the start-finish line. We're in lap number 3. There's the gap from 1st to 2nd and 3rd, then 4th and 5th and 6th. Your race leader, Oliver Flack, with 1.5 seconds over Luke Robinson, who's trying to pull away here from Ricardo Johnson. Not overly successfully at the moment. Johnson's the quickest on track. He was the quickest on track earlier on. About 0.5 second slower than your race leader at the moment was Ricardo Johnson. That is the number 50 that you can see on screen, right behind the 57 of Robinson. They cross the line now. Now look at Johnson. He's picked up the pace here. Onto the back of Robinson. Not quite in a position to have a look for second spot at the moment was Ricardo Johnson. Now we'll have a look at Autobahn. Goes through into P2. So Ricardo's on the move. He's got a lot of ground to try and make up here to Flack. But Thought Robinson was going to have another look at Johnson into the hairpin, but thought better of it as they continue on now. Back around to the start straight. You could see the gap then that Oliver Flack had opened up there on Ricardo Johnson. It's 54.782 for Johnson, the quickest lap of the race thus far. Look at Robinson here. Up the inside, that's not a place generally where you see too many passing manoeuvres, and indeed it didn't pay off for the driver of the number 57 that time. Well, ever that's all taking place, it's only assisting Oliver Flack out the front as he's past the halfway point. He leads over Johnson, then Robinson, Majorek, then it's Lack, followed by Waddy and Mitrovic. That's the order here in our final for Cadet 9. One more race to go once we finish this one, and that will be us for our September event here at Ipswich Kart Club. Trust you've enjoyed all the action with thanks to Simplex Elevators, Evo Heat and South Pacific Marine Group. Still going for second here. Johnson holding on to it. Robinson. Oh, Robinson having another crack at that same spot as he did a lap before. So he's going to have to change up this strategy, Luke Robinson, I think, to try and get onto racing terms with Ricardo Johnson as they go up to the top part of the race circuit. Oliver Flack, he's got about half the back straightaway up his sleeve at the moment. 2.2 seconds. That is light years in this category. Of course, all of them using the same engine, the Vortex Mini Rock motor, and the same tyres, Maxxis tyres. There goes your lead up. Second, there's third. There's fourth. So Johnson that time, he's actually cutting this lead down a bit. He's going to run out of laps though. He just went 0.4 of a second quicker than Oliver Flack that lap. It's 1.8 seconds between the pair of them. But he's working lap number 8 now, so we'll only have 2 laps to work it on. He's pulled clear of the battle from Robinson, so being in third position for much of the early stage of the race for Ricardo Johnson has cost him the ability then really to throw a challenge out to Flack. But Robinson's been really solid throughout the course of today. There he is, Ricardo, in second position, the blue helmet. So Flack crosses the line. 2 laps remaining in this one, our Cadet 9 finale. Ricardo set the quickest lap of the race at 54.617 earlier on. But Flack doing it comfortably up the front. He gained the advantage into turn number 1. He's got a lap and a half to go. Ricardo's pulled out on Robinson. Majorek still in 4th spot. Harry Lack still in 5th in the 99. Fred Waddy in the 3 and 6 spot. And Mitrovic in 7th position. There's Flack now. He'll come around. He'll only have 1 to go. Gee, I tell you what. Ricardo Johnson's had a lap on him this time. He's right there with him, in fact. So, don't know if Flack made a mistake. I certainly didn't see if he did. Let's have a look. Yes, he's done a 55.387. So, yes, he must have made some sort of mistake because Ricardo Johnson is right there with him. There was a 54.256 from Johnson that time. We are on the way home. I don't think he's close enough, though, Ricardo Johnson, to try and capitalise here. Flack holding on to it through Video Pro, but Johnson throwing everything at him here. We are in for a grandstand finish. Johnson, last lap, up the inside. He was 2.5 seconds up the road, was Flack. So Johnson to the lead on the final lap here, down to the hairpin. And Johnson's going to have enough to bring it home here. Through the last couple of corners, what a drive. He's chased it down. He got to the lead with 3 corners to go. And to the line comes Ricardo Johnson. That was brilliant. Second place goes to Flack. Then Robinson, followed by Majorek. Then Harry Lack, the next one through in 5th spot. Then Fred Waddy. and Scarlett Mitrovic, but there must be something wrong with that flak machine. It was a 55.816 for him on that final lap, so he struck trouble somewhere out there. But Ricardo Johnson, it is who steals the race victory. We've got one to go. We're going to go to a quick break and be back with our final race of the afternoon here at Ipswich.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
And sit down.
Final race here of the weekend, tag restricted Masters. Pretty solid day of racing, not too many dramas. Let's hope that we get through this 10 laps without much drama. Aaron Rope Jones will start on the pole. Can anyone keep up with the 22? 61 of Matt Donnelly on the outside front row. Mark Robinson on row 2 with Alan Mays. Steve Johns and Mick Robinson on the next row. Garrity and Davison, Brogan and Fletcher, Wilmot and Brown, Soward, Godfrey, Hicks, Carter and Lemon. Racing. Down into turn 1 they charge. The old boys coming through for their final in the Masters for tag restricted. Always a good turnout for Masters here. Then Rab Jones it is who assumes the lead, a position that he's been relatively comfortable in all day long as he goes down the backstretch. Really wants to try and open up the lead already and just crush the opposition in the early stages. Across the line to kick things off. It's Rope Jones, Donnelly, Mays, then Mark Robinson, Mick Robinson, and Garrity, Johns, Davison, Soward in 9th, and Peter Fletcher rounding out your top 10 as they sit at the minute. So good battle going on for 2nd and 3rd there. Donnelly and Mays going out at 2nd, 3rd position. And 4th and 5th are having at it as well. That being the Robinsons. Once again locked together on the racetrack. Down the back stretch they go. The Robinsons trying to close in on the back of Donnelly and Mays to make it a battle in 4 for the final steps on the podium. It's currently advantaged Donnelly with Mays right behind him. Ooh. Looked like there was going to be a change in the Robinson precision driving outfit, but that didn't eventuate. Working lap number 3 now for Rab Jones, already 1.6 seconds up. Mays all over the back of Donnelly for second here. Then Mick on the back of Mark. Wonder about the team orders down there at Team Robinson. There they are on screen at the moment as they try and close in on the back of Mays there in the 60. Rab Jones up the front, pulling away even further. No surprise to see the purple next to his name to say that he's got the quickest lap of the race. Soward's up to 6th spot. He's made up a couple there. Gavin Soward has had to work hard today, has Gav. Battle for 6th and 7th on screen. That's Soward. Having got through on Garrity. Oh, Mays had a look there for 2nd spot. Donnelly said no. That's given the Robinsons the opportunity to close some ground now. So round comes Soward to complete. Sorry, Rab Jones to complete lap number 4. Then it's Donnelly still over Mays. Mark and Mick took 0.2 of a second out of Alan Mays that time. So Donnelly's got no pace. Mays has got little pace. The Robinsons have got a couple of tenths up their sleeve. Gavin Soward's the quickest on circuit by a significant margin. A 50.842 that time. It was only a tenth of a second quicker than Rab Jones the last lap by. But now we're going to have a race in 4, soon to be a race in 5 for second backwards, because the two Robinsons have caught up to the back of Mays and Soward is reeling them in at a rapid rate of knots. So Alan Mays is going to have to go for it here on the back of Donnelly, unless he's going to get some pressure. Rab Jones has got the full length of the Capri straightaway up his sleeve now as he works lap number 6. Mays unable to open the door on Donnelly in the 61. Soward's caught up to the back of the Robinsons just at the bottom of screen there. Mays is really going to have to go for it here. Mick Robinson pushing Mark Robinson there. Mays has made a slight mistake on the exit of Video Pro. And that's given Matt Donnelly a bit of space there in the 61. That's the most breathing space that he's had all race in Matt Donnelly. Rab Jones has got 6 in the books now. Oh, look at this battle going on here. 3 of them. Soward's caught up to the rear of the 2 Robinsons. So there's a battle in 3 there for 4th, 5th and 6th. With Soward pushing on. He's got the speed. He just can't get the track position that he needs here as we go late into the afternoon. It's been great to have your company, and thank you to Simplex Elevators, Evo Heat and South Pacific Marine Group for assisting the Ipswich Kart Club in being able to bring you the coverage live today. So Rabbi continues to open that lead up. It's a mile now between he and Donnelly. It's out to 5.8 seconds. That's incredible. At this stage of the race, he's down to a 50.676. It's a full second nearly on Matt Donnelly as he works his way around. Donnelly now coming back under pressure. Mays is back up on the wheel after dropping off the rear there a little bit. Mark Robinson's dropped off that too. Look at Gavin Soward at the back of that group. He's just throwing everything at that machine, the number 28, to try and make up a spot or two, or gain some ground, that is for sure. Donnelly driving right down the middle of the racetrack there. Mays can't do anything with him. Soward opens the door on Mick Robinson to go into 5th spot as they come back to the start finishing straight. So can Soward do anything further about the 3 in front of him? as we're now 8 laps in the book, so we're only 2 from home. And Rab Jones has been controlling this one. Out the front, Donnelly. He's been in second since the lights went out and still holds on to it, with Mays trying to close in on him here. Mays, will he have a go? Because Mark Robinson's there to pick up the pieces, and Soward's definitely there to pick up the pieces. Up to Autobahn they charge. Nothing doing at the moment. It's a high stakes chess game late in the afternoon here in our September race day. Rab Jones gets the last lap board. He's on the way home. Donnelly comes to the line, holding down to second spot. In third place is Alan Mays, then Robinson Soward and Mick Robinson. Still nothing doing here. They're on the way home. Rab Jones, he's only got a third of a lap remaining. Don't know that Mays is going to be able to do anything here. Soward got a wheel off on the dirt. Coming down that short straightaway. Cost him a bit of ground. Rab Jones, he's only 2 corners from home now. He's at the end of the backstretch. Waiting on Aaron Rab Jones to come through and be a final winner for the day. He takes a comfortable win. Does Aaron Rab Jones. Then in second spot, Matt Donnelly's going to hold on, I think. He comes to the line. Donnelly holds on just. Then it is Alan Mays, followed by Mark Robinson. Gavin Soward home in 5th spot. Then in 6th place, it's Mick Robinson. Then Garrity, followed by John home in 8th. Then 9th was Davison. Waiting now for Brogan to finish off the top 10, that being Mark Brogan. Then Peter Fletcher, Paul Wilmot. Then Lennox Brown, Adrian Godfrey. Then it will be Tim Lemon and Clinton Hicks to come through and complete our finishes. That is the completion of our event here. Our racing on track is finished with thanks to Simplex Elevators, Evo Heat and South Pacific Marine Group. We thank you for joining us throughout the course of today from here at Ipswich Kart Club. Until next time, farewell, good night, and I'm Matt Payne, and we'll see you when we are back the next time on.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport, and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.